All right, and welcome back. I understand we are live again. Yay. Happy to be bringing you this coverage of the 2024 IVF World Sprints here in beautiful Hilo Bay. As you can see behind me, it's been a little rainy this morning, but to recap, we had 5 heats of our women's 60-plus V1. For top 2 in each race will qualify, with third place entering into a repechage. And so following that, we've just had our 3 heats of elite men. Some stellar performances. Some surprises for me was Rapa Nui looked really great out there. Tahiti and Aotearoa, solid as ever. Hawaii looked great. Australia looked great. In this last race, we just had the gentleman from Brazil qualified in their heat in first place. Nice performance from Brazil. And so what you see now on your screen is our first heat of elite junior women racing a 500 meter in the V6, and that is Team Hawaii. Team Hawaii in front of you, getting a warm-up, heading out to the starting line. We're going to have Hawaii, New Zealand, USA, Brazil, and Tahiti in this first race of the 2 elite junior women crews. Again, elite junior women coming up, 2 heats of that. And we're excited that we're all back up and live on your Facebook page, whether that's IVF, HCRA, or Ocean Paddler. I'm Kalai Miller, and we'll be bringing you live coverage all day long from right here at the beach at Hilo Bay. There's a lineup for this first race. Hawaii, Aotearoa, USA, Brazil, and Tahiti. All right, here we go, ladies, paddling out. This is the Junior Women Elites V6 500 meters.
Once again, area coordinators from Singapore, Tahiti, and Brazil. Brazil, Tahiti, and Singapore. Please send your area coordinators to the information tent. Brazil, Tahiti, and Singapore. Please send your coordinator to the information tent.
Again, exciting stuff here. Elite junior women, they're in the next heat, getting ready, getting lined up. Looks like Chile on the left, Rapa Nui next to them. Cook Islands in green. All these young ladies getting ready to go. All right, here we go, getting ready for the start of this race. Curious if hopefully our flags are bright enough and tall enough that it's easy for these young ladies to see their way down the course, navigating between the 250-meter flags, making their way in. And they're in their blocks. This is lane 1 of the junior ladies V6 500-meter race. All right, the flags are up. White is the caution. There is our official boat there. And here we go. Get ready, ladies. Here it comes. Red flag allows our crews to be approaching the starting line here. Black means it's coming, and here we go, green. Again, in lane 1, it's Hawaii. Lane 2, New Zealand. Lane 3, USA Outrigger. Lane 4, Brazil. Lane 5, Tahiti. Lane 5, Tahiti is off to a great start there. In lane 2, that is Aotearoa, New Zealand. And in lane 1, Hawaii. And they're at the halfway point. Looks like Tahiti is in the lead with New Zealand slightly behind. They're closing in on the 3/4 mark of this race. Here comes Tahiti. Come on, Hawaii, let's go. Finishing strong in lane 5, that is Tahiti, approaching the flag. Looks like Tahiti is first through the flags, followed by New Zealand, and in third place, Hawaii. Nice work by these junior ladies. We're looking for US and Brazil, the follow-up. And in lane 3, that's Team USA. Coming up, we have one more heat of elite junior women. Quick replay of the last race. All right, that is the elite men from Heat 8, V6 500. That was Tahiti in first place with 2 minutes, 16 seconds, followed by Aotearoa, New Zealand, and Hawaii. Nice performance. That was elite men. Okay, that was a weird. That last one was weird because Hawaii. Is that the final? Is that it? That was the final? There's no other race? It's just based on time? So there were 2 heats, 3 heats of elite men. So that was, no, what you just played was elite men. Elite men had 3 heats. Hawaii, Rapa Nui, or New Zealand and Tahiti were in one heat, and Hawaii was in a different heat. You showed the 3 of them in the same heat. Unless that's the final, and it's by time. So Hawaii was in race number 6, and New Zealand and Tahiti were in race number 7. So that's my question. Is it a final based upon those were the 3 fastest times done? Because prior to that, there were many heats with qualifiers, right? And like right now, this is Elite Junior Women 500. There's only 2 races. Everyone from different. So like, is that it? All right, again, this is heat number 2 coming up of the Elite Junior Women V6 500. We're going to have Chile in lane 1, Rapa Nui in lane 2, Cook Islands in lane 3, and Australia in lane 4. Because each country only entered 1 crew, and they were back-to-back, it would make sense to me that that's the final. That's it, and they're based on time. Yeah, that I'm aware of. Was that last recap that you had? It had Tahiti, New Zealand, and Hawaii. Was the men's. graphic the results from the graphic. All right, on your screen coming up is Elite Junior Women Heat number 2, race number 10. In lane 1, Chile. In lane 2, Rapa Nui. In lane 3, Hawaii. Oh, sorry. In lane 3, Cook Islands. In lane 4, Australia. Okay, I'll have to work on that. All right, that's Chile paddling out there. Right near the Cook Islands in green. Rapa Nui there. Young ladies making their way into the lineup. Here we have our 4 entries in this Elite Junior. I mean, coming up, we're going to have the Elite Junior Men racing that same course in a V6 500 meters. Two heats of the Elite Junior Men. We're about to go live in Tahiti, I think. There we have our escort boat, our official boat, getting ready to draw flags for this second of the 2 Elite Junior Women's races. All right, our caution flag is up for race number E10. Race number 10. This is, again, Elite Junior Women, V6 500 meter. Lane 1 will be Chile. Lane 2, Rapa Nui. Lane 3, Cook Islands. Lane 4, Australia. These young ladies are looking fast. Okay, the red is up. There you go. As we get ready for the start of the second flight of the Elite Junior Women's V6 500, we welcome back into our studio John Herbert, one of our race official announcers here, and he's come to shed some commentary and shed some light on what's going on, what you're seeing on your screen. We're happy to be back up and going.
Absolutely. Light, talking about light.
Yeah. Welcome back, John. Thank you for joining us. You know, I've been watching you side-eye this morning a little bit, and it looked like you were anxious to get on the mic and kind of rip it up. So I figured I'm going to get this guy over here, and we'll unleash him on what's going on this morning. It's always more fun with a friend. Thank you for coming.
It is. No, my pleasure, Kalai.
So this is heat number 2 of the junior women.
Yes.
Yep. We are right here. This is the 10th race of the day, and we're actually doing pretty good. Things are getting off without a hitch today.
Yep. Not too bad. Not too bad.
We started a little bit late.
Yes.
Okay. And what we're seeing there in the green, that's a the young ladies from the Cook Islands.
It is indeed, and they're putting in the power there. Look, this is sprint racing at its finest. So, we are seeing the crews that are coming through. Had some heats pass by already. Some of the big guns were there. When you see Tahiti, Aotearoa, New Zealand elite crews.
I saw you on your toes, brother. I was looking at you. You were on your toes and bouncing around, watching these guys' races, and it was exciting. As was the earlier race of this junior ladies, man. There was a nice race between Aotearoa and Tahiti.
Yes.
And that is shaping up to be, of course, the powerhouses of paddling come in. But, in that men's race, I saw the gang from Rapa Nui, man. They looked great, too.
I totally agree. At the end of the day, as we go through these heats, and remembering these are heats, so people are trying to qualify for this final, and there's repechages yet to come also at the end of the day.
Okay, so for example, we have 2 heats of this elite junior women.
Yes.
A total of 9 entries, right? So the top, how many will qualify?
Look, there are 8 lanes out there.
Okay.
There are 8 lanes on the race course. So probably there will be 8 will qualify.
Okay.
Yeah. And
so just confirming that these are all qualifiers.
They are all qualifiers.
Okay.
No medals are being decided here.
Just yet. All right.
And certainly not today, except for our para-paddling and also the exhibition race.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that. Our para-paddling, I saw some of our racers getting ready to go as we watch the finish of this second qualifier for the elite junior women. Some nice big deep strokes from those young ladies from the Cook Islands, but here comes Rapa Nui.
Yes,
and on the inside, that is lane 1 Chile. Nice.
So, you can see, obviously, our graphics are showing us that there's a bit of precipitation around.
Oh, yeah. It's a regular sunny Hilo morning, This is the average here going on. Why do you think everything's so darn green,
Yeah, indeed.
But it's been actually for sprint racing, other than you're kind of cold when you get into the you need to warm up. This is not the kind of race where you're going to walk away with a sunburn on.
No.
or you're going to get overheated, right?
No, not at all. But it is still warm, and that's one of the things we love about it here. If it rains, it's still warm.
Yep. Even when it's raining at 21 degrees north, it's still fairly warm, right? Mm-hmm. It's not like you're on the South Island, brother. We'd all be wiping icicles off our chins, right?
We'd be wrapped up.
Yeah, for sure.
We'd be wrapped up indeed. So, racing has started. We've been going down. We're up onto race number...
We're going into 11 right now. Junior men.
And so...
Looking forward to that.
Yep.
Those guys are some hammers, those young boys.
And there are some amazing junior paddlers out there that are putting in times that are... nudging up to those elite level.
Yes, sir. Again, this is a quick replay of this last race that we just had. That is the team from Cook Islands right there in lane number 3.
And sometimes the camera angles can give you a bit of a false sort of sense of who's where on the race course, but obviously the finish line is the judge.
Yeah. Throughout the course of the race, it's kind of tricky, but right here you're going to be able to see this is the camera angle that we're talking about right there. So that was definitely in lane 2. That was the ladies from Rapa Nui. Lane 3, Cook Islands, just outside of them, and in lane 1. The young ladies from Chile in their blue jerseys.
Yeah, and it was close between that second and third. So, anything we say here is unofficial. Remember I saying anything we call here is totally unofficial. Yep.
This is not the take my word for it kind of thing. Right?
No.
So, but, just to recap this the women's V1 that we saw earlier this morning, a number of heats for that one. I want to say, John, I counted 5 heats just in the Masters 60 Women's V1.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
Isn't that awesome? And there are some amazing paddlers there. The current world champion, or certainly the world champion from London, was in those heats. Okay. One heat, but...
Who was that?
Pushing along, Nairi King.
Okay. Okay, now what is the relation...
Mum.
Yeah, okay. That's Tupulia's mom. Okay. Your mom is kicking butt. So this is... This last race that we just said saw the elite junior women race number 10. Rapa Nui in first place. All right,
and
Chile in 2, and the Cook Islands in 3rd place. Oh, some nice times. We had some great racing from on the V1 from the senior ladies. We'll call them. They did great to start off the morning. And then we broke right from there into 3 heats of the elite men, the V6 500 meter. Now, man, you want to talk stroke count, John.
Yeah.
They were going at it.
They were. I wasn't exactly taking the count, but from those first half dozen sets at the beginning, it's power. It is power.
And what we're seeing here, John, is a lineup for the next race coming up. This is Elite Junior Men V6 500 meter. Hawaii in lane 1, USA lane 2, New Zealand lane 3, and Brazil in lane 4.
And so you look at that, there's some great teams there there's no soft heats. There's no such thing as a soft heat here. And so you are up against the best of each country, every heat, every race. And so, sometimes people would sometimes think, that's an easy heat. No such beast.
Yeah, no such beast. And you know what is a perfect example of that for me, John, was race number 6, Elite Men's V6 500. There were some good crews in there. There was Australia, there's Hawaii, but who prevailed was Wallace and Futuna. Now, they are ocean people. Of course, they're good in the VA, but you wouldn't imagine that they had the population base, really to produce. But man, just like you talked about yesterday with Tahiti, they live and breathe paddling.
Yep.
So the best are out there, and they took first place above crews from Hawaii and Australia in their heat. So, man, Wallace and Futuna, I like it.
It's almost like paddling is in their DNA.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
It just is, and so it's what they're used to, what they're brought up with from early age, and so
Yes.
The results show.
Yep, for sure. I always, I agree with you 100%. It's in our DNA. In fact, all of these Polynesians, Polynesia was settled by canoe sailors.
That's it.
Every one of us has the canoe in our DNA.
waka
Has the
culture.
in the DNA, yes.
Yeah.
All of us have it somewhere back in our DNA, so for sure.
Yeah, and then, there was a time when we lost it. We lost it for a period, for a season. But it's certainly making a resurgence coming back in here. But the great thing about it, it's not just a Polynesian sport. Polynesian foundations, most definitely.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But, Germany, France,
Chile,
Europe,
all these places. It's
South
great.
America,
Great Britain, yeah.
Yes.
So it's very cool. Everybody's being part of this today. It's pretty cool. So, again, this is race number 11. Hawaii, USA, New Zealand, and Brazil.
Yeah, once again, events like this don't happen by accident. There's been a lot of effort put into pre-organising before this. Looks like they've got away to a start there. Lane 3 we have there.
I think that's the young man from New Zealand.
It is indeed.
Kind of getting warmed up.
They're just having a bit of a practice as they head up there. Probably have a bit of a practice on their start on the way up. Get the blood going, heart pumping, lungs a bit of a blowout. Get rid of a few nerves.
Yes, sir.
As they head up to the start line. The water's pretty calm on our first few days. This water lapping up onto the beach. It was quite a bit bigger on the first couple of days. So as they were transitioning between paddlers, it got a little bit gnarly out there.
You don't realize how big Hilo Bay is sometimes, and how far out that breakwater is, way out there, and how long it is. And you don't really see it until you fly over on your way in.
Exactly, and that I actually made that observation as I flew in. I thought, wow, that's actually a long breakwater. That's before I realized it was Hilo breakwater. And then we flew around and flew over all these waka lined up on the beach. I think you had the same experience. And it just seeing that visual cues just sort of, for us all on the plane, that were all waka paddlers going, yes, we're here.
Yeah.
We've arrived.
We made it. Yep. For sure. But there was a little bit of that trade coming in from offshore Doesn't seem to be quite as much right now, but you could definitely see that trade having to be managed by especially the paddlers in the V1.
Yes.
Those ladies were on the left the whole way.
Yeah. It's it's anyone who paddles knows that these waka will turn into the wind, or they'll always want to turn into the wind. So when you have a side wind like that, you're going to be, before you start, you're going to be paddling on a particular side for a fair number of strokes before you can actually get across to the other side.
It's not as bad as that C1. I don't even know if that's still an Olympic event.
Yes,
Remember
it was.
the C1?
Yes, it still
where they
is.
kneel and they're kind of on one side of the way.
Absolutely is. It is still there. I remember seeing that, and I guess
here they go, rolling up to the start.
They must have a red flag. They're heading up past those false start lines. So those marker buoys are there as a false start line. The start is all done by flags. There's no verbal cues to these crews at all. They must start behind the start line there, and you can see someone's drift over. They get a black flag. There will be a black flag on the starter boat. There it is.
And it means they got to back up?
And they don't tell them. They just got to know someone's got to back up. We put the responsibility on the paddlers to be in the right place when they have to start. So if that black flag, that's down now, and the green flag goes up. So that's the starting sort of process. Is white flag will tell them to come up to the false start line, red flag to the official start line, but we want them to be stationary and in line as much. If anyone goes over the line, it'll be a black flag. We don't tell them who's over the line. No one says anything, just got to back up. And once that black flag goes down, means everyone's back, and they start. If the black flag and the green flag go up at the same time, usually means someone's going to be disqualified because someone started in front of the start line. Usually, and again, I don't call that from commentary.
Right.
I'm unofficial. Remember,
that's what the official tent is up there. Right?
That's it. So you can see them coming down through this rain.
New Zealand looking great on this one. I think that's Hawaii on the inside in lane 1.
So there you are, outside of them in lane 2.
Nice big stroke.
We have USA, mainland USA.
And on the very outside,
Brazil,
yeah.
And it looks like Aotearoa, New Zealand, they have got a lead out there, but chasing hard there in lane number 1, Hawaii. And certainly no one's going to ever give up. That's one thing no one gives up.
Yep, not until the end.
Not until that last stroke and you get that front of your waka across that finish line. So they're pushing hard. This is going to be interesting.
Yes.
And
so the juniors is 18 and under?
There's a junior 16 division and a junior 18.
So do you know?
No, sorry. In elites, it's just juniors.
It's just juniors. And what would be the age cap on that?
18. Under 18. Yeah.
So you cannot be 18?
No. I think at 18 in the year of competition, yes.
18 in the year of competition?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Here it goes. They'll be fighting out there.
Brazil looking good on the outside there.
They are indeed. So this is a close run. It'll be interesting to see where Hawaii have come up to. We can't see them in the... there we have
Hawaii looking in third place there.
Aotearoa, New Zealand and Brazil, and then Hawaii.
Yep. We're going to head off into a quick commercial break here in between races. Coming up after this will be race number 12, I believe. Yep. And the elite junior men. So we're going to give you a quick replay of this last race. And then we're going to be heading out to a quick commercial break. Coming up next in heat 2 of the elite junior men. Number 12 would be Australia, Canada, Tahiti. In this, the first of the 2 elite junior men.
That was a good start.
In the V6, this is Aotearoa in 3, Brazil in 4.
Aotearoa did get a flying start. And, when you in 500-meter race, the start is important.
Big deal. Yeah,
it is, because you've only got a short race course to make up that gap.
Yes. So they're finishing off. It's New Zealand, Brazil, and Hawaii. So we'll be right back as these paddlers bring their canoes into shore and make the change out. Getting ready for the next elite junior men's race, number 12. So, yep. All right. So we've definitely got things pumped up a little bit here. We got John, the hype man, over here getting us excited about this day of racing. Starting off day 1 of the 2024 IVF World Sprints. And so you can see behind us the action is going to continue.
Yep.
We're going to head off on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back bringing you more live coverage from right here on the beach in Hilo, Hawaii. The 2024 IVF World Spring Championships from Hilo, Hawaii are brought to you by the Hawaii Tourism Authority. Are Outrigger World Canoe, Par Hawaii and Hele, Apo Rek Kusachi, Attorneys at Law, Hawaiian Airlines, Outrigger Zone, and made possible by the International Va'a Federation, the Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association, the County of Hawaii Island, and Ocean Paddler TV. The 2024 Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association State Regatta Championships are brought to you by Par Hawaii and Hele. Save 25 cents a gallon with Kama'aina rewards. The Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association and by Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to making outrigger canoe paddling a spectator sport.
Many paddlers have a hard time strength training consistently, even though we know that it's valuable. That's why I started Sherry Strength online classes 4 years ago, and they're still going strong. Learn more at sherrystrength.ca.
If you're going to be hiking in a place where you're unsure if it's safe or legal to access, make sure you consult with a local guide that has a lot of experience. This island is an incredibly rugged, raw, and beautiful place. It's always important to be vigilant about safety of yourself and your loved ones.
Bon, non, personnellement, ouais, depuis le début, depuis que j'ai essayé la montagne, je me suis bien senti dessus. Hein. Et puis, par rapport à ces différentes phases, hein, tu peux ramener n'importe quel coup, surtout aussi dans n'importe quel plan d'eau, on va dire, hein, adaptable, tout plan d'eau, dans le calme, dans la montée, dans le surf de côté, manière. Ben, pour moi, elle est simple, hein, et facile à ramener.
Okay, we're back online, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be here. You're here at Hilo, Hawaii, Hilo Bay, at the 2024 IVF World Sprint Championships. And we've got through a fair few races today, or race number 11, I believe, was the last one as we're looking at heading on, or it might be next up. And so you can see we do have a bit of precipitation here. It is there. We have it race number 12 next out there on the water. Our crews there. Australia lane number 1, Canada 2, and Tahiti in lane number 3, of course. And so again, this is going to be a competitive race. You might think that's a small number of crews, but we have to have these heats to push through because there's only 8 lanes. So, you know, at the end of the day, we're looking for 8 to go out into that next into the final of this division. There you have it. It's you can see. Apparently, I'm not from Hawaii, but in New Zealand it gets a bit of rain. But you can see that there is quite a fair bit of rain there. But it's beautiful and warm here, and so no one is complaining. Everyone's enjoying. Look at that. You know, the spectators are there. The paddlers are coming off the beach. Everyone's looking pretty happy indeed. And so I've been here in Hilo, Hawaii since Sunday. So I've been around on site as we've gone through, just as paddlers have arrived, as supporters have arrived, as all those people who are part of the organisation of this event have arrived and putting in this effort to put this on. We had our opening ceremony yesterday, and if you weren't available to actually have a look at that and watch that event, it was a beautiful opening ceremony. We could see people, thousands of people. It was fantastic to see, and certainly a very awesome Hawaiian experience for all those people not from this area. And so it was actually a privilege to be involved and sort to witness that as we experience Hawaiian culture at its finest.
I'll tell you what really is a privilege to have you sitting next to me, John, enjoying the company and camaraderie of two blokes sitting here and just enjoying the sport of paddling, watching what's going on here. It's good fun. So they're sending out now, this is the men's 60-plus V1, yes?
Looking like unless those are the marshals here, so we're looking at race number 12, which will be the second heat of the elite junior boys.
And they are probably out on the course already, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Getting ready to do their thing, and this is the first heat of
that's sort of
the... It's going to be elite junior women. I don't know, we're 22.
We're 22. Gee, I haven't got my glasses on.
I got you, brother. I got you. I can see with my one good eye here. So we're going into the elite junior men's V6. We're waiting for that right now. Australia, Canada, Tahiti. Is that correct?
That's it.
Okay.
They are there.
And then right after that, we're going into the men's 60-plus V1. So this is that's going to be exciting. Some rudderless action right there. It's right from here in Hawaii. I'm recognizing a couple well-known names representing. We have John Fody out there. Bruce Ayao is going to be out there as well in the Masters. I think we have 4 heats of that.
World
4
famous
heats
names
of the Master.
there.
Yeah, some world famous names there too. And I'm sure it's going to be great competition. Look, from New Zealand, we have George Thomas. He's out here. A bunch of different names. Eric Dean from Tahiti. He is a strong paddler as well. Vincent Tupuai. So we're going to have some great competition in the V1 over there. We'll see if this wind is going to stay down on their behalf. That'd be really light wind is really nice for V1 racing.
Yep, a light headwind is probably the perfect recipe.
And so that's kind of one of the reasons why you haven't seen V1 paddling take off as much here in the islands as it has in other places, in particular because we always have these trade winds. We're known as a great place for wind sports.
Yes.
And V1 is not necessarily a wind sport. And so it's kind of, it's at $5,000 plus a crack each. These paddlers are having to decide between, hey, am I going to have a OC1 that I can paddle any day, right, and do downwind runs, which are super fun, or a V1. But typically, once they get into it deep enough, most paddlers have one of each.
Yeah, indeed. And, at the end of the day, V1 paddling requires a different skill set. Obviously still a paddling stroke and everything, but you don't have a rudder to steer. So you are paddle steering all that time, making those fine adjustments. Yeah. And especially if you're doing a sprint race, those micro adjustments have to happen while you're trying to go forward as fast as you can.
Yeah, right? As hard as you can.
Yeah.
So it's nonetheless kind of neat to see that here, and as like we said, a lot, as there tends to be a lot more interest in it, the V1 paddling in Hawaii has really kind of picked up. We were able to, with the help of Are Outrigger, cover this last Aito that we had just a couple months back, and got our good friend Micah Kalama in studio to help us kind of announce that. Oh, look, we've had a start. Event number 12.
So Australia, I see the very familiar colours of Australia is at lane number 1. Obviously, that's where I'm living at the moment, so I have a vested interest there, just watching, but I'm totally unbiased as a commentator. And as I said yesterday, we all belong to one nation or another. We want our teams to win, but as a commentary person, I always give people's time in the sunshine.
Yes, for sure, for sure. And speaking of time in the sunshine, that's Canada in lane number 2. And it's hard to find some sunshine between Tahiti and Australia. Tahiti out there in lane number 3. They have taken off. They've got a 1-boat lead at the halfway point, and they are going at it. These young
they are
Tahitian men.
indeed. Look, they've got a good lead there, and obviously I always say no one will ever give up, but they will chase. They will never stop there, but it'll be hard to close that gap. They've got 250 metres to go. That's a short race course. So in racing, they're running out of race course to catch up, and certainly probably they might be extending their lead there, but you do have there Tahiti with a nice lead, Australia looking second at this stage, and in third place there we have... was it Canada?
Canada, yes.
Yeah.
Canada. And they just turned it up a little bit.
They did.
Get a nice strong finish.
That synchronization, though, you might think a microsecond doesn't mean much out of a paddle stroke.
It does. Oh, it does.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Tahiti first.
That's Tahiti.
Australia second. Canada third. But there was also a lot of a big gap between that first and second.
So, at home we're looking at 2 sets of flags. Which one is the real finish?
Good question. So the first set of flags they come through is the official finish line. That's what the high-speed camera on the finish line is lined up with. The second set of flags is actually what we call a false start line for when we do turn races. Because when turn races start, they will start down here. It'll be a start-finish line. So the second rate of flags is false start line. Again, with the raising of the flags, a white flag will mean come up to the false start line, and so forth.
Right, and right there, a nice quick replay
Yes.
of this last race, the junior elite boys.
And you could see the gap that was
1800.
there. Yeah. And so going back to our conversation, that false start line is there because it will be a start line at some stage today.
Okay.
Yeah, once we start any of the turn races, which is later in the program today, we will be having 1,000 metres and 1,500 metre races. 3 turns and 5 turns. That's when we'll see.
Oh, man.
That's when we'll see.
The turns. We'll see some different ways guys are doing it, for sure.
I have talked to a few people here this morning, and they're saying it is hard work.
Yeah.
It is hard work. And so I always say those turns can make or break your race. We talked about it yesterday that these canoes are designed to go fast in a straight line. But when it comes to turning 180 degrees...
No, sir.
It wasn't designed for that. It was not. So that's going to be very interesting to see which crews have found, I guess, the technique that will turn them the quickest. And you'll notice it today. And I'll probably be calling some of those races as they go. And you'll see that people can lose a place in a turn or lose many places in a turn.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, this is our men's 60-plus heat number 1. Rudderless, getting ready to go out. Yep. Just give it a little. Right there, yep. Okay.
Looks like a full race course too.
Oh, yes, sir.
8 lanes full. So again, as I've been commentating over the years in Aotearoa, New Zealand, some of the races we have 16 lanes. And so trying to keep track of paddlers and crews 16 lanes wide is not the easiest task in the world. But we will have 8 lanes coming up in the next race. So you can see that in this division, there are a lot of paddlers. And so, we were talking earlier about how this is an intergenerational sport. So grandparents can be paddling with their mokopuna, their grandchildren, at the same event.
There we go, our first heat of the men's V1 rudderless. And big shout out to all of our gang logging on to the Ocean Paddler Facebook page. You're logging on. I see Kelly Russell making a comment about the Matahinas not turning too well. And Tuatahi Teddy Vegas kame from, obviously from Tahiti, sending out the Tahitian flag with a big "Let's go!" So aloha to all of you guys that are tuned in to us, sending your comments. Mahalo for that. And hopefully you can stay with us all week long.
So in the far lane there, it looks like.
Yeah, I think that is number 8. Maybe
Eric
on
Dean.
the outside. Yes, that's Eric Dean from Tahiti. Solid paddler. Also in lane number 4, that's John Fody. So it looks like a nice battle lined up between John Fody and Eric Dean. Don't count out number 6, lane number 6, that is Steve Brett from New Zealand.
Okay.
And right next to him in lane 5 from France, Oliver Herod. Eric Dean in lane 8.
Looking pretty strong out there. The camera angles, again, give us a bit different perspective, but, the camera angle that counts is the one on the finish line.
Yes, sir. The only one that counts.
Mm-hmm.
Here they are coming into the finish. There we go, coming into the finish, and we'll get a good camera angle of this. Looks like Eric Dean from Tahiti finishing in first place.
Yep, and coming in.
John Fody in lane 4. And in lane 6 from Aotearoa, Steve Brett.
So for these paddlers, it's none of them that's their first rodeo. They know each other.
Oh, yeah, they all know each other. It's hard to even get warmed up at 500 meters for a lot of these guys.
Yes. So the next lot
Yeah,
heading up.
there's our next sortie.
Again, looks like 8 lanes full. So we get a full race course once again, which is great to see. I guess when you see, I'm looking at a program at the moment and you see 4 heats. Is it 4 heats there?
Correct.
Of this age division. It just shows you how many, mature, experienced paddlers there are out there.
Well, and it's a testament to that this is the kind of sport that you can still be competitive, as you get older and still enjoy the sport.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys, yes, that is Eric Dean and John Fody out there. And if you look at it, if we could replay that start again from back in the studio, if you look, John Fody had a terrible start. Like he almost didn't understand what was going on. If we could hit that replay again, please, I would appreciate. We could kind of see if we can get back to the top of this replay for us. Or guess not. If I say please, will that help?
But yeah, well, I was talking earlier about how important the start is because it's a very short distance. People think 500 metres is a long distance, half a kilometre, but in the racing terms here at the World Championships, it is a short distance. These are sprint races. Our longest race is a 1,500 metres, which we'll see later on today. And so there's our results.
Results in the V1 500 first heat. Eric Dean.
I'm always interested to look at the times too, the finishing times, 2:24.
Yep, John Fody.
Yep, 2:28 there, 2:33.
It's about a half a minute plus faster than the women.
Yes,
in the same,
yeah. And then, the elite men will again be a little bit faster.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
You can see everybody on the beach there.
Yes, that's our finish line tower up there. That's where our high-speed camera is, 250 frames per second, and all the spotters to call out the placements as well. So, yep, they'll be on their toes all the time today.
A very festive atmosphere this morning, despite the rain. Everybody's excited and ready to go. All right, so this is the next heat of the Masters 60-man V1 500. We have from Germany, Thomas Ehlert. From Fiji, Pierre Guyot.
That's a name
Brazil,
that I've heard, yes.
Mauro Dutra. From Brazil, Chile, we have Rodrigo Dominguez, I think. From New Zealand, George Thomas. From the U.S., Gary Hernandez. Yep. Okay, and we just had the start of that race.
There, wait.
Look for Vincent Tupuai in lane 8 from Tahiti. Thank you.
And they're pushing it down that track there.
There we
Down
go.
I
Right
shouldn't
there
say
in-
a track, the race course.
Yeah, right
This
there
water.
in lane 2 from Fiji, Pierre Guyot.
That's where it is on the halfway mark. I love that 250 meter mark because for
Kinda gives
me,
you reference, yeah.
it does. You know, when we're looking right down to the end of the race course, it's very hard to see placements. But once they hit that 250 meter mark, I start to get even more excited.
Halfway there.
And
Here we go.
And you can see who's made the best of the first 250 metres. But it's no use winning the first 250 metres if you don't win the second 250 metres.
Yes. It's not about how you start, it's how you finish.
Yeah.
As was exemplified by John Fody there. Looks like he had a bad start, but what a finish.
You know, and for people that might be watching that aren't versed with the sport, why do they paddle on different sides, a different number of strokes? That's the steering part of things. You've got to be on the side that's going to keep you in as straight a line as possible and keep you going forward as fast as possible.
All right, here they come.
Heading towards
Heat
that
number
finish
2.
line.
Heat number 2. This is race 14.
Oh, they have crossed over there. Again, they'd already crossed over before we got this visual, but we'll have to wait for the results.
Yep. We'll wait for the official results. Some paddlers looked like they were doing good. Was Vincent Tupuai and Pierre Guyot, and from Brazil, Mauro Dutra.
And you can see...
Here we go, a quick recap.
There we go. Again, some even starts there. You can see the two that have been fighting it all the way. They've stuck together down this race course.
Sometimes it's good to have stiff competition next year. It makes you push yourself.
Isn't that the truth? So, it's just, it is an incentive. You say, you shall not pass.
Yeah,
you shall
right.
not pass.
Number 2 looks like he was having some kind of
He had a bit of a
challenge
hiccup there,
yeah.
But it didn't affect him too much.
Yeah, no joke, right? He still was able to win that. So unofficially, those two gentlemen on your right from Fiji in first, and from I think that was
Brazil.
Brazil in third.
Yeah, there we go.
There's our results.
But it looks,
Fiji, Brazil, and Tahiti.
It looks like the rain might be sort of not as clearing. You're from Hawaii.
Don't let it fool you, man. Don't let it fool you. That's a great shot of the breakwater.
Well,
off
we
in
can
distance
see
there.
the breakwater now. There we go.
So that's good. A little bit of visual acuity. Maybe we'll get our drone back up and going. But it definitely is a typical Hilo day. This is how it rolls around here.
And so I've been told many times.
Yeah.
Many times. It is much more
And you
side
know,
of
on
the
this
island.
very same day at this very same time, you could be over in Kona, on the Kona side, not a cloud in the sky, and just be burning alive in the heat and sun, in the lava fields. So, but just different types of beauty, right? All beautiful, just different types.
Absolutely. And people might understand the microclimates that happen in this area and the effects of mountains and
You
stuff.
have every climate on this island. But, hey, coming up right here, this is event number 15, our third heat in the Master 60 men. We have Xavier, pardon me for the names, especially the French ones, Corolier from New Caledonia, Matt Chamberlain from U.S., Marcio Catharino from Brazil, Eric Moisen from Tahiti, Troy Parker-Bailey from Hawaii,
Grant
Barabal from New Zealand, Peter Henney from USA, and Steve
Quilke.
Oh, man, if they had switched,
Rounding up that
quickly. It could have been quickly if you changed a couple of letters there. I hope we didn't pull you away from your duties up there.
Look, race 20, I'll have to head back down.
Okay.
Yep. So
you were looking to me like you were anxious to say something.
I was. I've been pacing at the back
I'm watching you.
Of my team there.
I was like,
oh, shit. Oh, so excuse me. Yeah. Okay, so we've got a white flag out there that's indicating that paddlers come up to the false start line. Red flag means come up to the official start line. There are no verbal prompts at all to any of the paddlers. Black flag is there, which means someone's gone over the start line. I'm just trying to explain this as we go, just in case people at home aren't sure how these races are started.
It's not quite the same as the way the flags work.
It's not like the Olympics either. It's not like the Olympics. This is IVF.
Right.
So the IVF rules, and there we had it. A green flag goes up, indicating a start. I didn't see a black flag when the green flag went up.
Looks good.
So that we'd say that's a clean start and a very even start. If we look at this, that's looking amazing at this moment. They'll sort themselves out as they head up in this first 250 metres. You'll see some paddlers, they have a longer, slower stroke, or other people who will keep that fast stroke rate all the way down. There's different styles, whatever works for that person.
It's still definitely a distance where, much like you see on the gentleman on the right of your screen, kind of head down and going for it the whole way is going to be. You might want to try to catch a few strokes on the opposite side and try to manage steering your canoe, but not letting it come off course too much by paddling on the right.
And that's it.
But you need a break. You got to give, so actually having a really a quick change back and forth between the two sides is a big benefit.
It is. There are some people who can obviously steer the canoe paddling on either side. And on one side they can steer it right or left, it matters not. But it also has an impact on the forward speed. There was a halfway 250 metre mark. Looks like lane number, who's over there? Lane 6 has definitely got the lead.
Yep, that's your
Grant Barabal, is it?
Grant Barabal from New Zealand.
But there's two Tahitians on his tail. And again, this race is not over till it's over. Anything can happen out there on the water.
For sure.
Anything.
For sure.
There we go. But this is a competitive race. This particular heat has some very, very paddlers that are very close together, and it's going to go right down to the finish. And as we start to approach that finish line, it's going to be interesting to see who's made the best of the second 250 metres.
What I like about the way Grant paddles is he looks like he's really engaging his lower body as he paddles.
Yep.
Like he's really driving off. And often with canoe paddling, this part of the secret is what you don't see, what's happening in the lower body inside of the vessel.
Exactly, inside your torso, your core body. And so people say, look at big arms and think, you got to be fast.
No,
it's not about big
necessarily.
arms.
And there you go. It looks like 6, 4, and 5.
That's
maybe
it.
that was
Yeah.
probably. We're gonna go with Grant Baraball from New Zealand,
Unofficial.
Eric Mawson from Tahiti, and Trey Parker Bailey from Hawaii. All unofficial. All unofficial. Yes.
But yeah, some people think, you got big muscles on your arms, so you must be a fast paddler. Not true.
No,
Not
that's
true. There are some world champions who are very slightly built, but they have the technique, timing, and the power to weight ratio to.
Well, they're developing power from their core, which is what a lot of people miss.
And that's it. So the conditions are pretty good out there, Kalei.
Yeah, pretty light. There is still that little breeze coming in from offshore, but it's fairly slight. I mean, look at that red flag is not even moving hardly. I think it's wrapped a little bit, but hardly even moving. Nice finish line there. And so we're going to have a quick replay of the last race. As you had mentioned, a really good start.
Yep, there was quite a bunch of them that got out there early. 250-metre mark again is always indicates to us who's made the best fist of that first part of the race. But
nice performance by Grant Baraball from New Zealand. And, really it seemed like he pushed hard to get out to a real quick start and then just kind of held it.
And hold. And let everyone chase.
He seems like a taller fella.
And he is. He is, the taller people, I guess in a lot of water sports, the taller people have that extra reach, so they may have a slower stroke rate, but their paddle has gone out. Yeah, that's the word. Their paddle is a longer time in the water, and so each stroke actually pulls them forward that little bit extra.
All right, coming up next is event number 16. So we have 47 events today.
We have 44, 47.
I think we're about a third of the way there.
Yeah.
We're about a third of the way there.
I'll jump in about 20 and
okay.
And
yeah, we have a total of getting through the paper here.
47. You're
47.
right.
Yeah,
absolutely right.
Repechage at the end there.
Yep.
All right, exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Looks like our elite women are up next.
Again,
and then it's going to be V12.
Yes.
Elite men V12.
Yes, we've got a fleet of V12s behind us sitting on the shore. And so, the V12s, it's almost like you're talking about engines. Well, we actually are talking about engines.
Yeah.
The engines of Waka.
It's a V6 or V12, all right?
Yeah.
This is our final qualifier for the Masters 60 men, V1 500 meter. In lane 1 will be Lyle Pryor from New Zealand. Lane 2, Jim Underwood from Canada. Lane 3, Roger Baumann from Germany. Lane 4, Mike Matthews from Singapore. Lane 5, the legend Bruce Ayao from Hawaii. Jorge Jr. from Brazil. And Colin McCarthy from Samoa in lane 7. Exciting stuff. First Samoan paddler I've seen out this morning.
So there they are, lined up at the start line, waiting for the flags. That's all that they're waiting for now. They'll hold there. The best breeze for the starts is a slight headwind again.
Just to kind of hold you in place.
Hold you in place, that's it. Whereas a tailwind is pushing you across that start line.
But once you get going, a tailwind's kind of nice.
I know. Certainly, definitely, that's a nice breeze for them at the moment. It's only a slight breeze. Up they come. We don't see the flag boat this time, but here they come up to the start.
And they're going to
line.
definitely want to start, John, on the upwind side of the lane.
Yes. Indeed. Okay, we're not far away.
I'm excited to see that V12. We don't do much of that kind of racing around here.
No. Okay. Again, it adds another dimension to V6 hulls lashed together.
All right, we got Kalo Lalahi coming in on our Facebook page saying, "Go Colin." And Jeff Guy is saying, Famalosi, Colin. Yeah.
Kia ora, Jeff.
All right. Colin McCarthy from Samoa. You got some fans out there, brother. All right. Cecilia Piper is saying thanks for the flag explanations. And mahalo to OPTV. And she's a big fan of yours, John.
Mahalo.
Yes. Man, Colin has got some fans. All right. It's Colin TV right now.
Away they go.
And there we go. That was the start of the men's race. Our last qualifying heat for the V1 500.
Again, we got a bit of a lineup here, it looks like. Maybe lanes 1, 2, and 4 heading out there as we approach this halfway mark. We'll get a better view. But Aotearoa New Zealand looking like in lane 1, and I'm only going by the colours of the shirts. I'm sure that's a Tahitian paddler in there as well. And 2.
Ooh, somebody's out there in 5.
And again, just because of
that's
that
Bruce
camera.
Ayal.
There you go. And he has
Bruce.
definitely got the lead, Bruce. Well done up there. That's the first 250 metres done.
Yep.
And dusted.
But Lyle Pryor is looking good on the inside there as well. So is Jim Underwood from Canada.
Okay, I know Jim, and so he'll be pushing hard from Canada.
Bruce Ayala is a fabulous steersman, and it would serve the logic that he has the feel for something like the V1.
Yes.
You know, just the way that he's used to running his paddle through the water, a real feel for making that canoe move through the water and trying to steer it. Although, again, it does seem like these guys, look at the flags down there, they're down.
Yes.
So they got really light wind, which is a good thing. Bruce got a sizable lead right now.
Most definite, a very sizable lead. Looks like the second and third is Aotearoa Canada. There's our reverse view looking across the shoreline and the spectator bank and all the...
Bruce Ayal comes from a legendary Hawaiian waterman family. In fact, he lives here on Hawaii Island, but on the Kona Coast side of it. Congratulations, Brother Bruce. And in second place, Lyle Pryor from New Zealand.
And Jim
in
Underwood.
third, Jim Underwood from Canada. Unofficially, of course.
But I think we're pretty safe with calling that one. It's when they're so close together.
you know, my buddy John here next to me, he's got a shirt on that says official. I'm going to get a shirt that says unofficial. Because everything I say don't really count until those guys call it out.
So true. I hadn't even thought about that one.
Here's a replay of this race. The men putting in some work. A good shot of how Bruce was able to jump out to a lead there.
Yeah, and it's it might be a psychological thing, but it seems easier to hold a lead than it is to chase someone that's in the lead.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, and the third part of that would be there's no kind of brain damage like the guy that came from behind you and beat you. That's the third part of that. There we go. So I guess we're getting official results.
Those are official results.
Yeah. Bruce Ayal, Lyle Pryor, Jim Underwood. Congratulations, gentlemen. That is our last qualifier in the V1 500 meter Masters 60 men. Bruce is the steersman for the that Nakua Kona 50 plus crew that's been having a lot of success lately.
Fantastic.
They've been pretty much, at least here locally in Hawaii paddling and last year at Catalina and stuff, they've been definitely taking their division in the 50s. Not only that, they've been giving the open hard rubs, as we like to say
and
here.
And being very successful in their travels around the world. Yeah. So we're not too far away. Oh, here we go. We've got there the elite woman. V6, 500 metres. They're down there at the start line already, again, because there was a V1 race in between, so they're not far away from a start out there as they start heading up there. We've got Hawaii in lane number 1, lane number 2, Singapore, lane 3, Brazil, lane 4, Wallace and Fortuna, should I say, lane 5, Chile at 1, lane 6, Canada, and that's the lineup for this race, so it'll be interesting. This is elite woman.
That's my new favorite, Wallace and Fortuna.
Yep.
I just think it's so cool. that, their population base, I was just looking on Wikipedia because I had to educate myself. And their population base, I think, was 12 or 13,000, something like that. And to be able to compete at this level, on this stage, you can imagine paddling is the thing down there. It's probably like paddling and fishing,
And
the two go hand in hand.
And you're right. We think about some of the smaller nations, and you have Rapa Nui and here as well. And again,
they're doing great.
They love the waka. They're doing great. They're fantastic. So you can see there. I think we have a red flag flying there. So they've been called up to the official start line. And a green flag, no black flag there. Kala'i. And it's a clean start across this race course. As you can see, they put in those big ones. Every crew will have their own different starting sequence as such as how they like to do their starts. And so, each team, even if it has changes of personnel in the team, they might even change that start process a little bit from there. So here we go.
Looks like we got a little bit of a conflict there. A little bit of a hookup between these two.
It is. That's drama. I call that drama on the water.
4 and 5. That is Singapore and Hawaii. Looks like
a bit of a steering.
Bit of a clash.
Yes. That is big drama out there on the water. Big
drama, especially with a strong crew like Hawaii. In lane 1, that is New Zealand. They're looking very strong. Ooh, lane 6, Brazil. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Sorry. Correction. All right, here we go. That was Hawaii in lane 1. Singapore in lane 2. Brazil lane 3. This is Hawaii right here. Elite women.
For me, always I wait for that 250-meter mark just to give us a very definitive viewpoint of who's made the best of that first 250 meters.
On the outside there in lane 6, that is Canada. Looks like
lane 3 down here.
Brazil in lane 3, just outside of them, Wallace and Fortuna.
And lane 5 are up there or thereabouts too, I think it is.
Lane 5 is Chile.
And again, we're seeing nations improve. And new nations that maybe, not new, but more recent to the sport. And coming in and starting and improving all day. Here we come.
Here comes our finish.
Oh, it's down here. It's
lane number 1, Hawaii. And lane, would that be 3, I think? Lane
4, I think it is. It's lane 4.
Lane 3 in Brazil and lane 4.
4 came second, I think, over there. I know it was lane 5, even I see 4 coming in. Again, it's sort of hard for us to see the numbers, so do forgive us, bear with us.
It might have even been Canada out there in lane 6.
I can always use the excuse. I haven't got my glasses on.
Yeah. and mind you, folks, he doesn't wear glasses.
Alrighty.
But it did, I think we were definitively able to call Hawaii, though.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a start recency again.
A little bit of a conflict here between, it looks like
4
and 5. That would be Wallace and Fortuna in Chile. Oh, that's big drama. It
is. And we do have, protest and appeal processes.
So lane 1, lane 3, and on the outside, I want to say,
against Hatisi.
That might have been 6 red in Canada.
We might get the results graphic come up shortly just to confirm those placings.
So when we give you the times and results that you're going to see on your screen, those are from the official staff.
It is.
So that's not me and John giving it our best.
I forgot to stop my stopwatch. Yeah. But yes, that'll come directly from official timing.
You see this lady in the bottom of your screen? You can tell she's from Hilo. She's just wearing a T-shirt, and the rain don't bother her none. Look at her. She's just swinging her bag.
She's happy.
Strolling up. The other way you can tell she's from Hawaii, see on her, she's got a whole bunch of bracelets on. All her Hawaiian bracelets there on her wrist. Half of them say ku'uipo, which means sweetheart.
There we go.
Yep, and her big aloha T-shirt.
And she's having a good day.
Yep. All right, here we go. That was it was Canada on the outside there in second place. So Hawaii with time of 2 minutes, 9 seconds in first. Canada in second with 2:11, and right behind them, Brazil, each spaced out 2 seconds apart. Very competitive race, John.
Yep.
2 seconds, hey man, you can, just like you see in practice, every time you're lining up, you can shed 2 seconds pretty quick.
And they'll come back onto the short. They'll have a debrief. They'll talk about they'll review their whole race, what worked well, what they may feel didn't work well. Think about how they can improve in the next one. It's.
But again, like you mentioned, not having a good start could be 2 seconds right there.
Absolutely. Right? It may be 0.5 of a second at the start, but that can translate over the course of the race to 2 seconds. Okay, we have up there our next race on the water. It's race number 18. It's Elite Woman V6 500 metres. Again, it is a champion teams out there. Lane 1, USA. In lane number 2, Australia. Tahiti is in 3. Germany in 4. Aotearoa, New Zealand in 5. Lane 6, we have France. Lane 7 and 8, they're not being used in this particular heat. So we are looking at that lineup down at the start line. Who'll be next up on the water?
I really have been enjoying watching the starts of the Tahitian teams. I think they're really good at paddling quickly. It's one thing I noticed, like from years ago. Man, those Tahitians, they know how to get a real quick dig and get out of the hole fast. Fast.
And you're right. And there have been crews that have tried to copy it, to imitate it. They say imitation is the biggest form of flattery, so to speak. Sir. And there is a crew in Aotearoa, New Zealand, who seems to have mastered it pretty well at the moment. And you'll see them later in the club championships. That they have those first 4 sets. It's just like tap, 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 tap. But does it get them going? And so it's very much a Tahitian style. I think you're right. Well,
I think to play that game, you've got to have the fitness behind you. Like, I've been lucky enough to watch over the years Shell Va'a, for instance, win Molokai Hoi so many times, and their stroke rate was much faster than anybody else, right? And the times that they did lose was to other crews with much slower stroke rates, right? It was kind of interesting. But I've seen crews try to replicate what Shell Va'a was doing, and they simply didn't have the fitness. Because as soon as you are so burnt, if you're trying so hard and you're exhausted trying to keep a certain stroke rate, and, maybe 1 and 2 can keep it or whatever, but if 3, 4, 5 or whatever it is, even one person out in the boat can't keep it, all the timing falls apart, and now you're just working harder with a less of a result.
That's it. We talked yesterday about the role that every seat has, and the seat 6 is a very responsible role. The steerer, the captain, and everything. Like I said, we talked about it yesterday about them being the counsellor, the coach, the enforcer, so to speak. So they get a feel for what's happening in their waka. And if something's not working, they say you can't keep doing the same thing over and over and expect a different result. So if it's not working, sometimes you have to change mid-race.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. But it's interesting, like, I've seen, like you talked about, copying is a sincerest form of flattery.
Oh, yes.
I've seen them try to copy, and you cannot. Because, Shell Va'a is running up the mountain every morning and then going paddling in the afternoon. Well, whatever they do. But it's going to be interesting to see their starts coming off of this. Even especially in the V12, that's going to be cool.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to that as I see them being loaded into the water at the moment. So they'll be on the water in the not-too-distant future. In fact, it's probably me. I've got to head off on race number 20.
Okay.
And so what are we up to now? We are on...
20 is going to be the para.
Yes, I'd like to head down for them and support them as well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So we'll get through these elite races.
Elite women, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, was able to get that coffee, at least half of it down my throat, and the other half on my shorts. So it's okay. Yep. That is a nice day of racing. The water's not too cold. It's not blowing too hard. It's overcast with a slight drizzle. I mean, most people would think, oh, but it's not your typical tourist-loving Hawaiian day. If you ask me, this is more fun.
Yeah.
It's better for the paddler, especially how many days they're going to be racing. You know?
Absolutely. It's not what you'd see on the postcard is per se. So, but the conditions for paddling, this is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. The breeze is light. It's not too hot.
Yep. Just see a bunch of those V12 paddlers.
Yes, they're loading
their way.
They're loading them into the water. So you can see our next race on the water. It is out there. The race number 17, Elite Woman V6 500 meters, heat number 1 of 2 heats there. Hawaii in lane number 1, in 2, Singapore in 3, Brazil in 4, it is Wallace and Fortuna. In lane number 5 is Chile, in lane number 6, Canada. That's how they're lining up down at that far end of this race course that you can see in the distance there. So if you count out from the sides, yep. And you can see the V12s heading off there, heading up to the start line also. Okay, it might be just a.
Yep. Okay, great. Again, aloha to everyone. Aloha to everyone logging on in our Ocean Paddler Facebook page. Stoked to have you with us. We're looking forward to getting all of your comments. Okay, we're going to have the start of this race. And I believe this is event number 18.
It is indeed. So let me just tell you who's out there on the race course at the moment. I made a mistake before, so my apologies. In lane number, it's race number 18, the Elite Woman W6 500 meter heat number 2. In lane 1, it's USA. In lane number 2, it's Australia. In lane number 3, Tahiti. In lane number 4, Germany. In lane number 5, New Zealand, Aotearoa. In lane number 6, it is France. That's how I talk out when I'm on the race course.
Wow, man, did you hear that? Talk about getting a quick start and getting out the hole. That was it right there, brother.
We have on the screen there lane 3, 5, and 6 there. Lane 3, like I said, out there is Tahiti. In lane number 5, it is Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane number 6, France, and they're looking pretty close together. France up there. France is looking like they're putting in a great effort also. On the far side there, we have out there, France is there, Aotearoa, New Zealand. There also Tahiti in the graphic, as you can see. Tahiti in the front. Oh, I start to get excited.
Ooh,
my heart
boy.
starts to race
there. There they go.
Okay.
Look at those ladies going at it. Aotearoa looking strong. Nice stroke.
Lane number 1, USA there in the picture for a little while there, but it seems that at the front of this race, at this moment in time, it is certainly Tahiti had the lead at the 250-metre mark, and Aotearoa, New Zealand inside them. In lane number 5 was second, but again, this race isn't over till it's over, but they've got that lead.
Beautiful big bite from that crew from Tahiti. Lane 3, man, they are going at it. USA looking strong. Their stroker has got a nice drive, and is that Australia right next to them in
it is
lane
indeed.
2? But we're looking to see coming out of the left part of your screen, that is our ladies from Aotearoa, New Zealand, who are having a great race as well. So don't be fooled by this camera angle. It's all in the paddling, and there we go. Aotearoa and Tahiti going at it. Looks like Tahiti pulling ever so slightly ahead. Beautiful finish from both those crews. Tahiti able to hold off New Zealand in the end there. So that was Tahiti in lane 3, New Zealand in lane 5. First and second place. Congratulations. And, man, that was some nice paddling, brother.
That's some nice paddling. That's what we're expecting. That's why I look forward to finals. And so, don't get me wrong, the heats are amazing. I love seeing everyone out there. But, the closer that the heats are, that means that the finals are going to be even closer.
Sir. Yes, sir. So we'll hold on to John for the start of the next race, and then he's going to go back down and do his official duties. Not his unofficial duties up here. And he's going to be on the mic pumping the crowd up, so he's getting the beach on their feet for the rest of the day. But great to have you with us. But another replay on this. USA in lane 1. Look for Tahiti in lane 3. There's our ladies from Aotearoa in black. Beautiful, nice big stretch. Nice drive through that canoe. Look at that, John.
That's amazing,
Seat 2 has a beautiful stroke.
And you can compare, when they're side by side, you can have a quick comparison about the stroke rate and also the technique. There might be very fine differences in technique, or sometimes there's quite obvious differences in technique.
I have noticed over time, though, when you look at the crews that are
successful,
winning, the winning crews, there's typically not a huge difference in what they're doing, It's no secret. I mean, it ain't easy. You just follow what they're doing, and it's easier said than done. But there's no secret to being a quick paddler.
True. And look at this. This is the first
this
of our
exciting.
V12s.
I'm kind of excited about this, John. This is V12. We don't get too much of this here in the islands. So this is the elite men V12 500 meter. Lane 1, we have Brazil. Lane 2, Australia. Lane 3, Tahiti. Lane 4, USA. And lane 5, Canada. This is event number 19. So towards the end of this race, our good friend John will head off into the sunset, and maybe we'll catch him a little later on.
Yep. 4 season.
But really, I mean, you can tell I enjoy doing this a lot more when there's somebody like yourself here to kind of work with. So mahalo for
and there you have
pumping me up before you go out there and pump everybody up. Good old John's it's like drinking a Monster when you hang out with him. Just gets you uplifted, brother. There we go. Brazil, Australia, Tahiti, the U.S., and Canada in 5 lanes. This is a V12 500 meters. So this is fast, furious power. I mean, this is like this V12 with these elite men. This is like paddling on steroids right here.
I call this the drag race.
The drag race. Yes,
this
sir.
Is a
and
drag
here we
race.
go. We got a green flag.
And we have a start in the drag race. Look at that. 12 testosterone-filled men.
Yes, sir.
Hitting this race course. And look at that start. That's pretty even start. And again, you have to have that synchronization between 2 crews side by side. It's 2
There's our
different hulls.
Canadians in lane 5 right there.
Okay.
Looking good. We have, I think that's Brazil on the inside right next to
That'd be right.
yellow and green, which
Australia.
would be Australia. Yep. And just outside of them, that would be Tahiti. Then the U.S. There's Tahiti right there. Look at that.
Canada
Boom.
in lane 5.
Beautiful.
And look at it. You got to be synchronized.
Wow.
Look at it. You just
Holy mackerel.
And look at the changes.
Folks, from 2 old fellas who've been watching this sport for a while,
That's
some beautiful stuff.
It is a beautiful sight to see. And so that's the first 250 metres done. And this drag race, as they push up, there's no let up. If you're thinking that they go into any
here
cruise
comes Australia.
stage. And so, again, look at that graphic. That is beautiful. Tahiti definitely have the lead out there. Canada are looking good too. Mm-hmm. Australia, also Brazil, is it on the far side there? And so, again, we can see who's got the lead definitely. But, again, for the next placings, we'll have to wait and see.
And if the 2 crews are, the 2 different hulls are not in sync, you can really see it's starting to yaw back and forth, and you get a lot of movement and vibration between the hulls.
And you hear creaking sounds on the ama.
Yeah.
As it's
imagine
flexing.
those Yako are held down to the Vi with only ratchet straps. Look at that. Whoo, that is beautiful stuff.
They just went across there.
Aotearoa.
Who gets those other places again? It's hard to see from this vision.
Yep, looks like it was Brazil and Australia, perhaps.
Perhaps.
The two teams in yellow on the foreground were definitely going at it. Yep.
Yeah, but
we're going to get a replay in a moment here, but definitely in first place it was Tahiti.
Yeah, most definitely. But you're right about what you were saying. If you get any slightly out of time, you get that flexing of the kiato where they're joined together, and it's not a good thing to happen. And it certainly affects your forwards motion.
Here we go with a little replay.
Nice.
Boom, out of the hole. Look at that. Digging themselves up, getting those hulls up and moving. Canada right there. USA just inside of them in lane 4. And here come the Tahitians. That stroker seemed to look over at the other crews and like this, fellas, like this.
And there we had it. So
beautiful paddling. I want to say
finished.
Definitely Brazil in second.
And Australia, I think. Yep. I think that's how they'll finish officially, but that graphic will come up too shortly.
I know you've got to go. Thank you, my friend, for joining me.
Pleasure.
I'm going to see you later. Hey, this is just the beginning of the week. We're going to spend some time, all right?
Once again, absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Kaki to everyone.
All right, beautiful. Under 2 minutes there. Tahiti finishing in a minute 48. Brazil just 1 second behind them, and Australia another 3-4 seconds behind that, but some amazing paddling from these elite men in the V12. We have a quick break in our paddling, and we're going to have the elite para mixed V6 500 meter. Sure. All right, from a slightly drizzly Hilo Bay, another great day of racing here for the IVF 2024 World Sprints. It is on. Today is all of our elite racing, and coming up next, we're going to have a special event, our para mixed V6 500. Coming up right after this message, and a big mahalo out to our sponsors. Folks, we'll be right back.
The 2024 IVF World Sprint Championships from Hilo, Hawaii are brought to you by the Hawaii Tourism Authority, Are Outrigger World Canoes, Par Hawaii and Hele, Apo Rec Kusachi Attorneys at Law, Hawaiian Airlines, Outrigger Zone, and made possible by the International Va'a Federation, the Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association, the County of Hawaii Island, and Ocean Paddler TV. The 2024 Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association State Regatta Championships are brought to you by Par Hawaii and Hele. Save 25 cents a gallon with Kama Aina rewards. The Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association and by Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to making outrigger canoe paddling a spectator sport.
Many paddlers have a hard time strength training consistently, even though we know that it's valuable. That's why I started Sherry Strength online classes 4 years ago, and they're still going strong. Learn more at sherrystrength.ca.
If you're going to be hiking in a place where you're unsure if it's safe or legal to access, make sure you consult with a local guide that has a lot of experience. This island is an incredibly rugged, raw, and beautiful place. It's always important to be vigilant about safety of yourself and your loved ones.
Bon, moi personnellement, hein, depuis le début, depuis que j'ai essayé la montagne, je me suis bien senti dessus. Hein, et puis par rapport à ces différentes phases, hein, tu peux ramener n'importe quel coup, surtout aussi dans n'importe quel plan d'eau, on va dire, hein, adaptable, tout plan d'eau, dans le calme, dans la montée, dans le surf de côté, maniable. Ben, pour moi, elle est simple hein, et facile à ramener.
Aloha, gang, and welcome back to Hilo Bay, here for our Ocean Paddler live coverage of the IVF, International Va'a Federation World Sprints, happening here in beautiful, sunny Hilo Bay. Okay, just joking. That's not fog. That's just some light raindrops, making sure that everybody stays cool and well hydrated. But we're having a great morning of racing on the first day of actual racing here for the IVF World Sprints. And again, we are live on Facebook. You can find us Facebook for Ocean Paddler, for the International Va'a Federation, and for the Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association. And you can also find us in on your YouTube that you could put on your TV at home on Ocean Paddler's YouTube page. Coming up right here, we have our Elite Para Mixed V6 500. These are all folks that have some kind of physical disability, maybe something that they're born with or that has happened over time to them, and they are certainly not letting it get in their way when it comes to paddling. So this Elite Para Mixed, we're so stoked to have this inspirational group out here showing us how to get it done no matter what is in your way. So this is event number 20 of 47 events we're going to be having today. Event number 20, in lane 1, it's going to be New Zealand, Aotearoa. Lane 2, Hawaii. Lane 3, Tahiti. And lane 4, another crew from Hawaii. In lane 2, that is Kama'amamalahoe Canoe Club, Pure Light Racing, sponsoring their team. And in lane 4, that is Keaukaha, Never Give Up. That's the gang from here on the Big Island. And what you're seeing is the V12s going up. They're going to be the next heat of V12 men happening in race number 21. Just confirming we got the paras, right? That's the paras you're showing on the screen right now. That what you're seeing on your screen right now is our group of para paddlers making their way up to the starting line. Again, this is four crews in this heat for the para paddlers. Basically, paddlers with some sort of physical limitation or disability, whether they're born with it or it's come as a result of an injury they've sustained in their life. But the great part about them is they haven't let it hold them back from being able to participate in their ocean sports they love, like paddling. And so paddling has been a great outlet for a lot of these folks to be able to be active and be part of a team sport and get out in the water. And so, again, very inspirational and very competitive. They are out there giving their 110%, trying to do their best in their category. So a big mahalo to all of our para paddlers and their team that makes it possible for them to be here. Want to send a shout out to my girl Shelly Spencer. She's watching us live on the Facebook feed. She says she's going to be coming down later. Miss you, sis. Look forward to spending some time. We have so many of our friends and family, even right here in Hilo, that may be hanging out at their hotel room or their Airbnb. They're going to be coming out later to the beach. They're kind of watching what's going on. We have folks all over the world tuning in, trying to watch their friends and family because they weren't able to make it all the way to Hawaii. We even have folks right here on the beach looking on their phones, getting some different angles of the race course that we're able to provide with our cameras. And so it's great to be able to provide this opportunity for all of our friends and family that love paddling to be able to support and view their friends and family out here racing. So mahalo for your support, everyone back there. And you can be certain that these paddlers out here giving it their all. All right. Again, coming up, this is the para. 4 crews in this one. We have New Zealand, Tahiti in lane 3, and 2 crews from Hawaii in lanes 2 and 4. New Zealand there in black, and I believe we're just holding on a moment. We're getting our Tahiti crews up here. And despite all of this rain that you're seeing here in Hilo, I'm getting the report that it's sunny and hot as hell in Kona town. So it could be, pick your poison. It's either going to be a little rainy or Africa hot. So if you're out there paddling, sometimes a little bit of rain is nice. All right, getting ready for the start of our para heat here with these 4 crews. And coming up next, we're right back to the Elite Men's V12. Again, we're going to be watching our Facebook feed for any commentary that you folks might have. Anything you want to add to this? All right, and they're off. In lane 1, that's New Zealand. There they go. There's our para mixed paddlers. In lane 3, that is Tahiti. Elite para mixed crews here. And there they go. The Tahitians are looking great in the para mix. In lane 1, New Zealand. They look like they're at the halfway point. Nice work from this gang. This is para paddlers that are paddling in a mixed race. Nice work, gang. Here they come. Coming to the finish line, looks like Tahiti in first place in lane 3. All right, nice work from our gang from New Zealand as well, coming in second place. And rounding out, it's the 2 Here comes Hawaii coming in. We have Ronnie Rai Fatau saying, Imoa Ma'ohinui from Tahiti. And we're down. Alex, can you hear me? Alex. Check, check, test. Okay. Okay, but you want me to just talk about what's coming up next? I am now. Yep. All right, folks. Real quick, we have having some power issues here, likely due to the rain that we're experiencing here in Hilo. We're going to take a quick break, see if we can reset things here in the studio. But again, that was our Elite Para Mix. Looked like it was Tahiti in first, New Zealand in second, and coming up is the Elite V12 500, Wallace and Fortuna, New Zealand, Singapore, and Hawaii. Coming right up. We'll be right back with our continued coverage of the 2024 IVF World Sprints from Hilo Bay, Hawaii, right after this.
The 2024 IVF World Sprint Championships from Hilo, Hawaii are brought to you by the Hawaii Tourism Authority, Are Outrigger World Canoes, Par Hawaii and Hele, Apo Rek Kusachi, Attorneys at Law, Hawaiian Airlines, Outrigger Zone, and made possible by the International Va'a Federation, the Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association, the County of Hawaii Island, and Ocean Paddler TV.
It's important for visitors who do come to the island of Hawaii to remember that you're in somebody's home. Everything is alive and everything should be treated with reverence and respect, and I think that that's the best way to enjoy it.
When you're here in Hawaii, you have to think about it from a Hawaiian perspective.
We want our visitors to learn from the people that live here
and share that with their community and family,
and come back again with a better understanding on their next visit.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
I'm back, Alex, and I'm going to bring Micah. On that one I am now. It's me and Micah, right? If you want to speak where he's not on the, you gotta press that button.
This one, yeah? Okay.
If you want to speak, but not be
Yeah, okay.
All right, welcome back. Thank you for bearing with us through our transition of those technical difficulties, but it looks like we're back up. We have power again, and it's always good to have the power. And speaking of having the power, I'm lucky to have my man Micah Kalama joining me in studio right now. Thank you for making time in the midst of all your official duties here to come in and share studio time with us. We're stoked to have you here, Micah. How's it going?
It's going. We're definitely day one is started off really well. I know we were a little delayed. We had some rain, and of course we just want to make sure everything is proper. Everything is all set up accurately, and this gives every racer the opportunity to race the vessels to its standard. So that's the main.
Everything
thing.
is fair.
Exactly.
Right. That's the main thing. I think people, more important than being a little punctual is to making sure that the course is fair, the vessels are fair, everybody knows where they're supposed to be, when they're supposed to be, and so, to get those little things ironed out on the morning of day one, totally understandable. But, Micah, it really looks to me like the event's coming off really efficiently, really clean, and it's like humming right along here.
It's going awesome. I mean, you're seeing incredible races. We've had the V1, the V6, and the V12 already in operation. So right now we're just watching as each heat starts progressing. And currently right now we just saw a really good V12 heat just recently. So that was really exciting. I don't know if you saw that finish, but 1, 2, and 3 was
that
awesome.
is very, very exciting. And now we have John down over there hollering out to the crowd on the beach, and so it's going to get only more exciting. But yes, there have been some great races happening all day today. I really love some of the V1 stuff. I kind of am a big fan of the V12. I think there's a whole nother dynamic there, like we were talking about just a moment ago off screen, how you can have the 6 guys paddling in sync. But if they're not in sync with the other 6 guys, now this dual-hulled vessel is kind of the two sides are fighting each other.
Right.
That can't be good.
It's like they're jockeying itself rather than actually, their competitors. So definitely being in sync on the V12 is super important, and I think just closing that finish is making difference for a few of these crews and countries. So really exciting to see the V12. I think I've been fortunate enough to paddle in some of the V12. But absolutely, paddling together is more important.
Yeah.
Now there's 11 others and yourself. So
yeah, it's really one thing to paddle in sync with everybody who's straight in front and back of you, but now you got to kind of side-eye the guy on the other side. And there were a couple crews you could almost see that the hull, they look like they're in sync, but the hulls are moving. And then there was a Tahitians where it was like somebody was holding a mirror behind the first crew.
Right?
It was so perfect.
I know from the side angle, it looked like every single person and every stroke was identical, and that definitely paid off. You could see they ran away with that first heat, and really exciting to see, and I'm excited for the final. The final is going to be an awesome battle. I mean, you saw that last race, which was great.
So we have another race happening out there right now. This is the first of our V6 1,000-meter races, okay? So this is the first 1,000-meter race we've had today. We just finished up our last of the men's elite V12, but right now we're going into the elite junior women 1,000-meter, and so that's what you're seeing on your screen right here. In lane 5, of course, that is Tahiti. Right next to them in lane 4, New Zealand. And they are doing a 1,000-meter race in the V6. So now this will be our first turn of the sprints. Micah, what do you see?
So it looks like Tahiti came in first into the turn, and right behind them was New Zealand.
No!
They buried the first flag. If it doesn't peel, they might be able to. They might be able to hold that.
Reverse off of it.
It actually looked like it didn't touch the water, so I'm assuming they might have cleared that. We'll see.
Nope.
It looked like it went underneath the Yaku's there, but currently right now you see Tahiti made that turn. You also had inside lane. It looks like Chile, the U.S., and the Cook Island. So this is the challenge, is the turns. At this point in time, they have to turn the vessel around the flags, and the goal is not to bury the flag. And it looks like you might have seen that lane 4 bury that flag. But outside, lane 5 is pulling away with this one, and inside is lane 1.
Unfortunate. Talk about taking the wind out of your sails. I've had a similar experience, and it is, man, it's a sinking feeling. But these canoes are notoriously challenging in the turn.
They are.
And so these young ladies are doing their best right now. Just junior women, V6 1,000 meter.
So these turns are currently 250 meters apart, these flags. So it'd be 3 turns total. So they're coming in for they're coming in for their second turn right here is Tahiti. Very good angle. Looks like they have that wide approach. You can see number 1 is unin in the front. They're basically keeling in the front. 2 is reaching out. 5 is reaching out to bring the end over. And 6 is just backpedaling and just kind of bringing that end around.
And so, Mike, a little bit different from what we experience here in Hawaii sprint race paddling is you not only have to turn around the flag and not bury it, right?
Right.
Not interfere with the flag, but you also have to stay in your your half of this perceived lane.
Correct.
And that's something that doesn't happen in Hawaii paddling.
It doesn't. I mean, we do have a middle buoy that kind of allows you to. It's more or less of a guideline, and as long as you're not interfering with the other crew, you won't be penalized. But currently, if you do go outside of that orange buoy, you will get disqualified, unfortunately. So there's definitely an elite sense of competition here.
Yeah.
And so it's exciting to watch.
You have to stay in your half of that lane.
Correct.
So you don't have the full space between the flags.
You don't, and
because the flag marks the center of each lane, right?
Correct. And then that orange buoy just basically is that midline, and that's the one you cannot pass. So you can see it right there, and right as they're passing, that's going to be their 25-meter buoy coming into that turn.
Okay, Tahiti going in for another turn here.
Final.
What's interesting, though, that you don't see too much in Hawaii paddling is that 3 and 4 are either back paddling, not paddling,
right,
or even like here, they're just kind of waiting because that canoe really has to pivot. Then you look at number 5. In Hawaii paddling, you don't see 5 helping the steersman very much, but here you need to. This Matahina canoe is it's a great canoe when you're going in a straight line or surfing downwind or anything like that. It's just not quite designed to turn as easily as, let's say, like a Bradley Lightning.
That's correct.
Or a Koa canoe.
That's correct. I mean, you're looking at these Matahinas at about 44 foot in length. They carry a very predominant V throughout the entire canoe, and it's not like the Bradleys or Hawaiian canoes that have a nice rocker in there that allow you to spin. And so definitely you're utilizing every paddler in your canoe to bring that turn around.
And it really seems like, in Hawaii paddling, you can almost come into the turn real gradual, and then it's kind of like drifting a car, like one of those Asian cars that they drift around corners. You can drift that back half of it around and kind of keep the momentum of your crew if you got a good crew.
Very true.
And here come the Tahitians in for the finish. Hey, Tahiti junior women, first place. I'll tell you what, in second place, we're going to see how that they're not celebrating there, you could tell.
Definitely put in a really good race, just solid finish irregardless. I mean,
yes.
We don't know the specifications until the flags come up on the race course, depending on the escort boats. But currently...
What is the penalty if you bury a flag? Is it disqualification?
It's currently disqualification, as well as being outside of your lane. It is also a disqualification. So very strict rules, which allows more for that precise competitiveness and makes you stay within those boundaries. And lane 1, that was going to be Chile. Looks like the Chile women. And lane 2, we have USA Outrigger Racing Canoe Association coming across that line. Very strong finishes by all of these elite junior women.
Again, a nice shot down the beach there. You can see in the foreground, that's all of our official kokua crew, as we say, our helpers. They're in the orange vest. They're making sure that the canoes are getting in and out of the water. And man, look at that. You see this guy on the left in the hat?
Yeah.
With the big,
the bucket hat.
Bucket hat. That dude has been there all morning. He's been in the water for probably 4 hours now. and he's not trying to stay waist deep. He's embracing it. He's all in, this guy.
No, I as soon as I showed up, I got here pretty early. I was here about 5:30 in the morning, just checking on a few things. But moment we put the first canoe in, Uncle was right inside.
Uncle is right there. All right, looks like our camera in studio is back up, and hey, there we are looking into the camera here. How's it? Kalai Miller here with my buddy Micah Kalama, and we're trying to bring you the play-by-play from right here on the beach at Hilo Bay. This is 2024 IVF World Sprint. So, folks, it's been a great morning of racing. We're trying to close in on the halfway point of this day of racing, and it's day one. These are the elite sprints. For the first 2 days, it's going to be all elite, right?
That's correct.
Right.
First 2 days is all elite, and this is where you see a lot of that competitiveness, especially when we're coming into the finals. So it's going to be really exciting for us to see how the elites fare out, and I think see a lot of these juniors. I was excited to watch some of these junior paddlers. They're just
these
impressive.
up-and-comers are fast, bro. These up-and-comers are fast. So it's neat to see a first day of racing. We've had some men's and women's 60-plus V1 stuff, which was pretty cool. Great to see some of my favorites, like Bruce Ayao up there. Bruce was, oh, God, he's so smooth, man. That guy's just good at everything in the water. It's awe-inspiring for sure. And some amazing performances by, of course, the big dogs, Tahiti, New Zealand. Hawaii's been doing a great job. I saw a great race by the men from Wallace and Futuna.
Oh, I did.
I
saw that.
I was like, wow, that's inspiring when you really think about how many paddlers they might actually have from where they're from. Not that many, and these guys are hammers. So I was excited to see it. They're like my new hometown favorite, those guys. And so, Micah, we're maybe halfway through this deal. We have, I think, 47 races in the book to get through today.
Correct.
And I believe we're in the low 20s. So right about the halfway point. And, hey, not doing too bad, bro. It's not even lunch o'clock yet. And we're halfway through, so we're pretty much on time. I noticed, and it's not a dig on anybody, but, compared to some of the stuff you see in regular Hawaii sprint racing where it may be a little more relaxed.
Right.
Clubs, everybody know each other. Man, this is super duper organized. It's super organized.
It is. I mean, this is the Olympics of paddling, if you will, for all of these countries to come and fly here to Hilo, right in Hilo One Bay, and just enjoy our Hawaiian hospitality, but more importantly, just a lot of hands and effort that got put into making this event possible. And we have a lot of people on deck that are just trying to step forward and help and make sure that everything is running smoothly. But this is an awesome start. I mean, we're close to halfway through, and in regular Hawaii Okra regattas, for example, we have just about 46 events or so, and it takes us somewhere from basically 8 in the morning, all the way to about 5 to 6 p.m. So this will be a long day for all of our Kokua helpers and just everyone, and we've got 8 more days of this.
Stop reminding me. But really, I think it's neat to see how, paddlers are called up by announcers. They stage in one tent.
Right.
And then they come forward toward the beach. They stage in another tent. Then they're finally released to go and get their VA. But it's super organized.
Right.
Would you be able to explain to folks at home what they go through to get from being just showing up to getting in the VA and actually racing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, currently right now, just thinking about waking up in the morning, depending on when your heat was. But if we were going, say, your second, third heat out of the day, you definitely want to get here early because, one, parking is definitely filling up, and it's already busy.
One quick second. We're just going to jump in here. This is event number 24. This is the Masters 80 Men V1 250 meters, and that in itself is impressive. These guys are 80-plus years old. So we have from Canada, Stan Makasek, Michael O'Shaughnessy from Hawaii in lane 2, Brian Neal from Canada, lane 3, Andy Toro from USA, lane 4, Theo Vale from New Zealand in lane 5, Luis Ricardo Coelho from Brazil in lane 6, and also from Hawaii. Oh, yes. Uncle Gaylord Wilcox.
Mr. Wilcox.
All right. I never quite get on the trust fund list. Pretty
soon.
But man, this guy is like a machine. He just keeps on going.
Yeah.
Uncle Gaylord.
Keeps on going, keeps on giving, and just what an incredible person.
Yeah, he's been a big part of the IVF over time.
Absolutely. But let's go back. Before this race gets started, I think the question basically is what does it take to actually, before you get in a canoe? So what happens is you get a first call, and your first call is to actually report to a check-in tent right before you enter. And what they're doing is they're checking for the representatives and making sure that each member, whether it's a V1 or the V6 or the V12, is present. And what they do is they let you in by country. So they might give a roll call, start off with, say, Canada. They're going to count for the 6 for the V6, and they'll let them through. Then they go into like a staging area. They should have their IDs on them as well, and badges. And they do get a crew check. And then they go into a holding area before they actually get into their va'a. So they hold there until the race that's currently on the course finishes. And then they go on standby. And then once the other racers go out to the course, which is the second set of groups, then they'll get to stand by on their canoe.
It's a lot, but it's almost, to have this thing happen in a timely manner, it's necessary.
Yes, right? Yes, absolutely. So currently it looks like we have...
we're going to be one back. So I think the graphic we have earlier was one race ahead. So we're looking at race number 23. This is Elite Junior Women.
Correct.
V6 1000. Again, watching the turns. In lane 1, Brazil. 2, Rapa Nui. 3, Australia. And 4, Hawaii, represented by these young ladies. This is a 1,000-meter race, 3 turns on a 250-meter track. Yes?
Yep, that's correct. So it looks like we saw the first heat of the Elite Junior Women previously. And here we go. They're in the staged area, so they're basically floating up to the start line, which is the smaller flags. The big flags in the back are basically the loading line for the boats. And it looks like they're all set up. They're all staged in the right area. And looks like 1, 2, 3, and 4 are going to get ready to go. Again, this is your 1,000-meter women's elite junior. 3 turns.
So in the foreground there, that's Brazil. Rapa Nui right behind them in the red and white. Just outside of that, in the yellow and green, is Australia. And then Hawaii in the red jerseys on the outside.
Have you noticed in some of the paddling styles, do you think they changed from men and women, or do you feel like the rate's been pretty much the same for both men and women on the V6?
You know, Mike, I was trying to identify some similarities and try to see really what was working. I think, like, if you're Tahitian, somehow it works.
Right.
No matter what you do. No, but really, I think a lighter canoe like this lends towards women or younger competitors, like in particular this junior women, to be able to open up and use the body.
Right.
Sometimes in a heavier, traditional 400-plus pound canoe, Hawaiian canoe, they stay short and choppy the whole time because they may not just have the power to keep the boat up the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So I kind of notice a lot of times in this Matahina, they're able to put a little more body into it as they open up coming out of the start. But you can see, Micah, this turn is so slow coming around here that they are basically
stalling
to restart right here.
Yep, and I think that's really the key on these Matahinas is to get around the turn and restart and just be explosive and stay ahead of the field. But looks like lane 4 was Hawaii. They were first into the turn. Maybe I think they're a little bit slow because the other canoe is approaching. So
right, and it's more about percentage of your maximal effort to be able to get the canoe back up on plane, right?
Right.
So these younger girls are going to have to give a lot more of themselves to get it back up as opposed to a fully grown elite male.
And there we go on our screen again for our elite junior women's V6 1000. We have lane 1 Brazil, lane 2 Rapa Nui, lane 3 Australia, and lane 4 Hawaii. So again, this is your second heat right here for the elite women's junior.
And 4 looking pretty good there. Hawaii. See what I'm saying? Now they're kind of opening it up. As soon as they get the canoe, easier to bring it up. It's lighter. They can really open up. And their body right here, right? They're all body going into this.
They're doing amazing right now. And
nice big reach. Much slower than you think they would need to be going in sprint racing.
I agree. And there we go. They're setting in first into the turn once again. This turn looked a lot cleaner, but it's definitely a slower turn just to get that end around.
And you notice the difference in Rapa Nui. These 3 and 4 are still paddling. In my mind, they shouldn't still be paddling. You should stop at this point and allow the canoe to pivot. Like look at Brazil.
Yeah,
they have even the girl in number 3 is trying to pull over.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know if that helps as much, but in the middle, maybe don't paddle at all. You see now they're going 3 and 3.
Yep. I did notice that. I've been seeing some different variations on how to turn this canoe, and currently right now I feel as if you're correct. You come in and you need to almost stall the canoe and just make sure it gets around first before you come out.
3 and 4 just need to take that 10-second break, stretch out, and be ready to
pound it, come home.
Pound it, come down, right? You're not responsible for the turn. You're responsible for getting it up.
100%.
Right? I have noticed, though, you definitely need 5 to uni. For sure.
Definitely.
For sure.
Definitely. I see you also need them bringing that back end around and maybe reaching out a little bit while they finally come out.
Yes.
But this Hawaii crew right now is looking extremely strong, and we're going to see a pretty tight race, I think, because
they're looking pretty measured to me. Like they are very kind of they're not. The steersman is not risking too much. Nice turn by that young lady. Look at that.
Right on
That's
it.
like a foot or less.
Oh, even kissing the pole for a second there. That was beautiful.
Yep.
And
nice
here we
work,
go.
Young lady.
This one too looks like they're.
Oh yeah.
That's a great turn
Those
too.
are good turns.
So both women having great turns right there.
Hey man, these young ladies from Rapa Nui, they're here to compete, man. Look at that.
They're in it. They're battling hard right here.
So I would say, maybe that. I don't know. We'll see what different, and maybe the men they rest, or depending on the power of the crew, So it's going to be interesting. I'm really trying to get a good breakdown on how to make this turn.
Real exciting. It looks like they're coming into that finish line. And currently in second place, we have Rapa Nui junior women. And first place, currently, we have Hawaii on the outside. And they got quite a comfortable lead on the outside.
Lead, and they're looking good. But they're laying it down. You never leave it to chance. But these girls are trying to finish strong here for sure.
Yeah, I think it's a great thing to finish strong.
Reach. They look good, Micah. These young ladies look good. Oh, not too early the celebration, not too early. There you go. Now you can chihu.
Wow, little caught up coming over. And I think that's some of the things, challenges for a lot of the clubs that maybe haven't paddled a Matahina. It's just, getting comfortable. And we did have some course familiarizations for the first couple of days. But there we go in second place.
Yep, and this Rapa Nui, a much shorter stroke. You notice that?
I did.
Much shorter stroke, not quite as open in the arms, not quite as much twist, but good work.
And a quick celebration there, because I believe they will be advancing, provided everything is great on the course, and they get the green flag that they did well. But
so even in these races where there's, you're only one short, so there's still a repechage in third?
That's what I believe so. In the finals, they're going to post it, but usually the top 3 were going, so it ended up being 6 total for a lot of these heats.
So there is not necessarily a repechage?
Correct. If it's less than a certain number, then there wouldn't be. But, for example, they had one of the first heats had only 6, so it was just a final.
Right, and so that was elite junior women. We had only 2 races of those for a total of 9 total entries, and it would be the top 3 in each of those.
I believe so.
6 into the finish. Good. Well, good job, Rapa Nui. You made it. I just love, again, they're not a real populous nation, but, man, they have a strong presence here.
Yeah,
that is so cool.
I love that. I love when I think we've seen the list of all the numbers of entries per country, and there was some on the very lower side, and it's just exciting to see them because I saw Samoa on the corner when it was rigging canoes, and man, their group out there was just cheering on one of their V1 paddlers. There was like 30 of them, and there was only one guy, but it was amazing to see, and it's really exciting to watch. I know people here in Hawaii from their their countries are here already. They live here. So to see somebody from Samoa or Germany, and there we go. It looks like those are your top 3 right there.
Now is for event number 23, our second heat in the Elite Junior Women for the V6 1,000 meter. Those are 3 turns on that one. Hawaii in first place with a 5:39. Rapa Nui with a 5:58 in second. And Australia, 6 minutes and 22 seconds in third place. We're going to assume that all 3 of these crews will be advancing to a finish. And the finish will be tomorrow, Micah?
That's correct. Actually, I believe it might be.
Some of these might be later today.
Yeah, I believe it might be later on today.
There are some repechage races at the end of today for the V1 stuff. I did notice. Kalamai folks, we're looking through our program printed here. So I think it's all stays here. And then the repechage is for 8 men, 8 women. Oh, yeah, so it will be later today.
Okay, perfect.
Yep. So here we go. This is what we got coming up.
I'm excited to see this one. Right here we got our Masters 80s men V1 250-meter straightaway sprint. In lane 1, we have Canada. In lane 2, Hawaii. Lane 3, we also have another Canadian racing. Lane 4, USA. 5, New Zealand. 6, Brazil. 7, Hawaii. So we have 7 in this one. This should be an exciting event. I mean, these are Masters men 80. That is impressive to be here on the stage and getting ready to go. So
they are racing a slightly shorter course than we did see earlier in the day. So earlier it was 500 meter for the V1.
Right.
And for the 80-year-olds, it's going to be a 250.
Yeah, I think for those of that are viewing, we have basically 4 sets of flags. We have a flag on the far end of Hilo Bay. So basically that would be a starting point for some races, whereas the starting point for these races are in the middle for the 250.
And they're off.
And
Uncle Gaylord on the outside.
He looked like he had a really good start there.
He did.
And I think that was the challenge, is staging the canoes, the V1s outside while you're sitting there. It can be a challenge. As you can see, paddle steering is not as easy as it might look, but it's looking really, really good right here.
What I'm seeing right now for this race, Micah, is that the rain has backed off, right? And compared to earlier, there's a lot less texture on the water. Like the wind has kind of dropped off, allowing these gentlemen to definitely get a few more strokes on the right side, making it a more favorable race for them. Some of the races we saw earlier, man, they were on the left side the whole way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right there on the inside, I believe we have Canada, we have Stan Makacek, and then in lane 2 we have Hawaii, Michael O'Shaughnessy, and then on the outside currently we have lane 7, Gaylord Wilcox from Hawaii. So these are the top 3 currently from what it looks like on this drone shot right here. So they're coming up to that final. You see that orange buoy? That's basically telling you about 10 meters out.
All right, here they come.
Oh, this is going to be tight. Looks like a Hawaii battle. That was a really close race there, but it looks like right there on screen we have Stan Makacek from Canada right on screen right there in lane 1. For the men's 80s, 250-meter V1 sprint.
All right, we have another round of the Masters 80 V1, 250 meters. We'll try to get a replay of this this last finish. Not quite sure who it was, but we'll be getting you a replay on that just coming up right after this. Thank you again for joining us for our live coverage of the 2024 IVF World Sprints from here in beautiful Hilo Bay. It's a great day to be out here racing, and man, it's just a very cool festivities here. I kind of like the way the beach here is laid out. You know, it's got this area behind in the parking lot where you can have all the food booths and the vendors, and it's like a little mini festival. It's like a whole aulea up here.
It's awesome. I mean, right now we have, if you walk down that line, there's probably like 50 different vendors that you can go and see different retail items, T-shirts, shirts, hats. There's a ton of food trucks here, and there's thousands of people walking around right now checking out this beachfront, and this rain is not stopping anyone from enjoying their day.
No, it is not, bro. Well, at least we got the drone back up. That's good news. I love the drone shots. please bear with it. You know that we have a couple of little raindrops on the lens. That's nothing that we can do anything about, but it is what it is.
And that's a great shot, though, of this entry here. Right there, we have our top three. It looks like...
Well, it was a Hawaii. You called it, man. Michael O'Shaughnessy, I believe he's from right here on the Big Island, right? Gaylord Wilcox lives on Oahu. I think he's originally from Kauai. And then that would be...
And then we got Stan Makachek.
We're getting some...
Hey, we're getting some shout-outs over here.
Some shout-outs from the sisters over there. And John Makachek from Canada over there. But, yeah, coming up right here, we're having the Elite. We're going to have one more round of this Masters V1 250, and then we're going into the Elite Women 1,500 meter.
Wow.
Bro.
Wow.
That's Turn City right there.
Wow. And I'm guessing they're going to be doing the 500 course line for this one, which would still be a pretty long.
Turns.
Yeah, still be a long race there.
You're guessing? Or I thought you was on like one official over here.
No, that's two. It's two. It's 1, 2, 3, but it's the starting line will be right
so
here.
So it will
in the front.
still be 3 turns for the 1,500 meter race.
That's correct.
Right.
It should be because at 250, man, that would be intense.
2, 3. Yeah, it's 3 turns.
Okay, it would be intense.
That'd be good. So on the 250, wait, 1?
No, 2.
2 turns.
2 turns.
But they wouldn't go 5 turns on a 250 course?
I mean, 5 turns on a 250 course would be pretty intense.
Pretty nuts in this. So, again, mahalo, Michael, for coming up here to join me in the studio. It's always better when you got a friend. So, coming up on the screen, you have our race 25, Masters 80 men, V1 250 meters. Go ahead, Micah. You can read that off for the folks at home.
Yeah, so this is Heat 2 for the men's Masters 80. In Lane 1 is New Zealand. We have Peter Wilson. In Lane 2, we have Brazil, Michael Coleman.
Nick Beck,
Lane 3,
wow,
man.
Okay.
What an awesome thing to see. And then we have John Roberts in Lane 4 from Canada. John Court from Great Britain in Lane 5. In Lane 6, we have Michael McHenry, and that's from Hawaii as well. And then last but not least, in Lane 7, looks like we have Mana Pamano Te Maiana from Tahiti. So this is going to be a really good race right here. Again, this one looks like, 7 total. And there we go. We're off. And Lane 6 looks like he was just still there. That was maybe just staging. Maybe didn't see the break early. But it looked like 1, 2, and 3 all had really good starts on that race.
Yep, there's Nick Beck off to it right there. Lane 2, Michael Coleman from Brazil, man, he is going at it. Nice race.
And it looks like that little bit of rain texture is coming in on the course. So it's just making sure you find your flag coming into your finish and finishing in your lane. Lane 2 is definitely having a good race right now. It looks like the pace is up there and is set up really nicely.
Lane 7 on the outside from Tahiti. Manapamano Te Maiana is having a good race. Look at him, man. He is cranking it.
That rate is perfect, and it's just continuous. And it looks like he actually is way out in front.
He did not have a good start. He
did
not have a good start, but man, did he have a good race. Look at that.
And it looks like he's coming into that closing 10 meters. And, it's a pretty good race inside lane 2 as well.
Inside lane 2 from Brazil. And I think in lane 1, that's going to be Peter Wilson. Peter Wilson from New Zealand.
Yeah, it looks like we had 7 outside lane 7. Looked like they closed off with an unofficial first place there. Lane 2 from Brazil, Michael Coleman coming in second. And lane 1, Peter Wilson from New Zealand. That looks like your unofficial finishers for first, second, and third. But right behind that, I believe, was we had a Hawaii, Nick Beck coming in fourth. So we'll see how that closes out, and we'll see who's going to advance. But what an awesome race by these men's elite 80s here. I'm going to call them elite because they're out here showing us what it's like to race at this age and continuously show us youngins what we need to do to stay in shape.
Show us youngins.
Oh, man.
For real.
So as you can see right there on the course, we got some pretty good sized rain coming in, and that's been kind of the day today. We've got some little squalls coming in of rain and a little bit of mist, if you will. So it does become a little bit visually hard.
We just had a little bit of an increase in our rain. It's kind of giving us the bob and weave a little bit, Micah, right? It was kind of light, and then it like went away, right? And then it was sunny, and then we put the drone up, and now it's raining hard again. But for anybody that knows, this is typical Hilo weather, and it's just paddling. It's one of those things, just suck it up and keep paddling.
It's not stopping any of our spectators from all these countries watching their family and friends race, and man, look how excited they are on that screen there. It's really impressive to see all of these 80s men's racing, and currently on the line, it looks like we have our elite women. This is the V6 1500. They're staging in the loading zone right before they start their race. So just now we had our men's event 25 master 80. That was the V1, and there was your first, second, and third right there. So we had Tahiti coming in first, Brazil coming in second, and New Zealand coming in third. And really good times for this heat as well. So the men's Masters 80 men V1 250 looks like it's going to be all set for their final coming up. And but again, that's going to be your last heat for the Master 80s. And right now they're just setting up the official course for the women's 1500 V6 Elite Women is coming up. And this is going to be a heat of 6, so not a full lane of 8, but we will have 6 on the race course. And as you can see right now, we have a lot of our paddlers right there. So that right there, Kalai, you see them, these women are waiting by their lanes. So this is a great shot for us to see. Lane 1, lane 2, 3, 4, 5. So they're going to stand by their lanes, and that's the boat lane that they're going to be using as well.
We're getting one Shaka Cam right there from all these ladies getting ready to race. What's up, gang? Aloha, have a good one. We got our ladies from Aotearoa right there. Germany. Haven't seen a lot of Germany racing today, but there they are. They're ready to go.
Right.
How come they don't look cold?
Oh man, I don't know. I think the adrenaline is starting to kick in right before they're racing.
For sure. This is our event number 26, Elite Women V6 1500. This is going to be Singapore, Tahiti, Chile, France, Hawaii, and my new favorite. I mean, Hawaii's always my favorite. Don't get me wrong. But man, I'm Wallace and Fortuna all the way, man.
This is awesome.
Just like, I have no idea where they came from. You know, like I haven't heard much of them before. Let's put it that way.
Right.
I know where they come from. They're, from the area of, around Tahiti, but man, they are putting together some solid crews, having awesome representation, and like I'm sending big shout outs to Wallace.
Let's go.
You guys are crushing it. You guys are crushing it. They're like that underdog team, from the small town that's coming up and like throwing blows with the big dogs. I love that. I love these guys. They're tough, and they're water people, man. You could tell.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting to see, because I didn't get a chance to watch that last race, so I had to watch the replay, but it was impressive. So let's go, ladies. This is going to be your heat 1 of 2. So the first heat has, again, Singapore is going to be in lane 1. Lane 2 we have Tahiti. Lane 3 is Chile. Lane 4 France. Lane 5 Hawaii. And lane 6, Wallace and Fortuna. So this is going to be exciting, and this is a good shot of our race course officials right there in the escort boat. They're just staging outside just to make sure that everything is set up. They, again, are making sure the course lane is ready. And there you see them. All the women are lined up at their starting line. And, again, this is your 1,500-meter course race. So basically 2 turns here, and we're going to see... We're going to see an exciting race.
So I just was looking at our Facebook feed and noticing how many people are chiming in with this weird link to a live streaming website and stuff. And folks, just so that you know, that's typical internet, social media BS. These are scammers that are trying to come in and get you to jump over to their live stream where they're trying to steal and corrupt our content that we're putting together here. And I talked to my producer real briefly about it. And he simply said, hey, we're going to do our best to try to continue to block these people, but they're going to be jumping on other people's Facebook pages, creating fake Facebook pages to be able to do this. But, hey, if we're giving you good live coverage, why would you need to go anywhere else? You know, we're bringing you the real, authentic thing. Me and, well, to say proper English would be Micah and I are sitting here live on the beach, giving it to you. We have our team of great technicians here, making sure that we get you great camera angles and all the best info. And so, you know, unfortunately, here come the scammers again, but much love going out to all of our loyal followers and listeners. We're stoked to have you with us today and feel very privileged to be able to bring you these special World Championships to you wherever you might be. So avoid the scammers, stay with the hammers.
Yeah, there you go. I love that. Let's go. So we got our 6 women right there staging right there on the course line. They're about to get started. We have the red flag up. That means get ready to go because we're about to go live in probably right now. There it is. So we're about to find out whether or not we're going to be doing a whole bunch of turns or if we're just going to do those 2. So,
man, I want to say...
I think we're going to be doing a bunch of turns. I think so, too. And...
it does make it exciting, though.
Yeah, and it just... makes you have to be a little bit more technical on every single turn and every approach, especially if the race is close and you don't want to make any mistakes, especially if it's that many turns, and risk the chance of maybe running a flag or running outside of your line. So this is going to be a really good test for these women and in this race course. So excited to see how they all fare. But here we go. It looks like we have our first... Yep, looks like our first women are coming into their flags. That's the 250-meter mark. There it is.
Yep, they're gonna
there
turn.
it is.
It's going to be 5. All right, here goes Tahiti into the first turn.
All right.
Tahiti in lane 2.
I think we're going to see a lot of close racing right here.
Yep, 5. It looks like Hawaii is out first.
They had a really good restart as well, and they were flying. So this is going to be a good
here's
test.
the problem, right? Here's the problem is that you come to a dead stop, and now you got to be able to pick that canoe back up and go again. That's rough. That is a lot of work.
A lot of work for 1,500 meters, but this is a beauty of this canoe. I think you can get that boat running quickly and then accelerate and hold that pace and keep that mileage up. And this is going to be a really close race. And we're going to see maybe some separation, maybe around the 3rd turn. I believe if they're having really good turns, you're going to see a fast race for some, and some you might see a little technical.
Yeah, it is challenging in the turn, Micah. You're right, but it does get out of the water quickly, too, I noticed. So upon playing quickly. So here's our ladies from Tahiti.
And a nice shot of lane 1, Singapore, was just coming into our screen.
Ooh, looks like lane 5, Hawaii, going into the turn first.
Yep. And Hawaii set into their turn. So it looks like 4 and 5 are both reaching out right there to help 6 get around. And 1, 2, and 3.
Tahiti made money on that turn.
Oh, that was a
wow
bank. Did you see how tight that was?
They went in a half a boat length behind and came out a half a boat length ahead.
Killer.
Wow.
What a turn.
What a turn.
Look at this drone shot, though. This is exciting.
I think those girls in the front just horsed that thing over. You know what I mean? The Tahitian girls, when it came to bringing the front around.
I believe they did. I think they had just realized to use a lot of strength in the front and bring that boat and whip it around as fast as they could. And lane 5 right there, we have Hawaii. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's Hawaii. And right there, we got lane 1, Singapore, and then lane 4, France.
France, that's what it is, France. Let's go, ladies. Nice shot of the Hawaii crew.
They have really good timing right now. It looks like, again, that longer stroke, but definitely the rate is up. All right. This is turn number 3 here. Again, that orange buoy right there is about a 10-meter mark. It's telling you you're coming in too close to your buoy here. Let's see how this turn looks. Looks like they're going to kiss that flag right
so you
there.
got 3 and 4, but try look in Tahiti's boat. Are they doing that? It looks like 3 and 4 were just kind of resting. It's hard to tell.
It looks pretty even right there. They both hit that 10-meter buoy on the outside pretty evenly. I think Tahiti had a small edge on them, though.
Yeah. I think you're right, Micah.
And look at that stroke rate. It's
way
on.
up there.
Yep, it's on.
I know it looks right now that Hawaii is ahead, but you know it might be the camera angle, so don't be fooled by this. You can only really tell when you get to the flag, Micah.
Yep, only at the end, and we'll know who's there. But that boat looks like it's moving really, really well right now.
A little slower stroke than the Tahitians.
Yep.
But a big, nice grab. Look at that girl in 5. Nice big reach. With her tita bun on top.
That's like the classic Hawaii look.
Yeah.
If you don't have a tita bun, in your crew, then they're not from Hawaii.
The other classic look is like the girl in 2 and 3 with the ponytail coming out the hat.
With the hat.
All right, here we go. Tahiti coming in. We'll have to watch. See, look, 4 is not really reaching over.
I did notice that.
3 is, though.
And definitely 1 is cranking on the uni in the front.
Oh, yeah.
Look
I can't believe she's not breaking a paddle.
Did you see how she set up? She was
like
cross body.
Was in it, yeah.
Cross body, and it worked out really well.
And she wasn't just poking. She was like, kind of kahing that bowl a little bit.
That looks like the Tahitian chap. Looked like Vaimiti Maoni in seat 1, and she definitely has a lot of experience in these. Oh, absolutely. She's a great competitor in both V1 and V6. A great coach, good advocate for the females for Tahiti, and she's one of my favorite people to hang out with and talk to and get to know. But this crew is putting on an excellent race right now. And again, this is your first heat of your Elite Women's V6 1500 meter sprint turn challenge here. It does look like the boats are running really, really well on the water. And like you said, every time we get that rain and it comes through Hilo Bay, we get nice texture on the water.
It just dried up again.
It's great.
Look at that.
We're just blessings right before the race. That's all it
like
is.
These little mini squalls rolling through, and every time they pass, it comes flat, the water,
And there we go.
Another turn. Here we go.
And look at that turn.
Examine this one.
Here we go. Cross body. She's ooning on the backside all the way behind her. 2 is reaching behind towards the Yakos. What a great turn. That was a great turn there. You see that little look back to see where that Hawaii crew was.
Mm-hmm. And here comes Hawaii out of their turn.
And this is your final right here. This is the last 250 meters. We're going to see who's going to take home that victory.
You know what I did notice right there was the stroke count in the turn was a lot faster for the Tahitians. It wasn't necessarily
the position,
the middle part, but in the turn, the amount of kahis or unis,
right,
was up for the Tahitians. They were kind of going at it hard, and then when they came out, they settled down again.
They
were almost at a start rate,
Yeah, that was a really good view.
But here come the Hawaiians.
This is going to be a battle. This is going to be a tight race. When we see that orange 10-meter buoy, we're going to see how close this race is going to be.
I don't know. These Hawaiians are opening it up a little bit. Nice stroke they got going on.
They definitely have some strength.
Do not count out those Tahitians, though. Tahiti is here to play, let me tell you.
No, Tahiti just turned on the booster at the end right there. They're going for it. This is a great race. Irregardless, these two crews look like they will be advancing to that final. Oh, wow.
Oh, Tahiti by a bit.
Yeah, a good, maybe
2 boat lengths.
Yeah, easy. Great race, though.
Nice work.
Nice job. Work. And right there, we have France coming off in lane 4. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that could be Iloha in that boat for the women's and the French crew.
That's right. She had moved up to France, and she obviously got citizenship. Are there citizenship requirements for entry into this race?
So I believe when I looked into it, as long as you have your nation's card, for example, like a passport, you're able to get verified with the country. You're allowed to represent your ethnicity of where you're from.
So are Tahitians French passport holders?
So that's what I was looking into, but I didn't get the official word. We'll just check with one of the officials, and we can get a good understanding on how those work on the official side.
For instance, Wallace and Futuna, are they still technically part of France?
I mean, I know you see the flag, right? And then you're wondering.
So in this last race, the Elite Women V6 1500 meter, 5 turns on a 250 meter course. Tahiti in first place, followed by Hawaii and France.
This is going to be a really good battle right here for your final. So I guess, would you say they went all out, or do you think you might have been reserved towards the end? Because I don't know if it's going to officially change your lane or whatnot. So
no, I doubt it. I think I've developed over time a big appreciation for Tahitian paddling and Tahitian paddlers. I think they are very passionate about paddling, and they are so darn good. And I'm not counting out anybody like Hawaii or any of the other big dogs like New Zealand or Brazil, but man, those Tahitians, when they go to race, I've seen so many times, like in the Molokai Hoi, where there's nobody within a mile or two of where they are.
Right.
And they are turning it on, trying to break the record.
Go even faster.
You know what I mean? Yeah, even faster. It would have to be some type of major calamity that would prevent this, whatever, Shelva, OPT, whatever, from winning.
Right.
And they're still trying to go faster.
Right.
So do I think that the Tahitians didn't give enough? They always give enough.
Right there, we got our 2024 IVF World Sprints Championships. This is our second heat, the Elite Women V6 1500. So we're going to see another 5-turn race. In lane 1, we have Australia. Lane 2, Brazil. Lane 3, we have Germany. Lane 4, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Lane 5, USA. Lane 6, we have Canada. And we're going to see, again, I think the top 3 will be advancing to your women's 1500 final. So this is heat number 2. And right there we see our women disembarking the Matahinas right there on the shoreline and swapping out. But I'm sure that 5 turns got you feeling a little something.
Micah, did you just come with a disembarking?
Yeah, I did.
I like that, Micah. Heck yeah. All right. Well, this next crew from Hawaii is going to disembark. Aloha to these ladies.
They're Kilohana women right there.
Oh, cool.
Mehalani on there. And then we've got Miss Makua there. I think we all know Kaina Makua training a lot of these women. And, man, they work really, really hard. So it's great to see them moving on to that final. They had a really, really, really good race. And they got to see their competitors and see what it's going to be to take on the final. So this will be exciting.
So I have a question, Micah, they're saying that each one of these crews right here is elite racers, right? They're the best from that country.
Right.
But, and I can't speak for the other nations, but when I'm looking at the Hawaii paddlers that are coming out, it's usually like a club-centric bunch. I wouldn't say it's the 6 necessarily best paddlers in all of Hawaii.
That's correct. And I think that was a testament to watching the trials that we had in April. And we saw a lot of clubs come with their regular crew members from their club.
Wherever their club's best 6, right?
For example, like the Kailua crews, Lanikai crews, a lot of them are racing with their best 6 in their crew. And we did see some crews maybe try to build a little bit and get crew members from all over the island. So, for example, the V12 was kind of an example of that, which is really cool because we had a whole mixture of Hawaii paddlers from all different clubs, and that was so exciting to see. And I think that had a little bit to do with the maybe not so much in time with each other because everybody's paddling different from different clubs. but you're absolutely right. But I believe some of the countries, if you're looking at even Tahiti, for example, I know some of these crews were qualified, like, for example, out of Bora Bora, and that might have been their junior men. So for sure, I think there's a little bit of differences in all of these countries. But for Hawaii, a lot of them representing right out of their hometown. So that's always exciting to see. So they're the best in Hawaii at their own hometown. So that's exciting.
Yeah, I kind of, I don't know. So that kind of makes me almost think that it is the best team that Hawaii was able to present at this given time. But I don't necessarily feel always that that's the 6 best paddlers
in Hawaii.
And because the logistics of getting everybody together and stuff like that. Now, you got the boys from over here on the other side of the island of Hawaii.
Yep.
All the former Red Bull Live Strong boys. They can put together what Hama 6.
Oh, they could smash.
Or it could be Wailea.
Right.
Or it could be Lanikai or several other clubs, Kalahuikai, that can put together. And it's just a matter of whether they were willing to do the logistics at the time and put together the effort to qualify.
Very true. I mean, if we look at, like, we're just coming off the Olympics. I mean, you have all of these countries, and they're coming from, for example, the United States, from every different state in the in the U.S. And like same thing is being done here. But it's exciting to see, and I agree. I think we could have maybe put together a top tier 6-man crew, and who knows, maybe even 4 or 5 top tier 6-man crews, all representing Hawaii. But we were definitely a lot of prideful communities that came together and just said, hey, we're going to represent Kilohana, or we're going to represent Lanikai or Kailua, and just go for that. So super excited. And there we go. We have our women elite 1500. They're going to be lining up in the stage area.
They're getting ready to go. Our next group here. So we have our second heat coming up of the elite women V6 1500. That's going to be event number 27. We're going to get that graphic up here in a moment. They had planned originally for this to happen at 11 o'clock. It is now, I think, about 12 o'clock. Yeah, 12:30. So not too bad, actually, all things considered. All right. So this is our event number 27, I believe, coming up. Elite Women second heat, V6, 1500, lane 1, Australia, 2, Brazil, 3, Germany, 4, New Zealand, 5, USA, 6, Canada.
So I think some of the things that we had to consider is we are setting the course up. They're all in the loading area, and they're working their way up to the starting line here. So we have currently 6 women's crew on the line right here.
Six women's crews on the line.
And there's your red flag. That means basically get to the line and get ready to go. Lane 1, Australia. Lane 2, Brazil. Lane 3, Germany. Lane 4, New Zealand. Lane 5, USA. And Lane 6, Canada. Once we see that green flag go up, they're going to have to get moving. 5 turns. There's the black flag.
What does the black flag mean?
So
somebody's got to back up.
Yep, there's something on the line that they need to make an adjustment in the loading zone.
And so it would be this other boat out here you see signaling that flag.
That's correct. So we have.
There we go. There's a start.
Once you line up, they go. So you have 2 escort boats on the outside, just making sure nobody's crossing the line on the start, so the start is fair.
Ooh, nice strong start there from Brazil on the inside.
Again, this is going to be 5 turns here. We have your women's heat number 2 elite 1500 meter course.
Six lanes in this one. Nice conditions. You can see how glassy and flat it is. Good sprint racing conditions right here, Michael.
Yeah, this is perfect. I mean, you couldn't have asked for better sprinting water right now for Hilo Bay. Looks like it's still pretty even for about the top 4 crews. One crew just slightly back, but like you said, you can come into a turn, be 1 canoe length behind, and come out half a canoe length ahead of everyone. So it's really just coming on to the setup and how this course is going to work out. But you can see them pulling really early, setting up for that flag. But really tight turn there for a couple of the crews.
Wow, nice turns.
Wow, all of them.
You really kind of want to bump the flag a little bit, but not run it over, right?
Right, just come in and set a good angle and just kiss the corner of the pole and then move your way back out. But that was a great turn by lane 1.
Yeah. Brazil, nice turn. Or is that?
Oh, that's Australia.
Oh, come on, that's Australia. And then out there in lane 4, that is Aotearoa, yes?
That's correct. We got New Zealand, Aotearoa out in lane 4. This is great drone footage right here that you guys,
pretty cool, huh?
Everyone can see their country and you kind of get a good idea where everyone's
their own
at.
Paddlers.
It's so exciting.
I remember before drones, we were just trying to do this with helicopters.
Helicopters?
It was much more difficult.
I've seen a lot of those pictures in Molokai, for example, where they just have a helicopter just floating right over.
Yeah,
I've seen some of those. Yeah, it's so cool. But I think the drone a little bit safer.
A lot bit safer and cheaper when they crash.
Yeah, right?
I remember one year at Sydney Harbor Challenge, we had 3 go down.
Wow.
2 in the water and 1 was in a tree, and we put Keizo on land, and he had to climb up a tree and go get it.
That must have been exciting.
Second turn here, coming in nice and wide.
That was a really good shot. You can kind of see how...
You see how 3 and 4 are kind of not doing anything?
Yeah, just
I think that might be
oh,
better.
that was great. Another great turn there. And now
out,
it's...
out.
So you notice, like, the differences between some of these crews, you're right. A lot of them just stop in the middle and just allow the boat to get around and just get that thing moving out again. Some really nice paddling here. Really good change by New Zealand. They have nice...
Beautiful paddling from New Zealand.
Definitely all paddling the same. Nice in syncness.
Man, those New Zealand Wahinis, they're strong. Look at that.
All positive angles on their blade. Nice clean paddling right here.
Yep.
So again, they're just setting up coming into their 10-meter buoy, and it gives them an idea to see where they're at. So this is really great opportunity.
You said something there that I really want to zero in on, Micah. You talked about positive angles on the blade. I think a lot of people don't understand that and don't understand how important something like that is, and how much it's changed by your body mechanics.
Yeah, so, I mean, realistically, the idea of being positive is having that entry angle a little bit forward of the body before they start applying the pressure. And that just allows for the entire blade to be buried and give you that clean, efficient paddling there. But it's really nice to see these women have
nice big reach.
Man, just...
But you can't really achieve that positive angle unless you are opened up, you're turning at the shoulder, and you're getting a nice big grab up front. Your grab can't be too far back.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see in that style that they have, it's been working really well for them, and they also are having a really strong race there. But again, looks like we have New Zealand currently, lane 4. It looks like they're kind of holding a good lead with the other crew on the inside.
Look at this again. Bing. Look at when they're getting into the water with the paddle is facing forward. So the other thing that does, Micah, is you're not only applying pressure forward, but up as well.
Yep.
And you're lifting that front of the canoe out of the water, keeping it able for you to get on plane and stay on plane.
Absolutely, and it kind of allows that water line to be running exactly the way the boat was meant to be performing. So we're seeing a really good example right here by the women in lane 4.
And that's something I think the Tahitians are so good at, is that when they are starting, when they're giving quick strokes, they're not doing those strokes quickly too far close to the body where they don't have a good, strong, positive angle, right? Because
yeah, that's
giving
correct.
those quick strokes is about lifting the canoe up so it can start to plane, right?
Yep.
They're fully extended, and they're doing it way out front so that they can get that positive angle.
Yeah, and then once they get that positive angle, they can apply more pressure and allow for the boat to run faster. But we also had a really good turn by lane 6. That was the Canada. So Canada's definitely been sticking right there with New Zealand. So this is a good race for the both crews so far. But again, we still have another turn, and like anything can happen on any turn or any race. So we're just going to see.
I really have, Michael, been impressed by some. Sorry to interrupt you, but
no, go
by
ahead.
Some of these Canadian crews, they're doing. You wouldn't think of them as a outrigger powerhouse, but man, they got some good athletes up there, and they are really doing well at the paddling. I mean, they have kayaking, they have all that other kind of paddle type sports, but man, they have been doing, I hate to say it, a lot better than I thought they might have. And there are some good paddlers from Canada.
It's been really awesome to see a lot of these inland and like people that are paddling in lakes and maybe big rivers or dams that they're able to actually get on a canoe, because I've heard they've been doing a lot of paddling in Canada, and they also have dragon boating and other events that they're a part of, which is really cool to see. But right there again, we have
here, they're paddling through it. 3 and 4 are paddling through it.
And if you watch, you're seeing 2 and 1 hold that uni and that
long
in for
even
a good
5. Look at 5.
Good
Kahi over
12 seconds in there. But again, it's all coming down to this. That was the last turn there, so we're going to see our finish right here. So all of these women having a really good race here. Your top 2 in this heat looks like New Zealand and Canada, and they're about to turn it on. So if they do finish with no disqualifications or anything, they'll be advancing to a final with the last 3 of the other women's race. So this is going to be a good race for them to gauge how it felt, and they can go and make any adjustments they feel they need to. But it doesn't seem like it. They're doing really well.
Really nice. And you can see how the stroker has picked up the pace a little bit. She's keeping it way out front.
Yep.
They're trying to finish real strong here, even though they have a commanding lead, at least a couple boat lengths. At this point, nobody's going to catch them, but they're still finishing really strong. Those paddlers from Aotearoa, man, they're scrappy. They're gonna keep coming all the way to the last stroke, even if they're in the lead.
They will. So there you go.
Nice work.
Coming across first right there was New Zealand. And not too far behind, we have Canada coming in lane 6, but they did an excellent job. These women raced really, really hard and got a good gauge of this 1,500-meter course here. And right behind in lane 2, really good race by Brazil.
They might have captured 3rd place.
Looks like it, and it looks like if they get that, they can move on to the final. So there you go. We're starting to see a good finish there.
And there's Australia.
Yeah, good job, ladies. Really exciting race. And a good congratulations there from Seat 1, just telling them what a good job they just had. I mean, really impressive race by all of these women. But looks like your top 3 might have been Brazil, Canada, and in first New Zealand unofficially. So we'll see that. We'll see either if they get moved up into the finals or a repechage, but that was a really, really exciting race to see.
All right, coming up next, I'm looking forward to the Elite Men's V6 1500, event number 28. Results are on for that race we just had. That was Aotearoa in 8 minutes, 11 seconds. Canada, 8:24. Brazil, 8:30. So those are your top 3 finishers in this second heat of Elite Women's V6 1500.
And there we go. Right on screen, we've got your New Zealand men getting ready. So again, that was the holding area before they can go out and walk out to their canoes. But currently right there, those women that just won their heat from Aotearoa, looks like the men is coming on. We also have, looks like we have 5 and 5 in this 1500. So we actually have 3 heats for the 1500 meter race here. But the canoes will come in. They'll do a quick canoe check, make sure everything is proper on the boats, make sure everything is in order, and then they'll get to swap out with their country or whatever lane that they'll be racing in.
Nice work by those ladies, and excited to looking at event 28, Elite Men V6 1500. In this next heat coming up will be Rapa Nui, New Zealand, Great Britain, Wallace and Futuna, and Hawaii.
That's your gang.
That's my gang right there.
Let's go.
I'm going to hang out with those people. They're cool.
Yeah, this is, again, that was your 1,500 meter second heat women's race that just finished. Right now, what we do need is we just need them to finish. There will be a quick change of paddlers, but of course, they'll just double-check the boats, make sure everything is proper, and then they'll send out the crews. But we're excited to watch this one. This should be a really good race. I mean, we've got some heavy hitters in this first men's elite. I mean, they're all going to be heavy hitters, but right now this is an exciting one. I believe you're going to see a good competitive race between these coming up. So,
and our friends over in New Zealand are blowing up the Ocean Paddler Facebook page. They got Trini Harrison is watching from the far north in Kaitaia, New Zealand. Aaron Nwaka, Sean Herbert. Let's go New Zealand. Anna Whitehead, they are blowing it up. Tiriti Harrison. All right, yeah, and this is the next heat coming up. This is Elite Man V6 1500 Rapa Nui, Aotearoa, Great Britain, Wallace and Futuna, and Hawaii. Christian, are you here with me right now?
So again, right there we have our men loading up. So we have our first 5 men heat coming out right here. So 5 crews going out. What happens is they have to come in. There's just a quick check on the boats before they go out, and then they get sent out to their lane. They'll be put in the holding area prior to the start to make sure everyone is ready to go. And once it's final, you'll see a red flag. If you see a black flag go up, it just means that there needs to be a course reset, or a crew needs to back off the line, or they could just be setting something. Could be a technical issue. And then once you see that green flag, that's it. That race starts, and that's where you go.
It's go time, baby.
So again, here we go. We're gonna see
Rapa Nui.
Your 5 crews going on the water.
Exciting. This is the long race for the big dog. This coming up right here and what we just saw with the women are, in my eyes, the big races of this event.
I agree 100%. This is what we look forward to.
Theoretically, these are the best paddlers each nation can have represent them.
Sure.
And the farthest distance, right?
Yes, that's correct. And right now you got, again, 5 turns here for your men's 1,500. It looks like currently on the water we just have a shot of our escort boat. What they're doing is they're just making sure everything is set up and staged correctly. And once it is, they'll give us the go-ahead to tell the crews if they should stage on the line or get ready. But again, we've got 5 in this heat here. Your elite men, lane 1, Rapa Nui. Lane 2, New Zealand. Lane 3, Great Britain. Lane 4, Kalai's favorite, Wallace and Futuna. And lane 5, Hawaii. So I'm looking forward to seeing this race here because this is going to be one of 3 heats. Again, it looks like we'll have those top 3 advance. I'm waiting for the numbers for how the repechage works here. So as you can see, all the boats are getting ready to line up. They're going to be in this loading area. The loading area is where the tall flags are, and they move their way up into the smaller flags.
It's interesting to me, Micah, for our viewers at home watching on Facebook, to always kind of keep an eye on the flags. And by that, I mean it's a great indicator of the strength and direction of the wind that's constantly been changing throughout the day here right now. Obviously, we just had a little squall pass through. It was rainy for a moment, then it came calm, super calm. Now the water texture is still down, but you could see the trade start to fill in again, right? From the east.
Yeah, you can see right there. So like Kalai was saying, you can watch the flags. You can see if the flags are moving in one lane more than the other. And it's a good indicator for you to, what line to hold, especially because you don't have much room in a way to avoid that if you're in that lane because you only have so much distance for your exact lane. Again, your lane is in between the orange buoys and on either side of your flag. and that's your lane. So those are the indicators that these steersmen need to look for in order to set their turns. So currently we're going to have a 5-turn race here, 1,500 meter. This is one of 3 heats of your elite men.
This is the big dogs right here, bro.
This is it.
It's the big dogs. I'm looking for a great performance from our gang over there in New Zealand.
Right.
We got guys like Tupuria King in there. Some of the fellas from Herbert's on tour. And they're kind of just trying to roll into this. Not trying to chance it too much.
Right.
Paddles up, just ready to go.
And if the escort boat isn't ready, they're going to have to hold water and make sure they don't jump. And
are we going black?
They're going to make people back up a little bit, possibly. So these are the challenges that we have on the start line.
All right, so the red flag basically means, okay, hold on, stand by. The black flag means somebody is too far forward. They need to back up a bit.
Right, and they're just going to wait. As soon as they back up and it looks clear, they're going to...
Green is coming. Here we go.
That's okay.
That was interesting. We caught it on film, though. They all went.
When the red flag dropped, they all knew that green was coming, so it's a fair start. Irregardless, they all went. But there you go. We're starting. I mean, this is going to be a race. This is what it's all about.
Hashtag flagman problems. You know what I mean? The stress of what those guys are doing all day, that's a lot of work. But they pulled it off. I think it would look like a fair start to me.
No, it was a good recovery on
but
that.
Now look at interesting. The guys from New Zealand, look how they've settled in so deep. Real slow, big, long strokes. They know they've got a lot farther to go. Here in lane 5, that's our guys
Hawaii.
from Hawaii.
It looks like we have Avon steering that crew there. He's got a lot of experience. He was able to paddle in Haviki Nui this past few years. Right here, lane 5, lane 2, lane 1. They're all coming in.
Doing.
They're all jamming into this turn.
This is nice.
Hawaii coming around pretty quick.
Nice turn from Aotearoa as well. And want to make sure they stay within those buoys.
Yeah, I think they're all solid.
And here they come. Nice pickup by Aotearoa.
So it looks like we have Tupuria King in 3 and Manutea Mion in 4. And there's that was a really tight turn for everybody. I feel like everyone is right in the mix. So, again, this is 5 turns. It's going to come down to just being technical, I think, in a race like this. And, again, these are your elite men, 1,500 meter. And it looks like they're settling right there. They're halfway back into the course, coming back to their second turn. But you can see the rate slowed down a little, and it's more settled and controlled.
Even Hawaii, look at them. They're definitely slow and controlled.
And they're still moving fast. Don't be fooled. It looks like they're passing through real slow, but they're moving.
The power and the application is there for sure.
And again, you guys can, on screen, if you're watching, you can use that initial first orange buoy as you see.
Here they go, sliding into the turn.
So it looks pretty even. Nice turn right there. I think Aotearoa had a nice tighter turn.
Yeah, they have a tighter turn.
I think they might have been able to practice a little more on these turns, but with this canoe. But again, there we go. So right now we had Rapa Nui coming into that turn, Great Britain and Wallace and Futuna all battling for like that third spot. So that was all tight turns for that second group. But they look so settled and so clean, and it almost looks as if they're almost going through the motion, but they're pulling that boat really clean.
Where are they at in their head right there, Michael? They've gotten 500 meters down, another 1,000 to go. It's just very tactical at this point.
I think it's tactical, and I think it's the idea of being consistent and not changing too much, because obviously they are in a really good position. There's no need to rush, especially when you come out of a turn and maybe you see a couple crews still coming in. Again, you're just coming into your third turn here. And looks like Hawaii got into the turn first, but we're going to see who comes around and quicker.
So I think Hawaii is slightly faster in the 250-meter length.
I agree.
Of open paddling. But the Maori crew is turning better. But I also feel by watching this that the Maoris are reserving their output at this point.
I think
kind
so.
of feel like they're not quite giving it as much as this Hawaii crew is. Like, look at these guys from Hawaii. They're going. They're giving it. And it's short enough of a distance that they may be able to keep that up for 1,500 meters. But I'm kind of feeling that you wait to this last couple lengths, and those boys from the south are gonna
turn it on.
Put the pedal to the metal.
I agree. I mean, we definitely have been seeing the Hawaii crew right here in your view, lane 5. They look like they're getting to the turn faster. Maybe the turn not as precise as the New Zealand team, but here we go again. We've got both crews approaching their 4th turn of 5, and they're both setting up really nice, good angles. And there you go, both setting up. Looks like New Zealand came into the turn first.
What are they doing different?
They are doing amazing. 3 and 4 just backing off a little, and I think 1 and 2.
You see the Hawaii crew, look, 3 and 4 kind of working a little bit harder still. Yep.
Still a good race by all crews.
Oh, yeah, but now, you see what New Zealand just did there?
They picked up that pace.
Yeah. Oh, no, they're settling in.
Settle again.
They're settling in again. Maybe on that last one across, they're going to do it to it.
Yeah, and I think, again, this is just a heat. So I think also reserving maybe a little bit, just staying ahead. And
well, this same gang also raced earlier representing New Zealand.
Sure.
Same 6. I really want to break down their turn here and see what they're doing and what they may be doing different.
This is a great drone shot.
You see that? They're picking up coming into the turn. So they're trying to hit the turn hard.
Right. Again, really good shot here of this crew coming into their turn.
Staying on their half of the lane.
Yep. And the steersman is already ready, Uni. He's ready, putting in his paddle. He's setting up his turn a lot sooner than later. And I think you see
3 and 4 are still going. Look at in Hawaii, 3 and 4 are both paddling on the right.
Right.
Here we go. This is it right here.
Do you think we see a full out sprint? Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. Well, right now they're picking it up just so that they.
I don't think they're going to settle on this one.
Yeah, maybe not.
That's their second change coming out of the turn. Oh, it's a race.
It is a race. This is exciting stuff. I'm waiting for John to start breaking it out right here. Oh, a little bit of chop from
I think the escort possibly right there. Coming across that little middle. You see that.
Don't be fooled by this angle, folks. It's anybody's race right now.
I see it right now.
Yes.
They're both got the pedal to the metal, and they're burning it. The Hawaii crew putting on a strong effort, as well as New Zealand.
Hawaii might be ever so slightly ahead, but
New Zealand closing in that gap right there.
New Zealand just turned it on. New Zealand just turned it on. Here we go. Oh, I don't know at this angle. It's definitely going to be Aotearoa.
Aotearoa with the finish.
Aotearoa.
That was a great finish.
A boat length. What a great race. So just like how we had predicted, Micah, that they had a very tactical race. You know, they looked at it, they pushed when they need to,
right,
and they made money in the turns.
Absolutely. I mean, definitely we saw an incredible race there on the water. Your first crew coming across, New Zealand. Second crew, Hawaii. The third crew coming across, I believe.
Is that going to be?
It's going to be possibly here. This is going to be a battle for third right here. It's going to be really close. We either have Great Britain or we're going to have Rapa Nui. And outside lane looks like they might have edged that. That was really close. That might have been too close to call there. So we had...
unless that was my boys from Wallace and Futuna.
That's what it looked like. Wallace and Futuna on the outside might have pulled that one off. And we'll see how that all works out.
Yeah, we just got some snacks brought into the studio from our production team. Mahalo.
We just saw a really, really good race here.
That was awesome.
That was heat 1 of your men's elite 1,500 meter. Really exciting to watch and see. I think what we're going to have to do is kind of play off that third place again, because that was really close. It would be interesting to find out who secured that third spot.
Because I do think there is a
repechage on that.
Repechage for this event.
And for those of you who don't know what a repechage is, it's basically an elimination round. It allows you to qualify if you didn't make it through your first heat. But as of currently, yeah.
There is a best
500.
Yeah. So we're looking at our heat telling us the how things are going today. I don't know if there's going to be a repechage on that, or there's just going to be top two maybe only. We'll see. Yep. All right, we're going to get some official information on that one. We have one more heat of the Elite Men's V6 1500 meter coming up. Oh, excuse me, two more heats. We're waiting for some official results on that last race. But pretty cool stuff. That was great tactical paddling by both the Hawaii crew and the men from Aotearoa. Waiting for some official results on the men's 1500 meter V6 heat number 1 of 3. And again, you can see the next heat of paddlers making their way into the va'a, getting ready to head out to the starting line. Let's hold off on that. When Micah comes back, we'll do it after. Let's get through the 3 heats of the men's V6 1500. Because by that time I'll have to pee. Nice shot down the beach here. You can see all of those lined up and all of our volunteers on the beach, really just kind of making sure that everybody's in the right boat. And I tell you, from a racing perspective, this is a very, very organized event, man. Very cool to see how good they are at getting all the proper folks in the proper place and in the proper va'a and the proper line, all at the right time. It is a lot of work. Again, mahalo to everyone joining us on the Ocean Paddler Facebook feed. You can also check us on IVF Facebook or Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association. This is the one that I'm going to be watching all day, and hopefully I'll be able to see you folks with your comments on our Facebook feed and reply to your questions and whatever you might have. Again, we did have some scammers a little bit earlier trying to do some stuff with getting you to move to a live stream and whatever. That's not sanctioned by us or anybody else. We are on the Ocean Paddler Facebook, IVF, and HCRA Facebook pages. As you can see, Kermit Decker is trying to get you to move over, but we ain't leaving. So I got a comment from Steve Punga Smith. He's saying smooth and efficient Aotearoa. Yes, it was, Steve. That was some very smooth and efficient paddling from those men. Kelly Russell, the elite men, the repechage is tomorrow for the elite men. Thank you, Kelly. That's a great beginning to bring us some information. All right, we have the results of that last heat. Aotearoa, New Zealand, 7 minutes and 13 seconds. Hawaii, right behind them, 7 minutes and 17 seconds. And my gang from Wallace and Fortuna in third place. They'll be participating in the repechage. Tanya B is saying, go New Zealand. I think we have a lot of our folks from New Zealand logging on to our live stream. Obviously, based upon the performance here, paddling is a big deal in Aotearoa. This is our second of 3 elite men's V6 1500, event number 29. France lane 1, Brazil lane 2, Chile lane 3, Tahiti in lane 4, and the USA in lane 5. So a nice competitive field here. We'll have them heading up to the starting line. As you can see there, getting ready to go. All eyes, of course, will be on Tahiti. And they're crawling up to the starting line. All right, here we go. Looking for the start of the men's Heat 2 1,500 meter. Getting lane one to back up just a little bit. Here we go. Get ready. Get ready. Here it comes. And they're off. This is event number 28, Elite Men's V6 1,500 meter. France, lane 1. Brazil, lane 2. Tahiti, lane 4. Chile, lane 3. And USA in lane 5. And as to be expected, Tahiti is out of the hole and down the course. Another great start by these Tahitian men. But again, you can see them kind of really settling in here. Is that Hilo Flores? Is that Hilo Flores? Yeah. In seat 1? He's stroking, not Hilo Mana. Okay. In this one, yeah. I think I did my best. Nice turn by those gentlemen, and here come the Tahitians again. That is very well-known paddler, Hilo Mana Flores, in seat 1. A lot of these guys paddle for Shelf or some of the other top teams out there. Nice big strokes by these Tahitians. Looking very smooth in the middle, coming into the second set of turns. Nice big reach up front. And let's see how the Tahitians are doing it.
And again, it looks like they just slowed into that turn and muscled their way around.
It looked to me like 3 was Kahi and 4 was Uni, which is interesting.
I've been seeing that actually as well on almost all of those crews.
I'm sure they've been practicing it and finding out what is the best. So these crews leave nothing to chance.
So again, this is your second heat, men's 1,500. We have France in 1, Brazil in 2, Chile in 3, Tahiti in 4, and USA in 5. And currently we've seen Tahiti coming in first into that set of turns, but actually not too far behind. Looks like that inside lane right there is lane 2, Brazil. Looks like they were kind of sticking it in there for a little while and just keeping in with this crew.
Seeing the Tahitians coming into their turn. This is Brazil here.
And there you go. So it looks like 1, 2, and 3 are both reaching over, 5 coming over. Oh, man.
Same kind of thing here.
Yep.
Same kind of
Same thing.
Yep.
But a good turn. You can see right there, that was a great view and angle of how the turn is set up. And that 10-meter buoy just allows you to show like how close you are to that lane.
Right.
So
those two canoes passed
pretty close.
Pretty close, and now you understand why they have the lanes. Otherwise, we'd have canoes running into each other at full speed, and that's not good.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see they just got around that inside. I mean, I think they're going to give it an okay on that. I don't think it's going to be a problem.
So this other buoy back here that they're passing out doesn't count? Doesn't matter as much? Or
so that's just the line. It gives you a 10-meter buoy, and it shows you where you should be in reference on coming out of that
it's
turn.
only the first one.
Correct,
okay.
correct.
I'm sure these paddlers have been prompted really well for this. Again, that was France on the inside. Here you're seeing
Tahiti.
Brazil.
Yep, Brazil and Tahiti coming in again. And this is going to be their third turn here. And folks, for those of you that are watching right here, 1,500 meters, 5 turns. This is a lot of effort in the turns.
A lot of effort, Micah.
And
a lot of effort.
You definitely are burning a lot of energy in these turns, but hopefully while you're catching your breath, if you're in the middle and you're that engine space, you're getting ready to just pound
Look at
it
that
out.
stroke count, Micah. Now settling in again.
Yeah, settling. So I think they just did 2 changes where they came out rapid and just settled out into a nice, smooth, clean stroke here. I would love to see what that stroke rate was compared to the other crews from New Zealand, Hawaii, in the previous heat, and because that's kind of what we're going to see in the future if this crew happens to make it through to the finals. But again, here we go. We got Hilo weather of squalls coming in, a little bit of rain on the course, and again, cooling them down because they're going so fast.
Got to wipe the windshield. Okay. Now one is going to, he's just kind of holding it. He's
And
not
2 and 3 are
there
just kahing over.
Yeah.
And excellent job.
Excellent.
And here we go. Man, these Brazilians, man, they came on the scene and
They
they're
came to play, man.
They're here and they're having a great race right now. For those of you joining us, if this is any of your crew members, go ahead and tell us who we're rooting for, and we'd love to give a shout out whenever we get a chance to. But again, here we go. This is our second heat, our final stretch here of 250 meters for your men's second heat, and it looks like Tahiti is got a pretty comfortable commanding lead.
That is a sizable lead.
They are very far ahead of.
Again, in that canoe, there are paddlers who have been champions at Hawaii Nui, at
absolutely.
Molokai Hoi. These are truly, truly some of the best paddlers, not only from their country, but in the world.
Absolutely.
And the clock will really demonstrate how far ahead they are. But this is several boat lengths. This is an easy 6 to 10 boat lengths on a very tough Brazil crew.
Right, and this crew was in it for the first couple of turns. They were right on the back of the canoe. So definitely just goes to show the Tahitians in this heat had a really great race. And again, this was 5 turns. A lot of ground was gained, I believe, with these turning advantages. Yep. So trying to figure it out is been a challenge for a lot of these clubs. But you haven't seen too much hiccups on the course. Just slower turns. And
I saw maybe only one where a junior women's crew buried a flag.
Right.
But I didn't. I see them having practiced and prepared for this, really. So this is crew number 3 from Chile.
Yep, and not too far behind France. So it looks like your 1, 2, and 3 was going to be Tahiti, and then followed by Brazil, and looks like Chile. And then we do have the outside team, USA. 1,500 meters, not any easy task. Again, this is the elite division here, your men's division. And, man, 1,500 meters, 5 turns, a lot of energy.
That's a lot for anybody. I don't care whether if you're the best paddler in the world. That's a lot of expenditure of energy for anybody.
It just goes to show how I would say how athletic all of these paddlers are and how conditioned they are. And just putting on a really brilliant effort here for us to watch. So, again, this is your best from these countries that are representing their place. So, really exciting to see.
And there they go. They're getting ready to disembark their canoes again.
Yep.
It's almost like I'm on a Hawaiian flight, you know, and a flight attendant is speaking to where the emergency exits. Follow the lighted pathway.
Seats 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 6, please take command of this vessel.
Yeah. Exactly.
No, this is exciting stuff to watch right here. For those of you that are joining us, we just had our 1,500 meters second heat men's race. Tahiti coming in first, Brazil, and followed by Chile. That's your 1, 2, and 3. And we're coming right out of Hilo One Bay, right here on Hawaii Island. What a beautiful venue. We've got a lot of kokua here on our course, such as our kokua team helping paddlers get in and out of their canoes. Again, we're going to do just a canoe check every so often to make sure the canoes are properly intact. Any mishaps that we have canoes ready to swap out. But it's been running really, really well for us. All of these clubs are putting on quite an effort and just showing up for their clubs and countries.
All right, Micah, coming up is the third qualifying heat for this men's elite V6 1500. In lane 1 will be Australia, lane 2 Germany, lane 3 Canada, and in lane 4 Singapore.
I can't wait to the day where we have paddling in the Olympics.
It's coming. That's what I understand. It's coming. How soon is it coming?
I'm hoping within the next one. I'm hoping, but I do hear it's on the quest for it. So I'm excited because, man, we have so many great juniors coming up.
I think you'll really see it become a lot more mainstream at that point.
Yeah,
definitely.
Right.
Heck, if they have breakdancing in the Olympics. How can they not have? I mean, breakdancing is incredible. I'm a huge fan.
Me too.
They're going to have parkour in the Olympics too, right? I heard.
I did. I seen that.
Yeah,
I seen that.
I don't know if those are classic versions of what one might think of as a sport.
Right.
Right. But paddling certainly is
absolutely
a sport. Not in the way that something like basketball or rugby is a sport, but definitely in the way that. Track and field,
right,
or swimming, or of course, other types of kayaking and stuff are in the Olympics.
Did you see that slalom? The one, it was almost like a kayaking.
And they got to go through all the gates and stuff.
Yeah, that
looks so hard. Imagine how incredible the core strength for those guys has to be, right? They're literally like reaching out and kind of pulling them so.
It was so
over.
Cool. It was so cool to watch.
I was getting back pain just watching that thing, man. That was good stuff. But, yeah, I think this kind of sprint-style racing would definitely show well on the Olympic stage, Micah, for sure. So we're getting ready again for our third and final V6 1500 heat. This is event number 30. 17 more to go. We're kind of at the two-thirds point, pretty much. Not too bad. We've been up and going since just after 8 o'clock this morning. So we're about 5-6 hours in, another 3 hours, and we'll be done. So not too bad by standards of a race of this size. So kind of neat.
Yep, and this, again, is your 1,500 meter. And then right after this, we're going to tone it back to a 500 meter course. So right now we just got our final 5-turn course right here by your elite men division. We actually only have 4 in here. And I was curious on how things are selected. I'm assuming for the lanes and the drawings, it's, again, probably a generated heat draw. But I do want to look into it a little bit more because I know in HCRA or in the Okra, we have a generated lanes drawing for each division.
Uh-huh.
So it's always great to see. And I think it could be a little bit of one of those things where people have their favorite idea of what's better, whether it's the outside or the inside. So no matter what, you get the same 1,500 meter 5-turn course today, and conditions again are actually very favorable.
Here they are creeping up on the starting line.
Again, for those of you watching, that red flag just means that you must get ready to start your race. So it's moving up from the loading line to your start line. And once we see a black flag, just like that, so the flag that's black is just basically saying someone might be crossing the line. So you see paddlers are backing up just to make sure they're not past the starting line. And we will see a green flag when it's all clear and the race has begun. There it is.
There it goes.
And a good flag switch right there, red to green, and we are off.
You know, it's interesting. It's interesting to notice. How IVF is doing a very similar, almost exact event, but with a little separate changes. You know, the way they do the flags is different from HCRA.
Right.
The way they set the lanes and the turning area is a little bit different. So they're basically holding the same race, but with a few different rule changes and a little bit different logistics.
For sure. And then right here we see Australia, Germany, Canada, and Singapore. Heat 3, 1,500 meters. It looks fairly even right across the line. We're going to see the first turn coming up, and this is going to be interesting. The first turn is, I believe, a really important part of this race. It allows you to get that momentum if you're the steersman and just getting comfortable coming into your turn. And look how even that is. All 4 clubs or crews and countries are turning in. Oh, we have a kiss right there on red flag.
Beautiful stuff. I love that.
That's perfect. Get out of there and just start moving. So four countries coming into their first
nice
turn
there by Canada.
And all 4 countries have coming out for their second leg here. And I will say that this race right here in this heat, that was extremely close. Looks like we've got some fans over there with
we got somebody at the beach with a cowbell.
This chiming away with the bell and maybe telling them to go a little faster. So again, this looks really settled. They look really, really good here in lane 1. Lane 1, you have Australia. All right, so we're coming into our second turn here for your 1,500 meter men's race. Good line here.
Now watch this one, Mike. I noticed the Aussies 3 and 4 kind of just don't do much. They're not trying to kahi too much. They're not even that next screw out. As opposed to the Canadians in lane 3, they're really trying to yank it over.
Right.
The guys in 3 and 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
and so in Australia, the 3 and 4, they're big boys in the middle.
Yep.
They waited until the canoe was more or less facing back down the lane, and then it's their turn to turn it on and dig that canoe and get it back up out of the water.
Yeah, you know that their crew is counting on them to be able to give a little bit more power, especially if you have a little bit of a time to breathe and just come out and be a little bit more explosive. But it's interesting because I've been watching a handful of these racers, and they look really, really comfortable on these canoes. I mean, I haven't seen much problems in a sense of trying to paddle this boat, and they're moving really, really well. It's such a great canoe.
Paddles beautifully.
And
it's not designed for 180-degree turns.
Sure.
No way. But they're definitely making it work.
And they're doing awesome work right here. This group right here in 3, Canada. The Canadians are doing extremely well. Looks like they're coming into the turn first. And right there is, kissing the flag once again. Australia's got actually really dime turns right now. Lane 1.
Yeah, their steersman doing a great job.
He has a really good angle. He's been pinning that flag really well. It looks like 3 got a little bit of a hiccup in there in Canada. They had to, they brought it back around. They just got inside the buoy. Really, really well done. Well done there. I think they'll be okay.
I think this type of turn schedule really requires every paddler in the boat to be paying 100% attention to the turn. You know, typically when we're doing turns in Hawaiian racing, it's like it's all the steersman and maybe the stroker. Everybody else is just head down, and you're just going to kahi or pull or whatever until you know it's time to make the next change.
Right.
Where these guys really have to pay attention, because if you can be the make or break between burying that flag or not. Because once the flag is hooked
That's
on
it.
the front of the ama, you're done.
Yeah, you're not going to get out around this. And I've seen them try to backblade and pull the boat back, but it's almost
Your race
too
is over.
impossible, right?
Yeah.
And coming back out, I mean, it's going to be hard to catch up at that point. But as you've seen in that earlier shot here, we're going to see Australia on the inside and Canada right here, lane 3. But Australia coming back in, diming that turn again.
I did notice on some of the other top crews, especially Tahiti, the rate at which they were kahing and pulling over was really, really quick, really fast.
Nice effort there.
What? Is this the last leg here, Micah?
No, so we have
One
one
more?
more turn coming up right here. So this is going to be turn number 4.
Oh, yep, they're heading back up. Ooh, sometimes I get turned around, man, with that drone footage. Can't tell whether I'm facing in or out.
Yeah,
looking smooth though. I mean, look at this, Aussies. They're nice and long in it, but look at the size of that fella in 3. You don't want him messing up your turn. If you're on either end of that boat and you need to pivot, too much power in the middle. Even the guy in 4, look at the guns on that dude. It's gonna change the direction of where the canoe's trying to go. Those guys are trying to pull it forward, where everybody else at either end is trying to spin it. So, yeah. So here they come to what would be, I think, their last turn, right?
Final turn here. Again, nice setup here. I mean,
nice shot, a drone man.
This guy has been putting on a show on the turns.
Okay, here we go, making a nice turn.
Nice kiss on the flag again.
Yes.
And
see, look at 3 and 4. They're just kind of cruising.
I mean, I think this is the smartest way to
here,
do it.
Now, bang. They must be calling something in the canoe.
I think so.
Yep. You saw the guy in 2 look back and go, okay, boys, here it is. We're going to do this.
I mean, these guys are feeling it. They know they have a lead, and all they have to do is hold on. And you could see that sense of effort that they put in after that last change in the last turn. So that was great.
I'll tell you what, though, Canada's out there in lane 3, and they're still gunning for him. Canada having a really nice race, too.
Yeah,
here they come.
Looks like we have our unofficial 1 and 2 coming down the line. This will be a great finish, and we got our cowbells going on the beach. A lot of cheering on.
Hey, man, it ain't a party until you have a cowbell and a dwarf. Here we go, coming into this. Canada looking strong.
I love it.
I'm kind of impressed by these guys.
It's incredible. I mean, we're watching really amazing paddlers from all over. This is a great finish here.
Yes, it really is.
Wow.
That's darn close, pal.
Hey,
that's darn close.
That is 3 seats only.
Australia winning that with Canada in second place. Good work from all these men.
It looked like Canada lost his blade steering on the end. I don't know if you saw that.
In third, it's Germany and then Singapore finishing it out. So congratulations to this crew. Aloha, boys.
Yes. Unreal.
Aussies.
Yes. Man, they're such amazing people. They're so fun to be around.
Oh, man.
It's some of the best people I've ever got time to spend with is these groups right here.
They're so authentic.
Oh, I love it.
You know what I mean? They're just real. There's not a lot of pretenses in their culture. They're just like, hey, man, I'm here. They're larger than life, and they're there to have a good time.
Yeah.
You know? Aussies are fun, man.
I love it. And here's a great shot of where we're staging all of our canoes right here. As you can see, the V1s are back out on the water. Looks like we have our 500 meter coming up, women's V1.
And as soon as we get a recap of this last race with the men, we're going to go on a quick commercial break, Micah, and then we'll come back with, as you had mentioned, our Master 70 Women V1 500 meter. That'll be up right after this, but congratulations to this Aussie team and, of course, the Canadians.
Incredible. It's been such great paddling to see, and there's a lot of great effort on the water and a lot of pride, representing their country. But we'll definitely be cutting to a commercial break. But right here we have your top 3. Looks like Australia, Canada, and Germany coming in at great times. 7:55 being your leading time.
Those are definitely good times. And Bill Wise is on our feed. So is Kelly Russell saying, "Go Canada." Rebecca McIntyre with "Go Australia." So we're so stoked to have all of you logging in from wherever you are to join us on our live coverage of the 2024 IVF World Sprints from beautiful Hilo Bay, Hawaii. Myself, Kala'i Miller, and Michael Kalama will be right back after this quick commercial breaks to mahalo our sponsors, and we'll be right back with more live action. And they're not doing it. Hey, Christian. Commercial break. You ready? I'm going to throw it to you right now. Commercial break. Yes. All right, going out to that commercial right now. We'll be right back with more live action from here at Hilo Bay.
The 2024 IVF World Sprint Championships from Hilo, Hawaii are brought to you by the Hawaii Tourism Authority, Are Outrigger World Canoes, Par Hawaii and Hele, Apo Rek Kusachi Attorneys at Law, Hawaiian Airlines, Outrigger Zone, and made possible by the International Va'a Federation, the Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association, the County of Hawaii Island, and Ocean Paddler TV.
It's important for visitors who do come to the island of Hawaii to remember that you're in somebody's home. Everything is alive and everything should be treated with reverence and respect, and I think that that's the best way to enjoy it.
When you're here in Hawaii, you have to think about it from a Hawaiian perspective.
We want our visitors to learn from the people that live here.
And share that with their community and family.
And come back again with a better understanding on their next visit.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
We are back to your 2024 IVF World Championship right here in Hilo One Bay. I am Michael Kalama bringing to you day one live here. Currently on the water we have the Masters 70 Women, the V1 event, 500-meter sprint. This is going to take the whole length of the bay of our course here. We are bringing all live action to you, and we're just really excited to see these women's put on a brilliant effort here. We have Canada in lane 1. We have lane 2, Brazil. Lane 3, Britain. Lane 4, New Zealand. Lane 5, Hawaii. Lane 6, Canada. And the 7 and 8 lane is nobody in that event. So currently representing Canada is Cat Town. In Brazil is Victoria Birkbeck. In lane 3 from Great Britain is Denise Smith. New Zealand, we have Les Ash. And from Hawaii in lane 5, Stacy Evanson. And lane 6, we have Anne Mose from Canada. Again, this is going to be your women's 500-meter V1 sprint. And so this is just a straight shot from one part of the bay to the other. We're currently just waiting for some of our women to get on the water. On your screen right now, we've got a lot of the Kokua team here. We also have the para teams getting ready. So these Paralympic paddlers here will be jumping in using the Matahina for the V6 event coming up shortly after. So they're just prepping the boats right here on screen, and we're just excited. We're about halfway done with, or more than halfway. We're about 2/3 done with all of our races. We're bringing to 47 events here, and we're looking to try to finish up within the next 2 hours. But we're bringing all this live racing footage here from Ocean Paddler TV. And this is the 2024 IVF World Sprints Championship. Currently on the water, we have our V1 women just getting ready to line up. Again, this is going to be one of 3 heats. So we have 3 women's heats in this event here, the 500-meter V1. Such a great shot here of all of our paddlers here in their canoes. Looks like we have some people getting some paddle outs by some of our clubs here that are allowing some paddlers to get up on the water. Again, this looks more like a spectating type of boat. So that's really, really exciting to see. I mean, got a lot of our Hawaiian canoes out on the water. So we're just going to take our time. We're, again, setting up our courses for a V1 event. So as you can see, they're about to get set up. We have lane 1 getting ready to get to their starting line, as well as all the other racers. Great shot of our flags on the corner, and I believe we just had our start right there. So full start right there of our women's race. Again, women's Masters 70 V1. And here we go. So clean start. We did get our start. This is a 500-meter course. A lot of our competitors here have been paddling V1 quite some time, but it looks like lane 1 had a great start there. That's going to be Kat Town from Canada. She had a great start there, and it's V1 is definitely the challenge. It's all about keeping your boat as straight as you can for as long as you can without losing any speed throughout the course.
Wow, she has jumped out to a nice lead here. She must have had a great start.
I did watch as they just panned over to the start line. She was definitely right up on the line, ready to go. Again, that's going to be Cat Town from Canada right there on your screen. Just holding a real great pace, man. Yeah. Nice rate there by Cat Town from Canada. And I believe she looks like she's kind of out there on her own. I want to see maybe a drone pan. Here we go. Oh, wow. We got some other women just as fast on the outsides doing really well. Looks like we got 4, 5, and 6 all battling for that second spot, it looks like. And we got...
Just passing the halfway mark there. That's 250 meters.
Yep.
Another 250 left to go.
This is a great way to gauge to see where people are halfway through this race. Super exciting to see. But right here, we do have lane 1. She looks like she's got a pretty good lead on the field.
Can she hold it? She's giving a pretty maximal effort there, look like.
And it looked like right there in lane 5, we have Stacy Evanson from Hawaii. And lane 6, also from Canada, we have Ann Mose. She's putting on a great race as well. So it looks like the 2 Canadians came to put and represent.
A lot of flat water paddling in Canada.
Definitely paying off for them.
Yeah, lane
here
6
in Hilo.
here.
And right there, we got...
Ooh. Man, Kat is not letting up.
No, her rate's been... She's hammering this course. Again, this is your Masters 70 women 500-meter sprint here, V1. And coming up to your last 10 meters... Closing out the course, finishing commanding lead.
Wow.
Commanding lead.
Cat Town crushing it.
She's got to have about 12 canoe lengths on everyone. And here we go. We're
going to have to check her ID. She might not be
so.
She might not be 70.
That was amazing. Lane 6 again, another Canadian coming in. It looks like Ann Mose coming in there. Wow, great job. And looks like lane 5. Looks like Stacy Evans Evanson from Hawaii.
Yep.
So what a great race by these ladies here.
Anne was really giving her most, for sure.
No pun intended.
Only fun intended. No pun.
Wow, what a great race for Anne. Wow. And an awesome race from Cat Town from Canada. Unofficially, your first and second, Canada. And then coming in third, it looks like it was Hawaii. We'll get an official post up after all these racers come in. So that was heat 1 of 3. Man, it's so exciting to hear these countries come together right before their races, and just so excited to be here and representing their place of birth, and just incredible. So again, we're just going to have 3 heats of our women's 70s 500 meter V1 event. I think the V1 event is quite the challenge at 500 meters, but I think at the halfway mark you kind of can gauge to see where you're at with the field, and it allows you to turn it on even more if you need to, and it gives you a chance to kind of find out where you are throughout the course.
We're going to have another heat here coming up on heat 2 of 3 for the Master 70 women in the V1, but my understanding is right after that, Michael, we're going to have an exhibition event with I wanna say these are our intellectually challenged folks that we had mentioned about yesterday. Awesome. An event put on by the Par Refinery and Hele. So that's coming up. It's going to be exciting to see this all go down. But we've had the para gang paddling for quite some time now. These are all folks that have some kind of physical disability, or maybe have recovered from some kind of an injury. Right. They've got some type of physical limitation, right? Definitely not holding them back all the way, but limiting them just a little bit. And then they were trying to introduce a new division where they're having intellectual disabilities, right? So
right. And it's exciting. This is a great opportunity for them to get on the water and be racing the same course, giving you the same course. So this is really exciting for them, and great stuff to see. So again, we currently getting ready for a second heat here for the Women's Masters 70, and this is a 500-meter course. And then one of our producers brought up one of the meadows here. So I just wanted to go ahead and put that out there. It's got a spinny thing in it.
Oh, that is cool.
This is like, let's go.
I want one of those, but I doubt I'll ever have one.
Very cool. This is the IVF World Sprints Championship here.
All right.
And then currently right now we also have more of the para teams getting ready. And there's your top 3 right there. So we were right. It's going to be Cat Town from Canada leading the way for the women's first heat, 500 meter, followed by Ann Mose. And then we've got Stacy Evanson from Hawaii. And right there on the course, we got a red flag for heat 2. So heat 2 is on the course, getting ready to go. The red flag just means get to your start line. Once everybody's set on the start line, you'll see either a green flag, which means the course is ready and go, or you'll see a black flag. The black flag just means that you need to make adjustments on the course. And there we go. We have a green flag. Here's our second heat right now. Going on the water. We've got a really good start. It looked like a clean start. I'm not too sure. I can't see boat 1, so I'm just...
So right now, our Master 70, let me help you out with that, Micah. V1 500 meter from Canada, Lorene Arkadikin I'm trying. I don't know if I'm getting all of these names. Jane Toro, I'm sure I'm getting that one right. She's in lane 3 from the U.S. Canada, lane 4, that's Barbara McCall. From New Zealand, Kura Heke in lane 5. And in 6, another U.S. paddler, Jay Marshall.
Very cool. I mean, man, this is incredible to watch at 70 years old, V1ing, and just putting out some effort. This is so cool. It'll be interesting to see all the times fare off from all of these crews. But here we go. V1, women's 500 meters. I mean, I've just been seeing Canada across the board on the V1 side. This is impressive to see. So really excited for this race and this event.
Yeah, these ladies are used to some of this flat water paddling. They've been quick to incorporate the rudderless. That's been pretty cool.
I mean, looking at lane 3 right there, that rate has not stopped. And as you can see, they just made, that's the halfway mark.
That's 250.
So 250 to go. And you can see lane 3 is just keeping it nice and steady, keeping the boat moving. The challenge for those of you watching, if you don't know what a V1 is, I
think lane 3 is the USA. I believe that's Jane Toro.
Awesome.
I think, and next to her, right on her heels, it looks like in second place, that would be Barbara McCall from Canada there.
Well, great effort from lane 3 right there. And again, for those of you watching,
Toro.
That V1 does not have a rudder. It's all rudderless here.
That is a challenging canoe to steer.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good race. Not as far out as the first heat where we saw our Cat Town from Canada about 12 canoe lengths ahead. This one it's going to be a lot tighter, but we still see a really good race here from lane 3. How exciting.
For this and this, we're bringing in the guy who is a sponsor. He's really involved with it. Take a break for you, but then I would be stoked if you could come back once we change them out again. That'd be good. Thank you. All right, here they come. Lane 3 and lane 5, bringing it down to the wire here.
Oh, this is going to be close. Look at this.
This is U.S. and New Zealand out there.
Wow, lane 3, maybe a boat length, and that's it, but really great race.
Lane 5, that is Kuraheke from Aotearoa.
Lane 6 looks like
lane 6 would be another U.S. paddler. That would be Jay Marshall.
Great racing right there from these women. Again, that was your heat number 2 Masters 70 women, V1 500. What a great race. I mean, I hope to be racing at 70 and doing that, but I will say at my age now, it's already a challenge. So
V1 is hard when you're young. Hey, we're going to be bringing in another guest real quickly into the studio for this next couple of special races we have. Micah, go ahead and grab a break, but we're going to be bringing you back up to help us finish out the rest of the races today. Micah is always, not only with his involvement with HCRA, but of course as a V1 rudderless paddler, the guy who runs the Aloha Aito, he's always a big resource for us when it comes to calling races. So thank you so much, Micah, for being here. We expect you back in a few minutes.
I'll be back.
But we're going to have Nicholas come up and talk us through a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff on these next couple races.
Right on. That's awesome.
Yeah, mahalo.
All right.
Micah will be right back. At this time, mahalo, everybody, for joining us for our live coverage of the 2024 IVF World Sprints from right here in beautiful Hilo Bay, Hawaii. Aloha to all of you who are logging on our Facebook page, not only with us, HCRA, the International Va'a Federation, and we're so excited to have all of you kind of tuning in and checking out the paddling action today. But we are going to be switching gears a little bit and moving into a couple of really special events that are coming up. That's a recap from the last race. Jane Toro in 3 minutes and 6 seconds from the USA. Kuraheke from New Zealand. And Jay Marshall from the USA in third place. But these couple of special events are here, and we got just the right guy to talk to us about it. This is our good friend, Nicholas Dom. Thanks for coming, Rod, to join us here. Appreciate you, man. And so, Nicholas, can you kind of shed some light for us on why you are the right guy to talk about for this, right? And what is it that we're about to witness?
So about the right guy thing, I think I'm the only guy who is willing to come up here.
Right. You drew the short straw?
Yeah, I got the short straw. I've been working with our local club here for the last 2 years that is focusing on inclusive paddling. And it was founded, it's called Ohana Wala Lima, had its founding grounds through Sammy Sampanga and Kawila, who basically brought this club to life, OSMD Hawaii. And that's where everything came from. One day on a Sunday morning, I came out of the water and saw these boats getting in the water and looked like they needed help. Mm-hmm. And that's how I ended up getting involved and getting my job involved. I work at the Hilo Yacht Club, and we were able to get involved with the club, position the club right, do help with certain things, making connections, and get into grant writing and things. But what we do is basically try to get the water accessible.
So what you see right there, the white flag, they're getting ready. The black flag, basically, they're having the paddlers back up a little bit. But this race, we talked earlier about our para paddlers where they're having some physical disabilities. This race is for people with what kinds of disabilities?
So these are all individuals that are, I guess, classified as individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities.
Okay.
And they can range to anything. It starts with learning disability, and depending on where things come from, where they start in life, it can carry out into having effects on physical ability. You can see in the movement that we have paddlers that are able to use one arm, as you can see right here in Bruce's boat, and then you have others that have really wide range of flexibility. All of them have the biggest heart you can ever find.
Oh yeah,
in people, and I think that's the one thing that's so wonderful about this. And we've been able to grow this program, and I'm really excited that we were able to get a California crew in for this race.
Wow, cool.
That IVF is supporting the growth of this, and us reaching outside of the physical disabilities only, and giving these guys a chance to get on the water.
Mm-hmm. Here they go, coming into the finish line. Oh, we have a little bit of a huli there. Yeah, nice finish. So these all are folks that have some kind of intellectual challenge, whether that's something that they had from birth or it's something that they encountered through life that gave them some kind of a problem. So, but they were able to be mentored into these programs, brought up, and get out. I mean, the best thing sometimes for them is to be able to get out of the house or wherever they are cared for and get out into the water, get out into the sun, and be able to be outside and be involved in something that's bigger than themselves, right?
It's the one thing that's always a challenge is that they are so invisible to so many of us because they are not included. And one of the reasons why this whole race came about, because it was an opportunity to showcase, to open it up, to make people see that there is others on the water.
Right. Oh, that's awesome. I think this is a great opportunity, like you said, to give an exhibition of what is actually possible, right? It's always everybody's always trying to, I guess, highlight the limitations, right? Yeah. But right now, this is an opportunity to highlight the possibilities.
Yes.
And look how stoked they are. Look at that guy. He's paddling with one arm, and he looks just stoked.
He is.
They're happy to be here, and no idea that
that's
behind
Dusty.
him, right behind Dusty is one of the best paddlers. That
even Uncle Bruce,
seen,
okay.
Uncle Bruce, and look at the smile on Uncle Bruce's face. So I guess what I'm trying to say is it's infectious, and it's not whether you're the best paddler or a challenged paddler. It's infectious, and the joy that can really come out of this, and the joy that as paddlers we can see of giving to others.
Yes. Yeah, and the interesting thing is about this organization is that everything runs mainly in these programs through volunteers, especially out here, there isn't a whole lot of funding for
Right.
the programs. So our club, for example, runs a program that's running twice a week regularly, all volunteer-based, and we have people going out regularly into the water. We were able to get the one power crew trained and into this piece. And I do have to say that all of this really only happened because I wanted to give a little piece of history, because this is why Hilo is so important, I think, for this. Is because this is the place where in 2004 the first exhibition race happened for physically
para,
disabled,
right?
for para. And this is where para started. And there was a lot of people that were involved back then that actually helped us connect with the right people. At IVF, I know John has been really instrumental in getting things on the road on IVF, and Dana has been a wonderful supporter.
All right, we're bringing in some of our paddlers here. We had a little bit of a huli drill going on out there, and we'll give a quick replay of the event. You might be able to see what happened, but man, look how stoked they are. That is great. Just to see the joy in their faces to being out here and being able to be part of something big. You know, a lot of times these folks may see things that happen in the world around them, like a big sporting event like this, and think, man, I'll never be part of that. You know, but now, like you said, they're included. It's inclusive. They're part of what we got going on. You know,
And to me, it's really when I interact with other people that see what we do, I know there is so many more people out there that will help grow these programs, because there's so much excitement that gets brought out through these items. And it's great for me that we had the opportunity. You know, I've been working throughout this last couple of days with all the different para coaches and help coordinate those pieces. There is so much that can be done when the different countries, the different technologies, the different tools come together to grow these things. And just what I've learned from New Zealand, Tahiti, the coaches there, Paula and Jeremy, so much material has been exchanged. It's going to be awesome. Yeah.
That is super cool.
And you see right there in the camera angle, you have
look at that.
So many clubs.
High fives,
local.
big
Yeah,
hugs.
yeah.
Look at this guy. He's loving it.
So you have, and the beautiful thing is you have all the different canoe clubs, so many different paddlers from local canoe clubs there. And we had folks, Australians, I saw all kinds of people out there holding boat from all the countries out there. So it's special. Yeah.
Oh, you pulled it off, man. Now, how long have you been working on this, Nicholas? To actually see this be a portion of an event this size?
Well, it took a lot of hands,
yes,
and a lot of conversations. And like I said, I'm just the guy who took the short straw to be up here.
Right.
But the conversations started right after Samoa. I was introduced by one of I'm paddling Team Germany, and one of our para paddlers in Germany introduced me to Jan Whittaker, who's not here today, but she was one of the key people that introduced me to all of the possible obstacles, insurance concerns, safety components that we need to take into consideration before we ever reach out to IVF. It's been a year.
That's been a long year, but hey, congratulations, you and
Thank
your
you,
team, and the endless supporters and all the people that have been able to show you the way, man. You guys
Appreciate
pulled it off. That is
Yeah.
so cool, Nicholas.
It's powerful.
So hang out with me. We're gonna watch this next race here.
Shoots.
This X Para race.
Yeah.
And so you're over there at the Hilo Yacht Club.
Yeah. I've been there for about 3.5 years, and since we're the world famous yachtless club, we're the only yacht club in all of the U.S. without one
besides
yacht.
Molokai Yacht Club.
They do. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
they have
Okay.
one.
They have one. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was very fortunate that we have my board of trustees is very, very supportive of the community efforts that we're making to try to support organizations, other nonprofit organizations, and bringing them forward. And this program and our support for this program, one beautiful thing about, I guess, a private club is that you usually have a lot of people in private clubs that have influence.
Yes.
So I have been fortunate to be in a position to make the connections.
Tap into the influence.
Correct.
Yep.
And
use it for the right group. Right
yeah,
reason.
and talk to them and get things moving that way. And that's been really, really beautiful. And helped things along in a lot of aspects. All right.
For sure. And so today, Nicholas, you're paddling for Team Germany. What race are you in?
I was just done.
Yeah.
I was catching my breath.
What race was that? What race was that?
I was on the last 1500.
The 1500?
Yeah.
Oh, brother. You know what? I watched
That's
you
right,
walk
that's-
up with wet shorts and wet feet and a little bit out of breath. I was like, wow, where did he come up from?
No.
Oh, so you were just in the 1500. How was that? That's a lot of turns.
That's a lot of turns. That boat is so much fun to turn, man. I could live without it.
Yep. It doesn't slide around like a typical Hawaii boat, but
It was a fun race.
Once you get up and going, that's a good boat.
It was a fun race. It was a fun race. It was a super fun race, and conditions are really, really nice right now.
What kind of feedback are you getting from your brothers and sisters from Germany that have made the journey way out here to be part of the World Sprints? I mean, this is for a lot of them a once in a lifetime thing to make it all the way to Hawaii from Germany, and this is a great reason.
Well, one of the fun thing about it is that a lot of them actually are carrying this out into Lilio. So we are actually going to have some of them stay all the way through the Lilio Kalani race.
Wow, all right.
Yes, and I know.
That is a big trip.
And that's a long trip. I wish I had that kind of vacation. Huh?
Yeah.
But I guess I should have stayed in Germany.
Right.
So the feedback is, I think the German mentality is very different from here. And it's always interesting to see, for me, to see my fellow countrymen in this environment. Because in these environments you have such a different approach to everything in life from different countries. And the Germans are generally, there's a reason why a Mercedes is a good car, is because people,
Yep.
keep that line.
They're born engineers, right?
Yeah, so things are generally very organized and structured. And what I really appreciate about our German crew is, despite the fact that the exposure to, I guess, paddling competition isn't easy out there, because they really train mainly on completely dead flat waters, rivers, regatta pieces. They're coming out here and they're taking an environment that they're really not too comfortable with, and they're giving it their all. And I think
Very cool.
That's why it's awesome. Yeah,
that's kind of neat that it's a little bit of a cultural exchange. We're coming up on a next race here. This is event number 34. This is Elite Para Mixed. This is a V6 race. It's going to be 1,000 meters, 3 turns. We have Tahiti in lane 1, New Zealand in lane 2. Hawaii is in lane 3 and 4. So we got Keaukaha and Kamama Malahoi is a Pure Light Racing. They were the guys that kind of started the whole thing off way back in the day. Kamama Malahoi plus Pure Light, they're kind of combining a crew there. So I remember was several Molokai Hois again when the first para team talked about crossing the Kaiwi Channel with the Molokai Hoi, and that was pretty special and cool to watch. And that, I believe, was the team Pure Light Racing. I think they were the first, one of the first.
Yes, and you have Richard. I think is in there. Got to see which lane he's in, but he's a big piece of that program.
There you go.
Yep, and I think they're going to be out in lane 4. I know they also are planning to be out for Lilio again.
Wow.
Change race for Lilio with a crew, which is going to be fun. But this is the long haul for them.
1,000 meters, 3 turns.
meters.
We're going to see how they pull this off. This is going to be great. I wonder if, based upon what they're dealing with, if they're changing their technique going into the changes and stuff. So it's always great to see how people get creative about adapting to the challenges that they're given. And para is one thing, but I would almost think these are the most adaptive paddlers we have out there. They're making it work. They were given some challenges and they're making it work. It's super cool.
And what I really enjoy, because I've, I guess, kind of been the liaison in between all the different para groups for the last couple of days. I've gotten to meet these guys, and there's the spirit and the power that comes from within, and it's a very interesting balance to me, where you underestimate most of them when you first look at them. And then you see the power that is there when they get into the boats, out of the boats, and it's just amazing.
It's exciting to watch this, and this is kind of cool. So we're going to do this para mixed 1,000-meter race, and then we're going to head back to our Masters 70 women V1 500 meters. So this race is going to be a really cool 1,000 meter. We're making sure that everything from the last race with our exhibition race for the intellectually challenge is all good and taken care of on the course and getting ready to proceed here. Mahalo again to everybody out there for joining us for our live coverage of the 2024 International VA Federation's World Sprints from Hilo Bay, Hawaii. And thank you to all of you that are out there logging on to our Facebook page. We're excited to see you. Give some feedback on our Ocean Paddler Facebook page. While you're watching the live events, your comments and your shout-outs are more than welcome. I'm trying to repeat or get out as many as I can. All right, we have Jan Whitaker here. Congratulations to all the wonderful paddlers in the exhibition race.
That's Jen.
You
That's
are
Jen, who I was talking about.
Inspiration of paddlers. You're inspiration to paddlers of all abilities. Yes, you are. It's great that we had the opportunity to showcase your abilities and their spirit. Thank you, Jan Whitaker, on behalf of myself and Nick
Jen,
over
I'm
here.
glad you're watching. I don't have to call you then.
She saw it.
She saw it. I'm glad. That's awesome.
Jacob and Jimet Bakele watching from Keokaha. Thank you for sharing. Right on, Jacob and Jim. All right. Yeah, Walter Dan is giving some shout-outs to his nephew, William Baker. Kick some ass, buddy. And they did. They definitely did. I have Cole Kindich over here saying, thanks, Nicholas. Sending you a shout-out.
I get much more back than I give in. Thank you, though, brother.
Sure,
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Suzanne Rowland is saying, go Makapo.
Yes, sir.
Hilo 5. Makapo in Hawaiian means Maka is your eyes, Po is night. So it's like your eyes are dark. It's basically a translation or a Hawaiian way of saying that you're blind, that your sight is diminished. And so
I'm pretty sure we have Vic.
The name of the team.
Pretty sure we have Vic and a crew out there right now. Keone is out there too.
Unless
probably.
you're steering, man, you just go dark and listen and feel for the rhythm, man. You're gonna know it.
Well, you know Vic is going to be doing a rudderless, right?
No, I don't.
No, Vic is going out rudderless. He's actually racing, racing the rudderless with an escort who is just directing him on how to angle and reposition the boat in a straight line. So he actually is going to do the sprints with direction, verbal direction, to stay straight in the rudderless.
Really?
Yeah. It's
and
nuts.
He's going to have somebody like in a headset?
No, it's going to travel
paddle next to him.
Paddle next to him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hopefully he's not so fast that he paddles away from his escort.
It's possible.
You got to get somebody good with him. The guy could be really good.
Vic has some guns on him. It's
yeah,
very possible,
sure.
Yeah.
All right. I've got Jude Good watching from Vancouver Island, Canada, watching all his nephews and nieces on Team Canada and also some on Team USA. Right on, Jude. Thank you. Gladys Joe is saying, go, Billy, go. Whoever this William Baker guy is, I'm not sure, but he's got a big fan base blowing up our Facebook page. Good for you, William. Ain't nothing like having some support from your friends and family. All right, here we are. Nice shot of the beach. All the fans and paddlers. You can tell by the way they're dressed, not everybody here is here to paddle.
No.
And so you can really see that even though this race has drawn in the neighborhood of 3,000 entrants, 3,000 paddlers, that it really involves a lot more people than just our paddlers, right?
Plenty help needed all over the place.
Plenty help needed.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, we're about to line up. Looks
That
like.
was interesting what you said about you're always getting back more than you give when it comes to helping out with, all these. I don't know if sometimes I don't like the normal words like charity events, stuff like that, but all of these races where you're trying to be inclusive, and that's kind of a neat thing, Nicholas.
It's initially hard to actually grasp, and when I look at the group of people that we have, and I know there's the California programs, there's the para programs, and there's so many volunteers that go in, and they go in because it's just it lightens your heart. Mm-hmm. It really lightens your heart to have the ability to impact somebody's days. And what you mentioned earlier is the getting out, the piece of creating community. Our canoe club is called Ohana Wala Lima,
right?
And it's all about them getting that community. And oftentimes when we're just out there, I mean, the kind of races that we do just for fun out there sometimes. The kind of language that goes back and forth in between the boats sometimes. It's just it might not be PG-13, but it is a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it's great for them to be included in that kind of stuff. They're not left out, inclusive, like you said. So right now, we had a special request from the race organizers here to send our drone out to the end of the course and kind of use it to inspect some of these flags out here. I'm not sure what or why, but hey, man, we're just trying to help out and get the races back on. That's why we're taking a bit of a break here while we're waiting for the would that be the
para guys?
Elite Para Mixed? Yep, the 1,000-meter race. Looks pretty good to me. But what do I know?
Right there we have a shot of that's Paula, actually, the coach here for Team New Zealand. And that's you see the support group there, that is part of the New Zealand para crew. I'm pretty sure that they're gunning for first place since Tahiti nudged them slightly on the 500.
Oh yeah.
So we'll see what happens here in the next one, because I know there's a lot of heat in between that.
In fact, you can see Tahiti and Aotearoa right next to each other.
Yeah. That's a long black flag they got.
That's a long black flag. It's rough for these paddlers and steersmen to just be kind of hanging out there and biding their time, waiting for flags to go up.
Yeah, the Matahina especially does not turn that into more fun, because it takes quite a bit of action to turn that boat around.
Right. Exactly. Well, hopefully be getting them up to the line fairly soon. I noticed in that last race for the Intellectual Challenge, we had a little bit of a huli going on, but our event staff, our safety, the ski especially, was on it in a heartbeat, right there covering for them, making sure that we could get those folks out of there safely. Also, you talked about limiting liability when you're having these type of races, and I noticed every participant, except for the steersman, who is, obviously just a paddler, that these guys all have life vests on.
For this event, since it was a first event, we felt it was just safer to go that route.
Oh, for sure.
And
it paid off.
Yeah, it paid off. We have a system actually for our paddlers where they can work towards paddling without a vest. So our standard setup is for them to have a vest on until they can basically prove certain water safety pieces. So we do swim tests and other items.
What does your swim test entail? How long is your swim test?
Swim test is actually about, it's a 50-meter back and forth. So off the shore and back. So what is that? That's the metric thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
100 yards, close enough.
About 100 yards.
Everybody internationally does swimming in meters, right?
Yeah, and then there's other pieces involved. We actually have regular huli drills, special ladders in the boat that enable you to actually, that we mount under seat 4, and then they come out. So once the boat gets flipped, and in our regular practices, we actually go on a 1-to-1 ratio to have a
minimize that risk.
To minimize the risk, and then we go through the huli drills of where you basically know exactly who's gathering the athletes together, who's getting the paddles, etc., and the other pieces. And then once you're back over, we use these ladders to get people back in the boat.
Planning for contingencies. Oh, Auntie, getting ready. Look at this. She's pumped both of these ladies. They're getting psyched up. Looks like they're going to do some V1 stuff. Twist them up. Yeah. Loosen up. Here we go. Hands out, hands in, hands out, hands in, hands out, hands in, hands out, hands in. All right. Looking good. So the whole deal with the drone was just that some of those orange buoys way out there, the officials wanted to know that they were straight. So here we go. Coming up, our Elite Paramix V6 1,000 meter in lane 1. It's Tahiti. Lane 2, Aotearoa. In lane 3 from Hawaii, it's a mixed Kiokaha and Never Give Up. And in lane 4 from Hawaii, Kamama Malahoi and Pure Light. All right, here they go, rolling up to the line. Yep, we're getting ready. Here it comes, yo. Event number 34. Yep, here we go. Mahalo again for sticking with us on our coverage live here on the Ocean Paddler, IVF, and HCRA Facebook pages where you can log on and send us your comments. But we are bringing you event number 34 of 47 here on day 1 of the Elite Racing at the 2024 IVF World Sprints from lovely and beautiful and rainy but warm Hilo, Hawaii. I'm sitting here with Nicholas Dahl, and he's kind of been helping He's helping us kind of understand some of these para races, some of the intellectually challenged races, and he's one of many folks that have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make these events a possibility for these extra special paddlers. I don't like to think of what they're dealing with always in the terms of limitations, but more challenges, and the beautiful part about a challenge is watching somebody overcome it.
Yes. Yeah.
Watching somebody continue to live a fruitful life and a good life despite challenges, right?
Yes, and that's when you work so closely with them. That's really one of the most interesting things about it. I spent years working closely with Ironman over on Kona side when I was living there, and the one thing that was always interesting about Kona Ironman athletes was that they were in their own little world. Right? They absolutely did not see anything around them until that race was over. And it's similar here. Most of our regular athletes are really in their zone and very focused on what's coming up, and they don't look around themselves much. Where when you walk into these teams, and you see the Tahitian group, the New Zealand guys, barely anybody of them passes you without smiling, greeting you, being present, being there. So they, I guess in a way, maybe because they have overcome so much more challenge, they are more present.
Yeah. And it gives them a certain grace with which they walk the earth. You know what I mean? A certain understanding of that life is hard. I think some of us don't always realize that every person has their struggles.
Yes.
Every person. There is not anyone out there that doesn't have their own struggles, and of so many different types. Oh, going too far back, number 3, too far back.
Yeah. No.
But when everybody, when people have their struggles, and you understand that about everybody, you treat people a little more gently.
And we're on.
There we go. As Tahiti in lane 1, New Zealand in lane 2. In lane 3 and 4 are teams representing Hawaii. Ooh, and Tahiti is off to a start. Look at that.
New Zealand coming right up on them. I think most of our guys.
New Zealand's got a nice stroke out there. So does this Tahiti team.
And it's interesting. Some of the guys ran the 500. Some of them are new paddlers. I think Tahiti is here with a total of 8 paddlers. New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken, has 9 or 10 para athletes here with us. And then overall in Hawaii, we had about 15 or 16.
Oh, wow.
Yep. In between the different teams.
Definitely enough to make 2 crews. Here they go, working their way through that turn. Oh, nice turn by New Zealand. Here they come. Let's go, New Zealand. Ooh, I don't know. New Zealand may have made the difference there. They may have made it up. Oh! Huli on a turn. Yep, ski is right on it. There. First thing to do, count heads. Make sure everybody's floating.
Okay, we got...
Looks like they're all there.
Yep.
Tahiti and New Zealand battling it out. Here they come. Looks like Tahiti's kind of holding them off by about half a boat length. All right.
Second turn.
Coming into their second turn now. We're going to have to see if that other canoe that has Huli'd will be getting in the way of any one of these crews trying to make their turn. There you go. We had a little bit of a Huli drill going on there. Nice turn from Tahiti. Here they come again. Nice work.
And coming to the last turn.
Playing a little Michael Jackson music in the background. Nice work from Tahiti. Paddlers look good.
It's one of the nice things too, I think, about Hilo and the community here is we've actually had a couple of incidents where some of the equipment from our para teams got damaged in travel and things like that, and then it always is beautiful to see how a couple of phone calls just make things come together, and people get together immediately, fixed carbon material. Some of them were boat builders and just got them back on the prostheses fixed immediately. And
here we go. It's going to be a tight one. No, they did good. It was close. But here they are. They're off. Let's see if Aotearoa can pull it off from behind. A definite battle going on right here between Tahiti and New Zealand. Looks like Tahiti's turning it on. Wow, that stroker is going for it. Oh, my goodness. Look at this. What a race. Come on, Aotearoa. Ooh, it's going to be a close one. Here comes New Zealand. Oh, and it looks like it's going to be Tahiti holding on for the win in lane 1. That is the 1,000 meter elite para mixed. We had one crew huli. Tahiti and New Zealand finishing 1 and 2. Curious, was there another crew that huli or those other guys?
No, we're coming in.
Oh, they're making their turn now, and they're going to be coming along the way. So as we kind of see the results on this one, it was Tahiti in first place. They actually won the last para. It looked like the same group, the same gang. New Zealand came in second here on this one. Great work from these para crews, and we're looking forward to see more of them. And again, Nicholas, mahalo for sharing with us about that intellectually challenged races, and mahalo really for all you folks are doing out there to help out. Yeah, this is some of the athletes from the from that one boat that did huli. All good, though. I'm sure they passed their swim tests and all of that. Getting some kokua from the folks over here on the beach. But again, thank you
so much, man,
for coming to escort us through this, getting us all the right information about these tremendous athletes that you're helping get on the water. Thanks
for having me, man.
And mahalo to all of your gang that are helping you out. Do you have any special thank yous that you want to send out, Nicholas?
I will not. It is too many, and I know that all of our crew is out there right now waiting for these guys to come in, and I'm going to join them. They know how hard they work. We have a little paina tonight.
All right.
Well,
nice.
I'm going to make sure I don't forget anybody.
Okay.
And we go from there. But man,
all right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thanks for coming in to visit with us, Nicholas. Everybody, that's Nicholas Dom. He's one of the event organizers for the Intellectually Challenged and the para paddlers here. Mahalo for all that you do and all that your friends do with you. Thank you so much. All right, we're continuing our live coverage of the 2024 IVF World Sprints here in beautiful Hilo Bay, Hawaii. We're just wrapping up this mixed para event, 1,000 meter, where we had Tahiti come in first place and New Zealand in second. We had a huli on the first turn and are making sure that all of our paddlers are safely to shore. Quick replay here. There's New Zealand and Tahiti. We're going to watch and see if we can catch a huli. Try to look on the outside, the canoe way on the outside. Ah, there it was. All right, but it looked like, we counted heads. Everybody got there pretty quickly, made it back to the beach safely. And again, mahalo for joining us on our Facebook feeds. We have Mogi Biddle watching from Australia. Aloha to you. Kelly Zimbaldi remarking on how inspirational all of this paddling is. Ann Patterson. Awesome paddling out there. Great coverage from Ocean Paddler back here in the Bay of Plenty. All right. Chris Wright cheering on both New Zealand and Tahiti. Mia Pauletto, mahalo from Kauai. All right, here's the results in our Elite Para Mix V6 1000. Tahiti Aotearoa and Keokaha Never Give Up in third place. Congratulations, paddlers. Big mahalos out to Annette Marr cheering on our coverage. Mahalo, mahalo, Annette. Very cool, very cool. All right, we're coming into event number 35. This is going to be the Masters 70 Women V1 500 meter. This is the third qualifying heat. And welcome back, Mr. Micah Kalama, to the studio. Thank you for joining me. And we're stoked to have you here. Yep. All right, here we go. This is in lane 1. We're going to have Linda Robb from Hawaii. Lane 2, Mary Louise Finney from Canada. In lane 3, Vanessa Wise from Hawaii. Lane 4, Julieta da Silva from Brazil. USA has Corky Lai in lane 5. Tahiti has Sylvie Auger in lane 6. And from Aotearoa, Marianne Gillingham, New Zealand, rounding out in lane 7. Oh, Shaka Cam right there. I like it. What's up, fellas? All right. Shaka back at you, boys. USA, feeling it? Okay. Hey, welcome back, Micah. Thanks for coming back over here with me. And so it's been an exciting day of racing. We have maybe about 10 or 12 left to go. You were able to jump out of studio this last couple of races and kind of walk around a little bit and get the feel. What's happening? What's going on out there? What's the vibe on the beach, bro?
Man, the vibe is awesome. There's a bunch of people still cheering on a bunch of their countrymen and women, and it's just really exciting. I went to check out a few vendors. I mean, I feel like everyone is sold out. I feel like
after day one.
I mean, it just seems like they have to definitely refill some of the stuff, and but there's a lot of vendors here, so a lot of. I was just like picking off some of the shirts and checking out some of the hats that I like to just collect and whatnot.
Yeah, this guy's biggest parapaddler from Tahiti.
Look at this.
He's pumped, bro. Look at him.
That is so epic.
Yeah, look at these guys.
That was such a cool event. I mean, they were killing it. They had a great race. That para event was awesome, and man, they should be so happy and proud of themselves representing Tahiti and coming on top. That was great.
I like to. Speaking of vendors, we have Kool-Aid Designs out there. My friend Lehua from Molokai, who hooked me up with the Eat More Vagina hat yesterday with the Toyota Racing stripes on the side. I'm all about that. So mahalo for the hat and representing. Big shout out to you, Lehua, and all the rest of the vendors out there. There is some good stuff, and if they are sold out, I'm pretty sad because you know what, bruh? I wanted to go do some shopping for the gang back home. There's some cool designs and cool stuff out there for us to be able to kind of take home. And when you're coming from all these other, especially the Polynesian nations, people coming from New Zealand or Tahiti, and they're seeing like a Hawaiian spin on stuff that they have back home. But
they're taking it home.
Yeah,
they're taking it home. And they're taking home more than one, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But no, I saw some really cool things. I mean, like, of course, you've got like a lot of the women love Aloha collection bags, and there's a ton of different bag sets over here. And then we have the Palafamala tent. I've seen they have the Ade Outrigger tent, Ocean Paddler tent. They've got tons of tents with merchandise. You've got Hawaiian canoe tent in the middle, Kai Va'a's tent,
Polyku surface here. Yeah, I saw Kai Va'a. He not only had his brand new 6-man out there is beautiful. We were checking it out, but he also had some really cool Kai Va'a swag.
Yeah, right.
All his hats and stuff.
Go grab some stuff.
Him and his wife Kea, they're definitely blowing it up out there. Great to see Brother Kai out here. You know, he's had some challenges recently with his health. But, man, that guy is a true champion. Not only in, like, paddling, but just in the way that he approaches life.
Yeah, his presence is amazing.
Yeah. So, great to see Kai out there. So, mahalo to all the vendors who have made it out here, and especially the food vendors. And, you know, I am happy if they're sold out, and I'm unhappy if they're sold out.
No, I think they're just, you know, taking it day by day because, I mean, we still have 8 more full days of time here. And I think all these vendors have come well prepared, and they're restocking and putting out things. A little bit of a challenge with some of the weather, but, I mean, I went over there, and I definitely brought home some stuff. I'm definitely taking home a handful of things.
Now I got to go shopping.
I'm going to have to get you a little break here in a bit.
I got to go shopping, bro.
No, so currently right now we're a little bit in between. We did have that para race, and with that, of course, they're still bringing up a few of the V6s, and they're prepping the course for the next event, which again is going to be our third and final women's V1, I believe, race. Is that correct? Yep. Again, that's going to be our women up on the course, and it's going to be exciting to watch. I did get a chance to check on a few more things on the beach, and I was watching a lot of paddlers kind of, just getting comfortable, I think. They kind of got a lot of, the day's been moving along, people have been racing, and I feel like maybe those early jitters start fading.
Early excitement, yeah, they're kind of settling in. So, Micah, I think you're the right guy up here for this. You put on a race here in Hawaii called Aloha Aito, and it's a V1 centered race here, and I don't think a lot of people understand, even if they've been in a canoe for a little bit, a lot of people don't understand how difficult it can be for someone to paddle a V1. Can you kind of explain what paddling OC1 for some people? That's a challenge. It's a lot of work.
Sure.
It's you're reading the ocean. You're doing all this stuff. You're paddling. It's fitness, and the V1 is just like a whole nother leap from that point on.
I think so. I think the V1 is a great vessel to be on, and what it can teach you is. Basically, the simple way to put this is when you sit in a V1, you're sitting a little bit closer to the water. You're not necessarily sitting on top as on an OC1. You kind of feel like you're above the water. This one, you actually feel like you're inside of a cockpit and you're sitting inside really comfortably and close to the water.
Yeah, so OC1 is kind of more like a surf ski. You have a molded, for lack of a letter, like a tube that's got an imprint on it for your butt to sit in there and for your feet to have rudders. But in the V1, it's almost a mini canoe where you have a cockpit and your feet are a thin layer of carbon or fiberglass away from the water.
Absolutely.
You're actually in it.
Yeah, so you can feel all of that, and it's real. It can be very technical, but on an easier sense of paddling a V1. Realistically, if you paddle on the left, your boat tends to go right. You paddle on the right, your boat tends to go left. There is a variation of stroke and technique that is used to keep your vessel straight, but as you're watching, you're seeing all these ladies line up. The challenge is lining up into the wind and trying to be in your lane without crossing over. And so staging like that is difficult, but we have a green flag. Right there in lane 1 and 3 just took off. Both, I believe, are Hawaii paddlers. Lane 1, you've got Linda Robb right from out of here in Hawaii Island. And then in lane 3, we have also Vanessa Wise. So we have two Hawaii paddlers on lane 1 and 3, and looks like outside. If you're watching a V1, you see lane 7, she's on the left side, and she's basically trying to keep her boat in line with the flag that she's going for. And the real goal of this is to paddle as fast as you can, keeping your boat relatively as straight as possible with as less amount of adjusted strokes, if you will.
Oh, Vanessa Wise is going at it.
She's going for it. Definitely putting it on and trying to make sure she qualifies.
So we may have a little bit of an onshore side breeze here that would be hitting these canoes on the left.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So if it's hitting the V1 on the left, the canoe is always going to, and this is almost counterintuitive, it's going to run a round up into the wind, correct?
It does. So a lot of times when you're paddling and it's pushing, the wind is coming from the left side, a lot of times your tail is affected mostly. So it seems to be it'll push you out. And as you could see in lane 7, she was on the left quite a while because her canoe was like veering out to the left with that side wind, and it's basically affecting the back end of her canoe. But she definitely gained a really good control of it, so she's able to start paddling on both sides now. And majority of the time you will see a lot more people are comfortable on the left-hand side. Just gives you a little bit more power and drive. But people that have been, that was your halfway mark, and it's close.
Yes.
It's neck and neck between 1, 2, and 3.
Again, 1 in 3 Hawaii paddlers,
Correct.
2 is from Canada. That would be Mary Louise Finney, I believe.
Yes. And right there, you got lane 1. I've had the pleasure of watching Linda Robb race a handful of races. She's raced in the Aloha Aito a handful of times in the V1 and is, in her mid-70s. It's amazing.
These ladies are tough, man.
And 3 is putting it on again, just putting on the gas on this one. Very good rate and constantly just keeping a good, steady pace. That's super important in a V1, is to continuously keep that pressure so your bolt doesn't completely stall, if you will, or slow down too much. And so it looks like we're just about 3/4 way done with this race. We're going to see a pretty close finish, I assume, right here.
Here it comes. Here it comes. This looks like it's between lanes 2 and 3.
Yeah, what a great race, but it does look like there might be somebody outside of lane 3. I'm kind of hoping we could get the drone to pan out maybe and catch that, but
somebody in a green hat, huh?
Yeah, and then there we go, lane 7. I mean, that seems pretty.
Lane 7 from New Zealand, Marianne Gillingham.
Wow. So this is going to be a really good race here, good battle. And kind of deceiving, but it looks like lane 2 is going to take this.
Yes, by a bit.
Lane 2, Mary Louise Finney, congrats. Oh, and lane 1 coming in at the end and pulling it off. Linda Robb from Hawaii.
And in lane 3 out there, I think that would be
Vanessa Weiss.
Also from Hawaii, just inching out her competitor.
Wow.
From New Zealand.
What an awesome race. I mean, that was well done, ladies. It would be interesting. It looked like lane 7 might have finished in lane 3, I'm assuming. I'm not too confident in that, but I'm going to go ahead and try to find out if that was something that it looked like.
They looked like they finished really close.
Right. And maybe they just swapped out the canoes, and maybe she was supposed to be in lane 4 possibly. But I'm sure we'll get an update on that shortly. Oh, we got a big shaka right there with the drone from lane 1 and 2. Linda Robb and Mary Louise.
Mary Louise Finney.
Great job.
From Canada.
Canada, man, they've been in the front quite a few races. They're doing really, really well.
I've been really impressed with the Canadian paddlers, for sure. For sure.
Well, really excited to see. I mean, of course, I love seeing Hawaii up on the top for
I'm still
us,
high on Wallace and Fortuna, bro.
But, I mean, that's
my gang
epic.
right there.
That's so epic.
I'm loving those guys. Here we go. Replay.
Okay, so the start was great. 1, 2. Yeah, so it looks like there was a lane 7. They were supposed to be pretty far out. It did see like these boats got really close to each other there, so we're going to have to have some discretion on the course, and we're going to have to wait to hear what the escort has to say. But we did look like we had a small possible collision there, so there will potentially be a disqualification.
All right, back on the beach here, getting ready for our next set of events. It's going to be the Elite Junior Men V6 1,000 meter. This is an exciting race, as we had kind of mentioned earlier. These junior men are coming in strong, man. These guys are just right behind the Elite Open men, and we got some solid competitors there. So that's the Elite Junior Men V6 1,000 meter, event number 36. This is a breakdown of the last race that you just watched. That was Mary Louise Finney from Canada in lane 1, in first place, Linda Robb in second, and it was Vanessa Weiss in third place, also from Hawaii.
Yeah, what a great job. Great competitors. And again, that was 3 heats for your women's 70. So they will all be moving on to the next race for potentially their semis, and then I believe a final to follow with that. So again, we're about 10 events out from finishing up the day, maybe close to that, huh?
Yep. Hopefully, it's coming down to it. We are 2:45. I got low battery on my phone.
All right.
But I got a Let's Go Canada from June Good.
Right here on the screen, we got our Elite Junior Men first heat. It's going to be the 6-man 1,000 meter. Aotearoa in lane 1, USA lane 2. In lane 3, we have Australia, and in lane 4, Brazil. This should be an exciting race to watch right here. And, the junior men is really that up-and-coming elite tier. And you will see some of these junior men be able to compete with the elites. We've been seeing that throughout Hawaii, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing that throughout other places as well. And I'm just excited to see how many juniors we have from outside countries that I really wasn't expecting, to be honest. And when you see it, you're like, the sport is growing.
Yeah,
Everyone
like
loves
Brazil.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's amazing.
So we actually are going to be having this elite junior men's race and then another elite junior men's heat a little later. That's going to be split by this elite women's V12. I think they're trying to be efficient with their use of canoes and how they're using the lanes. So here it comes. They're rolling up to the start here.
Red line.
Elite junior men.
Okay.
Heat 1. Event number 36. And you can see the wind is back on, folks. A little bit of a tailwind, actually.
Yep. So this is kind of typical of Hilo. I believe you usually get it mid-morning, and then towards the end of the day, it starts to kind of give a little bit more of that wind.
Oh, somebody's across the line.
Yeah, so it looks like both lane 1 and 2 already crossed, and the outside is definitely passed. That's a great shot right here, folks. For those of you watching online, it is a challenge to stage the boat in one spot without going over, but you are only given about less than a minute, and they're still over the line.
Come on, Brazil, back it up.
Lane 2 completely over. Lane 4 completely over. So once they line up, that green flag is coming up, and we're going to get started. All right. Keep backing up, lane 2. There it is, green flag, and we're off.
Very, very competitive event. Lane 2, that was USA Outrigger. Again, New Zealand, USA, Australia, and Brazil in that order.
So this is going to be a 3-turn race right here. We're going to have 3 turns on the 250 mark.
Kyle Lewis chiming in, go Canada.
Awesome.
Even though they're not in this, he's just saying go Canada.
Love that.
All right, in lane 1, jumping out to a quick lead there that looks like New Zealand.
New Zealand. I mean, Brazil looked like they had a great start, and then they settled. But, man, New Zealand just put it on. They just teared through that whole front half. So we're just coming up to the 250 mark. So we're going to make a turn right here. This will be turn number 1 coming up. And we're going to see how this goes for everybody. They're hitting the 10-meter buoy.
Here they go, leaning into that turn.
And looks like they're opting to do 1 and 2 is going to be kahi over. All right. New Zealand out. Brazil.
I think that was Australia.
Yeah, I think that was.
Australia in second place. Oh, they're having to back up.
Oh.
Brazil at the back up. They kind of overshot the turn a little bit.
So that was the challenge on the initial part. So
were they able to get that or no?
I'm not too sure how they're going to call that one. Depends on the interference call on the course or if it's just a lane violation. And I think this is the technical side of paddling with a course like this is, risking the chance to go really fast into a turn or just making sure you make the turn right. So we'll find out a little bit later if there was any course discrepancies. But that was your first turn. We have
right here. This is lane 3, Australia. Again, behind them is Brazil in lane 4, and looking like Brazil had a little bit of a possible violation with the flag there, with the buoy. Here's
New Zealand.
Aotearoa, New Zealand going in for another turn.
Nice turn by here. And well done. Nice job in lane 1.
All right, USA, where are you at?
They also had a small hiccup, and they had to kind of slow down into their turn and come out of their turn without running the flag. So they're just sticking into it, just making sure they complete the course accurately. But that was a great view on how that turn works right there for Australia. So nice to see when they're taking the stroke. You can see the Amas just skimming the water. It's like the boat is just running really well, especially when they start getting it moving again. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it looks like New Zealand is still holding on strong to that lead. And again, this is going to be turn number 3. This is their final turn. This will be the 750-meter mark for turn number 3.
Really settling in this Maori crew. They're looking long. They're looking easy.
Yep.
Australia definitely a little choppier, quicker stroke. But still looking very effective. They're right on the heels of...
Yep. And here we go. Let's see how their turn goes. And just keep pulling it over, boys. Just keep going. That's, I think, the part where you have to decide if you need to stall the boat and really just focus on that.
Right, and that's on 3 and 4, right?
Just to be cautious, especially you don't want to end up in a lane violation because it is technical. But these boys on screen right now are looking well informed.
They are looking nice.
And it's a pretty fast rate.
Yeah.
But all the same.
Yep.
Well done, boys. So on their way home, looks like this is, if they hold on to this, looks like they could close out with a first place in this heat. This is the boys from New Zealand right here in lane 1. Well done. Nice rate. The boat is moving.
Australia's on the outside there, though, not giving up. Tell you what.
They actually look like they might have closed the gap coming home. They really did. They look like they put it on. But for some reason, it looks like New Zealand just put on an afterburner just now. Look at that.
Yep. This is called finishing strong.
And this is called making sure they, no doubt.
Yep.
No doubt. So
there they go.
Coming across 1 is going to be New Zealand. Looks like 2 will be the boys from Australia.
Yep.
And then
following up with them was going to be
Brazil.
Looks like Brazil on the outside.
Right.
But they may have a violation that would disqualify them. And therefore the U.S. in lane 2 might have a chance to qualify either way.
That's correct. So again, that's the technical side of racing. Is you might be a really fast crew, and unfortunately, if you do get a lane violation, you will get disqualified, and it's a hard pill to swallow sometimes when you have such a great effort, great opportunity to race. Looks like Team Canada right there giving us some shakas. They're up next. So here's the boys from Canada, your elite junior men.
Yeah, boys. Some of the young hammers from Big Island in the other grouping. So now we're going to switch to V12 real quick. V12 500. This is Elite Women V12. And then we're going to bounce back
to the men.
Elite. So it's kind of an
forth.
odd little deal, but I think they're just doing that so that we have results right here. Aotearoa, New Zealand in first place, Australia in second, and Brazil in third. That is for the Elite Junior Men V6 1,000 meter.
And there we go. We see the boys from Tahiti. This is going to be the V12 men. They're walking up to their boat.
Yeah,
They're going to
get
get
set wow,
up.
Those guys are a lot bigger than the kids we just saw.
Yeah. Oh, this is the repechage. Nice. So again, it looks like we are again going to be going into the Elite Junior Women repechage.
No, I think they're calling them for a little bit later. That's an upcoming heat. So
Yep,
right now,
yep.
this is going to be Elite V12 500 meter Brazil, Aotearoa, and Hawaii in those 3 lanes.
All right.
V12 500 meter.
I love this race. I mean, there's just something about watching 12 paddlers in a double haul just going at it. I mean, it's exciting. I feel like you can give it your all and not even think twice about it. You just
try watch really carefully for the timing and technique between the 2 crews will be testified by
the boat movement,
how the 2 boats are moving together or not. You're going to see a little bit of a of a shake if they're not. So just got to keep an eye on that.
And for our viewers, again, this is a 500-meter course. This is just a straight shot.
Brazil, Hawaii, and New Zealand.
All right, and looks like they're in the loading phase.
Yep, getting ready to pull up.
And everybody's got their phones out. They're ready to watch their women's take on this course. And green flag.
And here we go. Look at that.
Wow. You can see the difference between all boats, different rates. Looks pretty even with 1 and 3. 2 is kind of giving a little bit pull away on this. Oh, man, this is going to be a race. This is a battle.
That's pretty.
New Zealand looks
Yeah,
pretty
New
in
Zealand's
sync.
kind of settling in there.
Yep.
A little bit of a longer stroke coming in. Don't count out Hawaii just yet.
And inside moving is Brazil, if I'm not mistaken.
Only 3 crews entered here. Wow, what a tight race.
And again, this is heat 1 of 2, so we're going to see a whole nother set of women racing shortly after. But halfway mark, and it looks like potentially New Zealand just ahead by a couple of seats. But this is going to be a battle. This is far from over. Great job, ladies.
Here they come to the halfway point. It looks like New Zealand is still slightly ahead. But both Hawaii and Brazil putting on a charge there.
And it looks like we've got probably close to 100 meters left. And this is a great drone shot right here. You can see New Zealand slightly ahead if we were to pan it the way we are.
I think some of these our girls are staying like on the same floor as I am. And they were just like having fun last night. They were having fun last night. They were up early this morning, ready to go, though. I tell you what, and they are smashing it right now. Way to go, Aotearoa. And a battle for second place between Brazil and Hawaii.
And looks like they got Brazil edged Hawaii at the end.
Man.
Great race. What an exciting race there. Again, New Zealand pulled ahead. They got about 3/4 of a boat length on both Brazil and Hawaii. But a great race nonetheless. But it looks like your women's top crew was New Zealand, followed by Brazil, and then Hawaii. There's a good wave and Shaka from
Shaka
Team New
Cam
Zealand.
right there,
Let's
bro.
go.
Shaka Cam.
Shaka Cam. Oh, look at that. Some
Little
good
bit of
sportsmanship.
camaraderie,
Yes.
sportsmanship.
Love that. And they're all stoked on each other. What a race. They're just excited to be racing against each other.
Boy, those Brazilians, they really celebrate. They're full of life, those people.
I love it. Oh, that was great.
Yeah, there we are. Shaka Cam. I like it. I like it. Hey, man, all week long, please share with the paddlers, share with each other. Let them know that when that drone comes around your boat, be sure to wave because we're looking at you. There they go.
Hey.
Yeah.
That's Brazil right there. Brazil on the screen. Let's go.
Shaka Cam. I like it.
Coming in hot. They had a really great race. Looks like they came in and that finished really, really strong, edging out Hawaii for second. So there you are on screen, your V12 championship, first, second, and third. Again, that was heat 1 of 2, so we'll have to see who goes and qualifies for the finals. But nonetheless, great race.
Elite women, junior women V12. Coming up next, we are turning the page here, getting ourselves into event number 38. Woo, brother. Last 10, where we in the 10s right now. Yeah, I'm excited. It was definitely a long day, but a great day. Great day. All right. Elite Junior Men V6, 1,000 meter.
All right.
Tahiti, Canada, and Hawaii.
All right, this is going to be great. Again, this is going to be 1,000 meters. So, again, 3 turns right here on your screen. You have Tahiti, Canada, and Hawaii. This is your Elite Junior Men V6 1,000 meter race. And we're coming to a close. A few more events to close out our day one. But some exciting racing just went down.
And the skies are starting to clear. It's
Right?
nice and sunny, Micah. Wow, we're going to have a great afternoon here.
And there we go, staging.
Yep, staging up there. This is V6, 1,000-meter junior men. Lane 1, Tahiti. Lane 2, Canada. Lane 3, Hawaii.
And I got a feeling we're going to have a black flag. Looks like somebody creeped over a little bit too
that's
much.
Canada creeping.
And get ready, boys.
About to come. Hard to tell. They all got red jerseys.
Oh.
Red is the new black, brother.
Red is the new black. And it's still black. You know, it's just that excitement to be on the line and ready to go. But so we're just waiting for the green flag to stage.
Maybe it's Tahiti. They're the only ones not
They
moving
have
backwards.
not moved back. Oh,
There it
and it's
goes.
green. Oh.
Look at that start on Tahiti. Though.
Tahiti
Bang,
had a great
bang,
start.
Bang, bang, bang. You see, they're all up front. They don't pull it back. They
Nope.
stay right up front during that start. Like we talked about earlier, that's the way to get the canoe up and out of the water.
Yep, and once it's moving and you settle, then you can maintain it. But, man, I got a feeling these Tahiti boys, 250 meters on the first leg, it ain't a big deal. Let's go.
No, not at all. This is lane 3. This is Hawaii right here.
Yep. They got a nice rate and nice pace right now going. Looking smooth there, boys. I'm going to go out and say that Tahiti is going to come into this turn
Tahiti
about
is
a
in the
boat
lead.
length ahead of everybody. And there they are setting up for turn number 1.
This is going to be a 3-turn event here. You want to make sure you get your turns good.
Nice job, boys. Looked like Hawaii came in pretty hot.
Nice wide turn from Tahiti. And Hawaii executing a good turn there. Oh, they may have made up the difference. Here we go, coming out of this one.
Let's see how this works.
Everybody on the beach can see that, and they are out together, and Hawaii has closed a bunch of that gap. It is a race now, Micah.
I definitely feel like to be with your competitor, you gotta press the moments you can get ahead and just keep using that to your advantage.
Yep.
Oh, and I think we all know in Hawaii we definitely have a lot of turning experience, but maybe not on the Matahina per se. But you kind of can say it's very similar. You can come out with the same type of formula, if you will.
Yep. A similar game plan, right? You're tweaking the numbers, how
Yep.
fast you're going, how much you're pulling a little bit, but it's basically the same move. And you're right. These kids are born and bred on this kind of regatta racing with turns. And so, man, to see them bang a nice turn like that is great. But I think any one of these crews, you would be far from counting out.
Oh,
right?
absolutely. No way.
All right, so we got in lane 3 right there. That's Hawaii.
And I got
junior boys.
I gotta say though, it's just really impressive, man. These kids are the up and coming men, and these are the ones we're gonna see in Molokai. And here we go.
But it was still Tahiti first into the turn, even after that.
Yep. And this is a good turn by Tahiti right here.
Yes, this is a much better turn.
They definitely made sure this turn was a well done turn there, and they got the boat up and running really quickly going out of this turn.
I think they're paying a lot of attention to how they have to execute the first couple of changes coming out of that turn. They are really calling a hard change where they're coming back up and they're picking that boat back up and getting it moving.
Right.
And then, right like they are now, a little more settling
Settled,
in.
yep.
Where I don't know if the crew from Hawaii is hitting that first couple of changes as hard.
I agree.
Let's try to watch this next turn and see if they are kind of digging deep, finding the power coming out of that turn, which is setting them up for this final leg.
Yeah, so we're going to be hitting 750 meters, so one more turn, and then it's a home stretch. But really good paddling by both crews. Definitely not going to count out Canada here because they definitely have been racing really well all day long. So just make it around.
Yep. All you got to do is execute right now.
This is a great turn by Hawaii, but Tahiti's leveling out pretty evenly. And go.
Okay, now watch. Now watch right here. This next couple of turns changes by.
Well done, though. Well done on both sides. I think you're right, though. That
right here.
That change.
This one here.
Right. That up rate right here while they come out of that turn makes a big difference. This is going to be a good battle.
You know, we had heard of that on a lot of our scouting reports about using this canoe in the turn and all that kind of stuff, where crews are almost coming to a stop, right? And so you have to really think about coming out of every turn like a brand new start.
Right. And then you see right now, Hawaii is basically just have turned on the gear, and they're not stopping. They're just holding the same rate and just going for it. This is going to come to a final. This is going to be a battle for first. And I'm going to say Hawaii's got a nose on Tahiti potentially.
Well, it's about the angle of the flags.
And yeah, looks like Tahiti by maybe three.
Well, I don't know, brother.
Oh, ooh. I don't know. We're going to have to see how that looks at the finish line.
That was a challenge.
I don't want to call that one.
Either way, a very tight race. Good to see the level of competition on par. You know, I have enjoyed watching the Tahitians win all the Molokai Hois, right? And they are, without a doubt, they deserved every one of those wins.
Very much.
But, man, at a certain point, you want to see another country, another crew battling with them. And it's great to see this, that a crew from Hawaii was up there competing at the same level. And like you were talking about, these crews here are the future for us.
Absolutely.
Right? And so a fabulous performance by those young men from Tahiti, and an equally good and strong performance from the young men from Hawaii. And it's great to see the competition across the board. Just a few seconds behind Hawaii, 4 seconds off of Tahiti, who took first place, and Canada in third. Congratulations, young men, for a nice race.
Yeah, that was very impressive to see. And like you were saying, I hope anybody that's watching this, that's a junior, is inspired to be a part of these races in the future, because the more experience you get, the more relationships you've built with other clubs and countries, just the sport in general will automatically progress. And the feeling of the paddling culture and the family orientation is just second to none. I have so many friends from Tahiti that are family now, and vice versa, and I feel like if I was to go there, I definitely am very much welcome, and when they come here, we just open arms. So it's just that relationship. And I think I've met a bunch of people recently from Canada, just like this last week. We've been here for a while now, and they're staying at the same hotel. So, having a few bites to eat, and just a little pauhana and just talking story with some of the coaches. And there's been a few language barriers with a few of the clubs, and you just have this feeling like, yeah, we're paddlers, we're ocean people, and we're here. So
for sure,
it's
and it's really, the ability to make those international and cross-club exchanges that's really bringing up everybody's level. Like I said, it's not magic.
No.
The Tahitians aren't hiding how they're paddling. It's right there. You can break it down in a video. Of course, there's nothing like having a Tahitian coach like you had the experience of having. It's different. But there's no secret to it. And I think, this generation we have coming up with their willingness to kind of be more inclusive of other cultures and other nations, other sports, their ability to network on social media, their willingness to fly places and go visit and train and share. And I really think that the level of competition is not only going to come up, but it's going to be more on par across the board, Micah. And so we're going to take a quick break here to thank our many generous sponsors making this IVF 2024 World Sprints a possibility. And we'll be right back with me and my man Micah Kalama over here. In a few minutes, while we take this commercial break, we'll be right back for the IVF 2024 World Sprints from right here in Hilo Bay, Hawaii. Ahuyo.
The 2024 IVF World Sprint Championships from Hilo, Hawaii are brought to you by the Hawaii Tourism Authority, Are Outrigger World Canoes, Par Hawaii and Hele, Apo Rek Kusachi Attorneys at Law, Hawaiian Airlines. Outrigger Zone, and made possible by the International Va'a Federation, the Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association, the County of Hawaii Island, and Ocean Paddler TV.
It's important for visitors who do come to the island of Hawaii to remember that you're in somebody's home. Everything is alive and everything should be treated with reverence and respect, and I think that that's the best way to enjoy it.
When you're here in Hawaii, you have to think about it from a Hawaiian perspective.
We want our visitors to learn from the people that live here.
And share that with their community and family.
And come back again with a better understanding on their next visit.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Welcome back. Welcome back to our beachside studio here in lovely Hilo Bay on the island of Hawaii. We're here for the 2024 World Sprints, and we are happy to be bringing it here with our production team from Ocean Paddler, doing an incredible job the last couple of days, getting everything set up and finally getting a full day running. We had a couple of little technical hiccups, but nothing that we weren't able to offer a solution for, and really pulling through and getting set up for a great week of broadcasting. And speaking of, I'm super stoked to have my man Micah Kalama with me, helping to guide us through this week. He's a member of the HCRA staff, and he's also a big-time V1 paddler here in Hawaii. If we could have that graphic back up, guys, so we could talk about it. But this is a race on for, this is the men's Master 70s V1 500 meters.
Yeah, it looks like right here we have in lane 5, New Zealand. You can see that bandana around his head. It's going to be Mike Hickson, right? And then 6 and 7 just right there. So it looks like they had a clean start. They started that race right after we came out of that commercial break. So this is your Masters 70 men V1 500 meter. And looks like this is heat 1 of 3. So it's a full... I mean, I'm looking down the list. There's 7, 7, and 7. It's 21 70-year-old men, V1 racing.
That's bad.
That's so
super cool. All right, we have Tony Compton from Australia in lane 1, Tom McKay from Canada lane 2, Andy Smith from Great Britain in lane 3. That is that's a great, if you're from Great Britain, that's the kind of name you have, Andy Smith.
Yep.
That's we got Gilbert Donnelly from Hawaii, lane 4, Mike Hickson from New Zealand, lane 5, Bill Buckingham from Canada in lane 7, and from the USA in lane 7, yes, is Doug Mitani.
And,
all right, cool.
And it looks like it just got to the halfway mark, so we are seeing a little bit spread out here. We've got our leader probably maybe a boat length ahead of 2 and 3, but I'm going to say that might be number 5.
That's Mike Hickson.
And looks really strong, man. I mean, definitely for 70, he's putting on the pressure for all these guys to keep up. But what a good race. And again, conditions, great conditions. We had a little bit of rain, but not too much. And the wind was turning on a little, but it looks pretty good out there, Kalai.
It's been so cool to watch the changing face of Hilo Bay all day long. She's given us different looks all throughout the day. from rain to wind to flat to now we get a nice look. Looks like going to be a sunny afternoon as we look upwind to see what's being blown down at us. But it looks like it's going to be a beautiful afternoon so we can finish off this great day of racing, day one of racing here at the IVF World Sprints in Hilo Bay. And this is the men's 70s V1 500 meter. And they're closing in on the finish line. And in lane 5, we're looking at Mike Hickson from New Zealand.
And there he goes. He just closed out that race. But it looked like inside was, we had a paddler on the inside as well that kind of snuck up as well in lane 1. And again, that's going to be Tony Compton from Australia that was in lane 1. So we might have not really seen him with that drone footage a little bit on the outside. So lane 1 looked like he might have pulled that. But we're going to see as we get the results coming in. But again, this is your first heat. Men's 70s 500. Got a Shaka cam right there from our paddler from New Zealand. That's Mike Hickson there on your screen.
Looks like Mike finished first in this race, Micah.
I believe so. What an awesome race, man. That's just heat 1. So we're going to see a few more races by these gentlemen a little bit later. And there you see our V12, again, the elite women. This is your second heat of 4. And it's going to be Tahiti in lane 1, USA lane 2, Australia lane 3, and Chile in lane 4.
I love this V12 500, man. It is a total sprint drag race. These are going all out. 12 paddlers. Man, there's a lot of power in this boat. This is our elite women V12. These are some of the best of the best.
I think they should do a staff event, V12. We should get together all the staff at the end of the day.
That'd be fun.
And we should all race V12.
Yep.
That'd be so
I'll be
cool.
the escort boat. Oh, shucks.
And there we go. We got some shots of our Kokua helpers right here on the water.
Spencer.
And just, we got really great people that are volunteering to help us out with our V1s, our V6s. So it's really awesome to see a lot of our community members here supporting paddlers and the country of Hawaii. And just it's our infrastructure and whatever we can provide, and most of it comes from people's hands and help. And that's what we're about here in Hawaii, definitely taking care of one another. So a big shout out to everyone that's out there helping all of our staff and our event planners. So again, we're getting ready for our women's V12 second heat 500 meter sprint.
This is our results for the last race. We have the Masters men's 70 V1 500 meters. Really? It wasn't quite what we had thought.
So it was lane one was
from Australia.
Tony Compton. He snuck in there. I'm telling you, on that end, he just started pulling in.
He did, and it was Mike Hickson from New Zealand in lane 5 in second place, and from Canada in lane 6 it was Bill Buckingham in third place.
Sorry, it's going to be Tom McKay.
Tom McKay.
And there we go. We have the
Canadians.
white flag, so that means just basically get ready to get on the course and the starting line. So, again, this is just the loading line for the escort to tell us the lanes are going to be clear for them to race. We have a red flag up and running on the escort, so we're getting ready to start this. And, again, this is your V12 500-meter elite women's sprint. So we got Tahiti in lane 1, USA in lane 2, Australia in lane 3, and Chile in lane 4. Your V12 women's elite. And there on screen for those of you that are watching on your phones at home, we're off.
Lane 1 Tahiti, I'm going to be watching them for sure.
And they obviously had a really good start, but I mean lane 3 is there.
Ahina Laybourne is saying, go Aussies on our Facebook page. Please go ahead and comment. And they are off. These ladies are going at it in lane 1, that is Tahiti. And there you have Australia.
And this is going to be probably a really good drone shot that just went over right there. And what a great call on that one. So as you can see, we've got a pretty tight race here for first place. It looks really tight. That's going to be Australia and Tahiti. And it's just right behind. You got USA and Chile.
Now we're going to get a good idea of where everybody actually is.
Yep. And this is
a very tight race.
This is close. This is going to be a really good race here.
Tahiti and Australia vying for that first place slot.
And this is only 250 meters left, so we're looking at just all out to the very end.
It's
like you
be
said,
over in a heartbeat.
Drag race and done. And it's starting to get closer as we get to the finish. We're starting to see also for third place, it's going to be very tight. And once we hit that 10-meter mark, we're going to see exactly how close this race is going to be. But we have Tahiti and Australia. Tahiti and Australia going for first right here, your women's elite. Heat 2.
Here's it coming down. You can hear
Look
this
at
beach
this.
just starting to erupt. It might be Tahiti just a hair ahead. Yep, they're about a half a boat length ahead. Tahiti is really turning it on. So is Australia.
Oh, this is close.
And it looks like right between them, the U.S. is going to be in third place.
Great race there. What a drag race of V12s right there.
That was fun. Event number 40.
Love it.
We're into the 40s, bro.
We're in the 40s, and we're about to close out our day one.
It's an exciting day of racing, man. It was good fun.
That was so exciting to watch, especially I like how we got to rotate and see a little bit of everything throughout this whole entire day. We've seen V6, we've seen V1, we've seen V12, we've seen finals, we've seen repechages, we've seen it all.
We've seen para, we've seen the intellectually challenged. We saw a little bit of everything. It was good fun. And it's ending out on a nice sunny note here, which I'm really liking.
I think you might even have some time to go check out a little of these vendors.
Ooh,
here.
I don't know, bro.
I mean, day one, you might want to sneak in a few things. But again, thank you all for joining us here on Ocean Paddler Television for the 2024 IVF Championship.
Real quick, this is the replay of the last race. This is the Elite Women's V12. You can see Tahiti on the inside there, and right in the middle in yellow is Australia, Chile on the outside, and the U.S. in lane 2.
And this was just a heat final, so there's going to be finals for this V12. So, again, this was heat number 2, and there is going to be some advancements. I believe there won't be I have to check, but I'm not sure if there's going to be a repechage for the V12, but what a great performance by these women right here from Australia. That was incredible. They were right on the heels of Tahiti.
Right there.
They were close. So
yeah. Tahiti looked very strong, though. We are looking now for our Masters men. We're going back to Masters men V1 500 meter. That'll be the next 2 races. Beautiful look at the Hilo coastline there. Oh, how green it is, and the big trees, and how kind of rural. A lot of just nice homes up in that area. A lot of small farms, a lot of bigger farms upslope, but a beautiful, beautiful area here on the slopes. Beautiful side of Hilo town, just outside of Hilo town there. And the water is still pretty favorable.
Oh, this is what I was waiting for. We got one of my own hometown heroes. He's yes, right there in lane 1. Uncle Dennis Salas from Hawaii. I'm always, just honored to be around that man and just watching him race. I've grown up watching him race. It's just been exciting. So this is your men's heat number 2. And who do we have, Kalai, for the men's 70?
Good old Uncle Dennis Salas. Kalewohi in lane 1. This is what you're seeing on your screen is the results of the last race. That was the V12 500 meter Tahiti, Australia, and the USA in that order. But coming up here, we have Dennis Salas, lane 1 from Hawaii. Lane 2, Lawrence Atkins from New Zealand. Lane 3, Etienne Manuel from Tahiti. Lane 4 from Canada, Martin Jalkotzi. Lane 5, also from Hawaii, Lance Cushenberry. Lane 6 from Germany, Volker Brielle. And lane 7, Stuart Tempest from Australia.
And it looks like they got started. They're about 30 meters into the race, so we had a clean start. And it's interesting. You can see lane 7, the separation that happened so early with lane 7 and lane 6. There's a huge gap there. But I believe when you look at the course, that's as wide as those lanes are anyway. So I think it's great to find a run and maybe continue to use that as an advantage. And you can still see there is texture on the water, a little bit of swell. We are in the open ocean, as you know, and you can still use some of that while you're paddling here in Hilo Bay.
Oh, yeah. Looking good out there. These guys putting forth a nice effort, but they're kind of getting towards that halfway point of this race. Interesting to see how this will all shape up again. It doesn't look, depends who you think is in the lead, but it's all about the angle. It's all about the angle.
Yeah, we don't know until they cross those flags. And right there in lane 1, we have Dennis Salas. In lane number 3, we've got Etienne Manuel. And in lane 4, from Canada, we have Martin Jalkotzi. So they are the ones that we see on your top left-hand corner of the screen. We got a nice drone shot on the bottom right. So we're just following this men's second heat Master 70s. And what a...
Looks like Dennis Salas is looking good out there. Etienne Manuel in lane 3 from Tahiti, also looking pretty solid. And just outside of him, from Canada, I think that is.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Martin Jalkotzi. So it looks pretty close. Your top 3 look close. I mean, we won't know until you get into that final 50 meters, and you can kind of see at the finish line how close it really is. Because we thought some other people might have pulled it off, but for some reason it ended up being someone else. So you never know until you get to that finish line. But I will say, currently, it does look like we might have a leader in that middle side of lane 2 or 3. Looks like lane 3 maybe. Just could be slightly ahead, and he's from Tahiti. That would be Etienne Manuel. And looks like we're coming right here to the finish. This is going to be close.
This is going to be very close.
This is going to be super close.
Lane 3 is looking pretty good right now. It's going to be tight between him and Dennis Salas.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
what a
tight.
close
nice
race.
1, 2, 3.
We'll take that. So it looks like...
I think that might be Hawaii, Tahiti, Canada?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I believe so.
I mean...
it's Tahiti, Hawaii, and Canada.
Yeah, Tahiti, Hawaii, Canada, yeah.
Well done. Well done. That was your men's Master 70 V1 500 meter second heat. And it looks like we're going to be one more Masters 73 heat. And then I'm assuming we're going to go right into our repechage right after. And that'll close it out. It's all V6.
And we're going to be getting info from the judges' tent on what crews were entered into the repechage for what races, right?
Yes, we should be getting those up on screen shortly, but I do know there was possible discretion and discrepancies that they had to go over with maybe some DQs.
Now here's a replay of this last race. Etienne Manuel there in 3.
And it's so interesting, there is always a different style from any person in a V1. No style is the same when it comes to V1.
I noticed that. A lot of the top crews in V6 are paddling the same way.
What a finish.
In V1, it's all different.
Yeah, it's different. I mean, everyone, there you go, right on screen. Etienne Manuel from Tahiti. And look how close that was. We have 1 second between basically 1 through 3. Really great job. Second place, Dennis Salas. And then in number 3 is going to be
Martin Jalkotzi. I'm going to get that. Jalkotzi,
yeah.
That's what I'm going for.
Great job. But yeah, we definitely will find out on the repechage. For those of you watching on screen, so that's the entry going into the official area. It is you can only come in if you are a part of the crew. You also have to have your badge present. It's just to identify you, things like that. So only certain people are allowed within the official area. And there's your Masters 70 men. This is your third heat. And who do we have in the 7 lanes?
All right, in these 7 lanes, we have Murray Carey from New Zealand, Rusty Herbert from USA in lane 2, Dave Longman from Canada, lane 3, Des Mabbitt from Australia, lane 4.
Uncle Jack Edgehill.
Jack Edgehill from Hawaii in lane 5. In lane 6, Dave DeGroot. And in lane 7, John Rogers, rounding it out.
And even Jack Edgehill, he supported a lot of V1 racing, coming over from Kauai and racing, with Uncle Legs and Christian Marston and that whole crew, and just really. They definitely support us and our younger generation in V1. So to see him out here racing is always something that I look forward to watching. And I hope it inspires a lot of our junior paddlers to start getting out there and V1ing, because
getting involved, yep.
It helps grow the sport, and it also helps I think, try something new if you haven't done it.
Gosh, especially if you have the aspirations to be a steersman.
100%. It's something, if you have all 6 of your crew members that are paddling a V1 and then you get in a 6-man, you just have a different feeling of the canoe and how it feels in the open ocean, and you're all vibing together. It's great. It's a good energy. And we have our white flag up, so basically letting everyone know the course is clear and start staging on the line.
All right, there he is.
Yeah.
Jack Edgehill kind of edging his way uphill over there, trying to get to the front of the line. That's a competitor right there, boy.
And so, again, we got the white flag up, just telling all of our competitors on the line to get ready. Red is staging, get ready on the line, and make sure you're ready to go. And once we see that green, it's go time. And give it out to these escort officials.
Wow, those uncles been out there all day.
All day.
Waving flag and been on it. They've been on it.
They've been doing really awesome. And, it takes a lot to be out there for, give or take now. We started off at 8 in the morning. It's now 3:30. You do the math, because my brain is not there.
Almost 8 hours, bro. Almost 8 hours. That's okay. You ain't come in, man. We're not going to hold that.
Oh, no. You're allowed it.
I was trying to sell him.
You had it. Green flag, green flag.
That's why we got a problem. We get 2 Iolani guys up here.
Yeah. And there we go. And let's go. But again, here we go. This is your third heat, your Masters.
Third and final heat of the Masters.
70s.
Jack Edgehill right there. And in lane 6, that is from the U.S., Dave DeGroot.
I was following up on a few things on, what's allowed in the course, paddles and things. And it's interesting to see all the different equipment that's in use nowadays for all of these paddlers.
Are there any restrictions on the kind of paddle that you can use?
When I first started getting involved and I just wanted to support, I didn't get a chance to look at it. But, I know for us specifically in Hawaii, we're only allowed to use certain limited material. And, we're not allowed to use an all-carbon blade. So it's interesting to see for me, because I've never used an all-carbon blade. But for us in Hawaii, we use a lot of our traditional Hawaiian woods and bamboo and things like that, but it's got to be a limitation. So I'm sure there's a big rule book for all of these
for sure
materials.
Oh, in lane 1, looking smooth over there, that is Murray Carey from New Zealand.
And again, these are our cameras working from the beach, and he's crossing the midway line first.
Yeah, he's in first place.
So it's turning out to be a good race for
Murray
lane
Carey.
1. Yeah.
And in lane, you're looking good, Murray.
And very consistent, just nice and steady, just keeping the blade in the water and doing really, really well here. And again, this is our third final heat for the men's 70s. And looks like the 3 inside paddlers are kind of setting the precedence.
For sure.
And again, it looks like it's going to be so lane 1 in New Zealand is Murray Carey. Lane 2 we have Rusty Herbert from USA. Lane 3 we have Dave Longman from Canada. Des Mabbitt in lane 4 from Australia. Jack Edgehill on screen, lane 7, John Rogers from Canada. Jack is in lane 5, Hawaii, and then again lane 6, Dave DeGroot from U.S.
Go, John! Look at him go. I'm sure he's getting a cool look on the screen for all his family members and supporters back home.
Very
Looking
clean,
good, John.
Nice clean stroke, and just keeps going. Nice, steady, very good.
All right, here we go.
Oh wow! Final,
Jack
here we
Edgehill.
go. And who is it going to be?
Man.
Oh, this is a good close call. Well, 1 in 5 it looks like.
Lane 1, that is Kerry Murray from New Zealand. And in 5, that is Jack Edgehill from Hawaii. And I'm going to go with 2.
Yep.
That's lane 2, Rusty Herbert from the good old US of A.
So that's going to be your top 3 right there, rounding it out. And then followed up, not too far behind, is the rest of the field. But again, that was a full 21 men's 70. And we'll get a follow-up, and of course, as we get moving throughout the days, we're going to give you updates on what events are to be held. You can always go on and check the IVF page, as well as if you sign on and you're following us on Instagram or Facebook on the Ocean Paddler TV show or network, you can actually find links that have been posted or provided for you as you watch. But again, we just finished up our majority of the races, and right here on your screen, the 2024 World Sprints Championships, men's V1 500, Masters 70 is Murray Carey, Jack Edgehill, and Rusty Herbert, 1, 2, and 3. Very, very awesome race right there for your men's 70s V1 500. And
that was a great race, man.
That was great.
That was a great race. Those guys pulled it off. Some good times. So now it's the repechage. We have Bonnie Cook saying Kia ka Aotearoa from Bahia. And Cindy Jensen, go Canada. Tony Woods saying go Des. All right, here it goes.
And here we go. We got a great look at, looks like our elite junior women are coming up. This is repechage 1 of 1, the V6 500. And hopefully we can get an update on who's on the course for this repechage. Again, these are the women that didn't qualify in the first heat that they raced in. So they're actually getting a chance to qualify to move on to another heat to potentially make it to the finals. So this is a great opportunity if you maybe had a hiccup in your first event and it didn't go your way. Here it is. No mistakes on this one. Just got to get in there and try your best to qualify. And again, we got everybody on the staging area.
So here's the question. Is it only the third place crews that are able to make it into the repechage?
That's the one thing that I was trying to get updated on. I want to say we're supposed to find out if it could have been more than just third place. But I know when I did my heat challenges for the trials, I came in third and I ended up in the repechage, and then I ended up qualifying for the next one. And then in the finals, I didn't make it in the finals, but it's all different.
Third place. Okay.
Right. But I did notice there was some that qualified 1, 2, and 3 in the heat, so it could have been the person in fourth place at the time. So currently on the water, it looks like, Australia and Brazil potentially based on the uniforms. And there we are. Perfect.
Oh, here we go.
Perfect.
They're reading your mind, Michael.
Let's go.
All right, this is for the Elite Women V6. This is a repechage race number 45. Only a couple more left to go. This is this the correct graphic? Because I don't think it is. It looks like, I thought it was Elite Junior Women was first.
It could be, yeah. It could be, we're on event 43.
Ah, okay. 2 heats are not happening.
Oh, got it.
So 2 heats are not happening. We bumped up right to 45. So this is race 45, Elite Women V6 500. Thanks for the clarification, boys in the booth. All right, we have France in lane 1, Brazil lane 2, Australia lane 3, Singapore lane 4, Germany in lane 5, and Chile in lane 6.
Yeah, so here we go. So this means just one turn. We're going to start off and make a turn on the 250 mark. And again, this is the repechage. So once they...
correction, I think it's
a straight shot. Oh,
it's
nice.
A straight shot. Almost the same race that we've been seeing with the V1.
Oh, no turns.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Straight race.
For our viewers, again, this is going to be just a one straight 500-meter sprint. No turns.
Hey, guys in the booth, can we have that graphic up again, please, so that I could try to write down who's in what lane? I like having you included. See that, folks? The guys in the booth, they want to be separate, but you guys are part of this.
And there
you go, my man, Christian.
So again, lane 1, we have France. Lane 2, we have Brazil. Lane 3, Australia. Lane 4, Singapore. Lane 5, Germany. Lane 6, Chile.
All right.
So we got our 6 repechage V6 elite women. Again, for those of you that were following and maybe were looking at the like one of the, I guess, the day-by-day event planned, 2 crews or 2 events are not going to be happening, which is event 43 and 44. I believe they didn't have a repechage potentially for that. So we're moving right to the elite women V6 500-meter one-way sprint. And I believe they're just going to get our escort boat right into the center of the race course, so that way we can make sure. And I think they were just doing a final check as well, because they too look like they're just making sure they have everything covered with their paperwork. Again, this is all official, so they're doing to make sure they do their best to be as accurate and precise as officials as possible. So here we go. We've got...
This is our final 3 races of the day, Micah. We're going to have this elite women's race, V6 500, and then we're going to go right into a elite men's repechage, maybe 2 elite men's repechage. But right now, we're getting ready for the start of the elite women's repechage, and this basically crews that came, third or 4th place, and they're going to chance to qualify for open lanes in the final.
Right, so the ones that didn't advance in their first heat. But I was just looking out. I'm hoping we can get a pan and see if there was 6 crews on the water. And there it is.
There's all 6.
The last crew was just edging
It's
up.
been sneaky.
And there we go. Green flag, and it's a good start. Here we go. And it's so important when you're staging your canoe to be on the line, ready to go, even if you're not. If you're far behind the starting line.
Man, a 500-meter race, a good start can make all the difference. This race is over fast.
Yeah, and it's as simple as, just not having a good start, missing the first 2 strokes.
I really like the French jerseys.
It's impressive.
It's like the Olympics, right? They have like the best designers.
They do. And I believe that steering that crew in the France crew is Iloa. I believe she's wearing her pink hat. So this could be a potentially a good pace race for her, and hopefully they'll pull this one out. But this is a close start. Everybody is right in there, and repechages seem to be very competitive. It's one of those things where it's a make or break. That's why.
A little bit of a rush there.
Just a little bit of a timing issue.
Yeah.
I did see that.
Lane 6, Chile looking good.
And we're at the 250.
Definitely lane 1 coming across the midpoint there first. With lane 3, perhaps?
Yep.
2 and 3 in a big fight right there. 2 and 3, that's Brazil and Australia. Don't get your yellows confused. That is Brazil in lane 2, Australia in lane 3. So, is it only the winner of this, or how many of these will make it to the...
I'm hoping to find out, but I'm going to go out and say if it's an 8 final, then it's probably going to be the only two. Top two will advance if it's a 8-8 final.
Got it.
So
you know, Mike, I think you know everything.
No,
I defer to you as a SME. You're the subject matter expert.
They'll take the top three from the first heat, top three from the second, and then these two right here will be for your final.
All right, looks like lane 3. That is Australia, slightly ahead of Brazil. This is all that there is. This is their last chance to make it into the final. Their day could end here, folks.
Oh man, let's go! What a push! And we got the French is winning. So France won by a whole boat length.
There we go, France across the line.
Oh, what a battle!
Wow,
Oh
look
my
at this.
goodness!
Oh, I don't know, man.
I do not want to
They might
call
have
that.
to open up an extra lane.
I do not
Wow,
want to call
that was the
that.
closest race of the day that I've seen.
That right there is why repechages are so awesome, because they know this is it. And that right there
is it.
And that's what you want to see in racing. You want to see that battle, and the battle of the yellow jersey right there. It's going to go to either Brazil.
Wow. What a race.
Or Australia.
Race, Micah. How
was
exciting that is. That was pretty cool. It's great to see, just at the end when you think the Australians had pulled it off, man, that last-ditch effort. And, we've all been there. If you're a paddler, you spent some time in the boat, even at practice, right? That happens. But, man, think about the mental fortitude and what was going on in that canoe for Brazil. Like, come on, ladies, the last little.
Yeah, that was elite. That was elite right there.
That's definitely giving it all you got, right?
Yeah,
nothing to chance.
They definitely did their best to pull that off, and I'm excited to maybe see a replay and just see what we thought.
I don't know about it. Might have to junk and pull for
that one. I think so.
Hey, Shaka Cam, what's up, ladies?
Maybe
Aussie.
Maybe we can do like a tractor pool, and then we'll give it
something.
To them.
Yeah.
Oh, they did give They gave it to Brazil.
No, they gave it to Australia.
Oh, I lied. Sorry. So France.
But maybe
Australia,
only the top two of these will make it into the final. I'm not sure. We're going to get that answer for you. But it was France with time of 2:18, then Australia and Brazil. Congratulations, ladies, all of them.
That was
great
great.
Race.
That was exciting. I mean, definitely coming to the end of the day and you see something like that, we're just excited for day 2. I mean, we do have a couple more repechage races coming up, event 46 and 47.
Elite men.
And I'm expecting to see some fireworks in this one as well. Again, this is a repechage, so this means it's all or nothing. You got to win basically or finish within the top 2 or 3 at this point. We're just getting updates hopefully by the end of today. If not, you'll get the sheet tomorrow and we'll give you all the daily breakdowns. But hopefully your crew or your country that you're rooting for and wherever you're from is still in it. And we just can't wait to cheer them on. And right here on screen, we have our elite men repechage V6 500. Who do we have, Kalai?
Aotearoa, New Zealand in lane 1, Canada lane 2, Australia in lane 3, USA in lane 4, and Germany in lane 5. We're going to be doing a little bit of research and trying to find out how many of these crews actually qualify for the final and whether it's the top 2 or the top 3. We're going to get Micah to send some texts out there.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, text the boss, Micah. Text the boss. All right. We're bringing our day to a close here shortly. We got the last couple of races on the docket. These are the next and final racers. They're under the tent getting ready. They're in the blocks getting ready to take their chance at a opportunity to get into the final. But what a great day of racing today. It is a beautiful afternoon still here, still staying clear here in beautiful Hilo Bay. We have our booths still open. People can get food, crafts, clothing, paddles, all kind of stuff. So it's a great weekend of coming into a great weekend of racing. We start early. Today is actually a holiday in Hawaii. It's Admissions Day.
Oh, admissions.
Yeah, so okay, I think we've been able to nail down a little bit. So for the women that we just saw, the elite women, they had only one repechage.
Right.
Right? So the top 2 should be making it into the final.
To advance, correct.
Now, for the men, they're having 2
repechage, so one per.
Only the winner in each of those
events
will make it into the final.
That sounds about right.
That's the way I'm being forced to interpret. That's the unofficial news is from the official.
It's okay. We'll definitely make sure we get everyone informed, and we'll update you as we see the
I
list.
need my HCRA team jersey, my IVF team jersey that says unofficial.
Yeah.
Everybody else says I'm an official, right? Official. I'm the unofficial.
Unofficially official.
Hey, how's it? USA.
the USA.
Do we have a crew list for this one, Christian?
And again, it looks like we have just 2 left.
All right, we're gonna review the crews racing in this race once again. That looks like New Zealand in lane 1, Canada in lane 2.
Yep.
Australia lane 3, USA in lane 4, and Germany in lane 5. Thank you very much, boys in the booth. Mahalo.
And again, so from what we understand, it looks like there's 2 repechage for the elite men, and only the top crew is going to qualify, most likely. And then if it was only 1 repechage, it's potentially looking like it would be the top 2. So just bear with us as we get further updates. Obviously, day 2, we'll have it all listed out for you. You can find the official results. They will be posted on the International VA Federation page. You can find that online. Also, if you follow us on Ocean Paddler, we have posted links. You'll be able to look that up and see if your crew or country qualified, if you might have missed it, and catch our replay a little bit later on today.
That's right. You can replay this and any of our other Ocean Paddler episodes on Adventure Zone Sports Network. You can find it on your Roku, Apple TV, or your Amazon Fire. That was good, boys. See that? All right, right there on the bottom of your screen, you can hit any of those for the QR code. But you'll be able to not only see us on your phone carrying around with you during the day, but tomorrow, Saturday, you're going to be at home. Log on your Amazon Fire, your Roku, your Apple TV, and we'll be on the big screen in your living room. Man, you'll be cooking breakfast for the gang, folding clothes, doing all of your home chores, and still being able to follow your favorite paddlers right here on the Adventure Zone Sports Network TV from Hilo, Hawaii for the International VA Federation World Sprint Championships. Micah.
And it's not over yet. We definitely have right here possibly your favorite crew or country getting ready to line up. We have New Zealand in lane 1. It looks like Canada in lane 2. And then we've got Australia, looks like in lane 3, USA lane 4, and Germany in lane 5.
Yep. Right you are, my friend. Right you are.
And again, we have our officials over there just confirming the entries on the line. And once we get moving, you'll see a white flag to tell us the course lane is open. And then we'll go ahead and get a red flag to stage their canoes and a green flag to start the race.
There's some strong crews in this one, man. New Zealand, Australia, you can never count out the Canadians. This is going to be a good race.
And again, I think it's exciting to have a repechage or a chance to re-race if maybe you had a hiccup in the first race, and this is just your opportunity to make sure you get in. So they're gonna put it all on the line once again, and I mean I'd be excited to see a race like we saw on the last one.
There's a white flag. They can come into the area, but you know what? If you get to the repechage, Micah, you're actually getting more bang for your buck.
Oh, you are.
You're getting a chance to race more.
Yep.
I'd almost come in third on purpose.
Hey, and you're just like, you know what? We're going to win it on the next one, and then we're going to win the finals.
Tell you that.
But again, this is just a great shot right here of our officials. They're just basically on the course, getting our paddlers to settle in.
Crawling up to the starting line there. That is Canada in 2, Australia in 3.
And then for those of you who are following us here on the Ocean Paddler TV, we just want to go ahead and say thank you for joining us and supporting paddling and supporting the IVF World Sprints 2024, and of course your favorite crew or country. And there we go. Red flag just means we're getting ready to start. So get on the starting line, because once that green flag goes up, it's go time.
Creep in, the creep in.
I feel like this is how it looks when we do our distance races. We start creeping up, and we don't have flags, but there it is.
It's up. Oh, look how far back the U.S. was.
They weren't on the line per se, but.
And here comes Aotearoa.
Oh, they are firing out of the gates. And again, this is your elite men's 500 straight away. And this is it. This is the repechage. It's a make or break for all of these crews. It looks like the top crew finishing will take the top honors and move on to the next round of men's elite 500. I mean, it looks pretty tight right now, and we're not at the 250 yet, but once we get there, we'll see where we're at.
I've kind of felt like it was at an angle the whole time, and although first lane might not look ahead, they usually are farther up than they seem.
Right, they have been. There it
go.
is. So they're
One
about
whole boat length.
Easily a whole canoe length.
Ahead of Australia, but 2 and 3 are in a tight race right now, Canada and Australia.
And you can hear the excitement on the beach. We have our PA announcement. Here we go, and New Zealand holding on to this lead, looks like. But again, this is it. Repechage and first moves on. So this is all or nothing.
Very exciting. They're going at it. This is a 500-meter race, so they are all out. It's basically like a third of a mile,
right?
Maybe at the most,
right?
But these guys are going at it hard.
And this is a battle. We see a high rate from New Zealand on the inside, and they're just holding on right here.
Australia is a little bit slower rate, but here comes Canada.
They're putting it on.
Here comes Canada. Only the top finisher, though, making it. So New Zealand is in the final.
And New Zealand had a great race.
By 2 boat lengths.
Canada
Wow.
pulling off second.
But unfortunately, the way we understand it is that only the top finisher in this race is making it to the final.
That's correct. So it looks like with everything on the course, we have a green flag on the escort boat. So that means the course was clear. Looks like no boat discrepancies or on the water discrepancies. So we have New Zealand coming in first, followed by Canada, and then I believe Australia. So we're just going to get an update, but it looks like your number 1 finalist in the repechage will move on. The rest, unfortunately, might not have made it. And they did have a chance, though, and got to race again. And looks like New Zealand took advantage of that and made sure that they were going to move on.
By this New Zealand crew.
And we had a great shot right here from the beach. And looks like steering that boat, looks like Manutea Mion, well-known V1 paddler, also a paddler out of New Zealand.
Is he now has New Zealand citizenship?
I believe so. I mean, I know he's been racing New Zealand the last couple of years,
right.
And doing really well. He also was trying to train.
He's originally from Tahiti, though, right?
From my understanding, yes, that's correct. And he kind of was traveling back and forth through both, and with dual citizenship and being able to do that. So happy to see him, and the boys just looks like they qualified and moved on, and took first just now in that repechage heat. So good job, New Zealand. And I think maybe even Tupadia King was on that crew.
I think
and
so too.
A couple of the other boys on there.
Conan there?
Yeah, I was trying to check.
Who's that stroking?
But well done there. And
Shaka Cam right there. Yeah, boys.
yes, there.
What is that? Throwing up the hand signs.
I don't know.
Yes, sir.
And looks like our final heat.
Final heat of the day. Oh, wow, look at this.
Blowing up.
We're just making 4 o'clock, pal.
Let's go.
We're going to get there.
Hey, I will say, record-breaking since HCRA finished like 5 o'clock state. So
I know.
Not
Was that
bad.
a trip
yeah,
or what?
Yeah, not bad.
I was ready to. I brought a headlamp. Just like get out of the parking lot.
And repechage, it looks like I see like the Hawaii
This is an
boys.
interesting piece of. This is from Jeff Guy, and not saying that he's unofficial as well, but he's saying that Manu
Is born in New Zealand.
Was born in New Zealand.
Okay.
Interesting. I did not realize that.
Okay, and then was paddling out in Tahiti for many of years. We did have Manu Teo actually win our Aloha Aito number 4 when he came down to race Aloha Aito, and man, he put on an impressive race while he raced our race for the Aito.
He is impressive in a canoe, but that guy is so smooth, man.
He is.
He's kind of a longer, lankier kind of guy.
He
He's
is.
not a big, burly dude.
Right.
But, man, he's one of those guys that you wouldn't think he'd be that fast, but he does it with
he's
all technique. and
amazing.
He's smooth like silk, that guy.
I mean, he's won Te Aito a couple of times,
Right.
and in the V1 in Tahiti. And there we go, unofficial but official. Aotearoa, New Zealand, coming in at 156. I think that was one of the faster times I've seen in the 500.
Yes.
And then Canada and Australia. So well done, 1, 2, and 3.
I believe only though the New Zealand crew will be making it to the final.
That's correct. And I think in the next heat, I did see a Hawaii crew in there. So I'm assuming they didn't qualify in the first heat. So we're going to get our last and final event. Possibly we might have another one. We're just waiting for word if we are going to be seeing any other competitors racing today.
I don't think so. I don't see anybody else. I see some people under the tent, but it looks like they're just cleaning up.
Yep.
I don't see any other racers lining up in the starting blocks, getting ready to go.
I'm trying to find out, but I think that might be Chasey Boy right there in 1, but I'm not too sure. And then you got Avon in 6. But again, Hawaii in lane 1, Rapa Nui in lane 2, Great Britain in lane 3, and Chile in lane 4. This is a repechage event 47 Elite Man V6 500 straightaway course. This is an all-out sprint. We'll be looking at a 1:55 time, so we're trying to break that 2-minute mark. That will absolutely put you in a contention to possibly move on to the next final event.
Yep, final race of the day. We're getting some shout-outs on our Facebook page. Kanani Hano Okuda, way to go teams. And get Daniel Smith calling out and say, what's up, brother? He said, hello, Kala'i. I'm cooking luau and watching some racing.
Go.
Hey, bro. That
Let's
sounds like
go.
a good afternoon for me. Save some for us, brother.
Some luau stew
Yeah.
and, some dry aku with some poi.
Oh, man.
Maybe a pauhana,
Yeah.
There's boys from Rapa Nui in lane 2.
I've been impressed with how they've been finishing, man. Rapa Nui has had some strong showings.
You know what? I love these racing jerseys. There's some really awesome racing tees out there.
I've been liking this long sleeve gray jersey that the gentleman on the left.
That's cool. It's got all the flags on
all the
there,
flags.
just representing all of the countries. 29 countries, I believe, on the charge over here. So.
Where can a fella pick up some IVF swag around here?
You know what? I'm wondering if there was a tent. I did see a tent posted up, so I'm hoping that that's where it's at. Because I didn't get to. Actually, I made my way, and I didn't get to even the front because I was like, just so many things to look at, and I only had a few minutes. So I definitely will be stopping by as well. I'll probably have to pick up a few more things. I'm sure there's people trying to tell me what to get for them. So. If you're watching this, I don't have money.
I'm my ass broke. I ain't paying for it.
I don't have money, so
how about you want something? Venmo
me, yeah, and buy me something too.
Yeah, Venmo me double the value of what you want.
Right.
We got Daniela White saying, "Way to go, teams!" She's watching from Korea.
Oh wow, let's go! I love Korea. I hope to go and eat some more Korean food in Incheon. All right, so this again looks like our final
event of the day.
Final event of the day, and it's again a 500-meter sprint
qualifier. This is a repechage.
Yeah, repechage.
This is actually these teams' second opportunity to make it into the final. They raced in the initial preliminary event and probably came third or fourth place, right?
Yep.
Third or fourth place. So they come into the repechage. You get another chance to race off for the final couple of open lanes there.
Right.
So only the winner of this race here they're going to watch is going to make it into the final.
That's it, and it's kind of interesting because that means whoever these teams were racing against in the beginning were fast, because these are some fast boys.
These guys look fast.
Yeah, these are some fast paddlers. I mean, I've had the pleasure of racing with and against a handful of these gentlemen, but they are fast. So shout out to all the crews that have qualified in day one. But again, this is the last event of the day, it looks like, for the men's elite 500 V6 race. So we're about to probably get underway. Escort boat has the white flag up, telling them to get staged and ready to go.
Yeah, looks like we had Hawaii in lane 1, Rapa Nui lane 2, Great Britain in lane 3, and Chile in lane 4.
All right, red flag
Here
is up.
the red.
So get started. Line up, boys. So they're walking into the zone right here. So that's the 10-meter zone on the buoys that they're lining up towards. So they're just trying to creep forward. And just like our long-distance races, you're going to creep on up to that flag.
Yeah, Chile better creep up pretty soon or they're going to be way behind on the start.
Yeah, you don't want to be that far back. That's 10 meters, you know.
Yeah, it's going to go right here. Watch. As soon as they get into the box.
And let's go, boys.
There it is. Yes, sir.
And go. Oh, we seen like a little delay on the flag, but great start by Hawaii. They're out of the blocks and they're moving.
Oh, Chile looking fast on the outside here.
Yep.
But on the inside, looks like Hawaii's already making ground coming up. There we go, boys. You're seeing on the top left, you're seeing a view from the beach, and from on the bottom right, you're seeing a view from out towards the breakwater here at Hilo Bay. And that Hawaii crew looks like they're off to a fast start. Remember, this is a 500-meter race. We're going to see the halfway point coming up here very shortly.
And it looks like they settled a little bit and just are keeping the pressure on. And again, we'll see as we get closer to the 250 mark to see where all of these crews are at. But
is that Keiko Nolan in 3?
Yeah, you know, I'm going to go out on a limb and say yes. And I was trying to get all the names on there, and I thought Daniel was on the crew, so I was trying to get an update. But we got Hawaii on the inside. It looks like they've passed their flag about a whole boat length ahead of lane 4. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's going to be a battle between them. And just inside, it looks like maybe Great Britain, or Rapa Nui just outside of Hawaii in lane 2. And they're putting on some pressure for sure.
Here's a good view of this Hawaii team coming in.
We got about less than 100 meters, so halfway to the finish, and Rapa Nui is putting it on.
Yeah, Rapa Nui is going.
But
these Hawaii boys are hard to beat, though.
Yeah, Hawaii's got like an AMA length ahead of them, and they're looking strong. They're not going to stop. They're going for it all.
Yeah, Chase Van Ordam, he's going for it in the strokers. See, look at that big reach that he has.
Bang.
Here we go, right into the finish line. Hey, all right, Mike, he one boat length in front, so it looks like the Hawaiians are in the final.
Yeah, great race right there. I mean, they had a really good start, and Rapa Nui was right on the edge of them.
Rapa Nui put in a good effort, for sure.
They just didn't have it lined up. I think at halfway mark, you got to be right on a boat to stay ahead or even to pass them at that point. At this point, three lengths ahead of you or 3 paddlers ahead is a far length. Mm-hmm. It's definitely hard to get that on somebody, especially with these boats. These boats track really well, and so if everybody is paddling, then it's great.
All right, what a great last race of the day.
And just like that, that was event 47. We got through 45 events because 2 events we actually dismissed and we
were not necessary.
Yeah, weren't necessary. So 45 events in day 1,
That's not bad. It's 4 o'clock, brother. We made it. We passed 4 o'clock. So we're going to get a quick replay on this last race. It was definitely going to be worth it seeing the effort from these fellas. Nice race by Hawaii, showing that they, along with New Zealand on the last race, deserve being in the finals.
Yeah, well done, boys. So that's your Team Hawaii. They were in lane 1. They came off with that final there. So looks like we're going to be wrapping it up very shortly. We got word that there wasn't any other races happening.
Right there. Hawaii with a time of 1:50 fast, baby. Breaking the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, so they had a great race, 1:57. Good job, boys.
Rapa Nui right behind, and then Chile with 2:11. So good race for all these gentlemen. But as far as we know, only Hawaii will be making it into that elite men's V6 500-meter final. Let's see if we have some video of this final here. And then coming up after this, we're gonna be getting ready to say aloha from day one of. Yeah, so we'll be ready to say aloha from day one of racing. And hey, quick for you, Micah, any takeaways from today, day one, getting things started? It must be exciting for you. I know you've been working hard behind the scenes to get this all going, but what do you think?
No, I think just good takeaways for day one is just getting the system rolling and making sure that everybody's right on the same page. So once you get your first few races out of the way, you get a good system going and everybody's on the same page. But also for the competitors, they got to see how things are being run. And sometimes when you're unfamiliar to the location or the area or the operation, you kind of miss a few steps. So I think after day one, I think we can learn from how the operations are going. But all of these competitors also can consider the weather. Maybe they didn't bring extra clothes or a jacket.
Or rain jacket.
Right, or just something in that
for sure.
thing. So sometimes that could take away from, the competitiveness of yourself. So just prepared, just being prepared.
But, I mean, speaking of prepared, it looks like all of the officials were really well prepared. The area here, everything looked pretty organized. I mean, we did have hiccups throughout the day. We had hiccups on our side technically. In the morning, we had boats huli, but there wasn't anything that was totally unexpected or something that wasn't able to handle. So we're going to real quick talk about, you want to talk about volunteers or people that are behind the scenes making this thing happen.
Yeah.
And one name has been coming up prior to this, but certainly constantly over the last couple of days, and that's Uncle Bo Campos. Now, Uncle Bo is from here on the Big Island. He was president over, I think, at Kaupua Canoe Club. He's a president of commissioner of HCRA, and really bringing the world sprints here was in 2020 was his dream. So unfortunately, he passed away in 2018. The race was put off a few years because of the pandemic. Right. But it's 2024, and we're here.
So Uncle Bo comes right out of my canoe club, Kaioni Canoe Club. That's where he started paddling, and I'm fortunate enough to have been around Uncle Bo for so many years. But he is paddling. He is like the Queen's race. He is just Kaupua. He's everything. So, yeah.
And he was a huge proponent of youth paddling. And so we had promised this little vignette that we produced about Uncle Bo. We promised it yesterday, but we had some difficulties. I think we got them fixed. We're gonna share it with you now. And so right after that, we'll be coming back in and finishing off the day. So if we're ready in studio, folks, let's view this little vignette about Uncle Bo Campos and what he's done for the paddling community.
The blend of having you paddle as one, and the greatest statement I can give you on that is where there's 6 bodies and 1 mind, and they all flow together, and it's just beautiful. The wind in your face, the splash of water, it's heaven. If it's your first time, you've just been inducted to the family, your ohana. And that's what it does. It gives a camaraderie, a home, a base of being together, and just everybody happy. I know many people have paddled when they were young. I started at 7. I'm still paddling, and I'm getting close to 70, but it's just the passion that you have. It gets in your blood. It's knowing that you're doing something that your ancestors have done, and it's just the best to be on the water. It's a healthy lifestyle. It does so much for everybody. That's why canoe paddling is, to me, number one in the state. Most time when you have paddling, you have your kids involved, you have the kupuna, you have mom and dad involved, everybody is paddling. It becomes a sport of the family. But the coaches are there to help you, to make sure you go to school, to make sure you're doing the right balance, the diet, everything that we can do to teach the kids, to keep everything rolling and give them that ohana feeling that you have a second family from your coaches and in the paddling community, and you have your home, and it goes all the way through so that they know that there's a lot of aloha for the kids and for the kupunas and for anyone who paddles. It becomes a family unit, and that's the way I love it. So not only is it a festival, it's a gathering of people that come here to paddle and to get that culture going, and then it's just amazing. Now it's spread all over the world with all the people we have coming in from the mainland and international, and it's a great sight. Everybody here is walking around with a smile, and it's just full of aloha. And the reason for it is it's a great exercise. You're outdoors, you're in the water, and if you tie all the islands in the Pacific, they all have canoes. Of course, we at Hawaii think we're the best, and I do too, but you have Tahiti, you have all those people that paddled, and we can share this paddling culture all over the world now. And that's what makes it unique for them. They love it because there's more than just the canoe race. That this is where they really learn what ohana and what family is all about, because once they leave here, they're all part of the family of Kaiopua. You know, there's two reasons that I like the kids and the kupunas, because we get the kids coming in, we want to make sure that we perpetuate the sport of canoe paddling, and the kids are the ones that are going to do it for us. The keiki is our future in this sport, and this is the state sport, and of course I coach keikis, so that's my favorite thing of all, but they're a part of the paddling culture also, they really are, and we'll try to keep it alive. And that's my goal in life. That is the most exciting thing, to see these kids coming up and knowing that in 20 years, they'll be racing in the senior men race or the senior women races, and that's what's exciting about the sport. It's keeping the culture, keeping it alive, and letting everybody know this is our state sport, and I'm really proud of it. You have a beautiful koa canoe right here. Call them mahoi. Mahoi means twin in Hawaiian. This was made out of one log by a gentleman called Jock Wong. And the other boat that came out of the same log is racing in Oahu, and it belongs to the club Keakakahoi. So how important is a koa? To me, it's a living thing. It's always going to be a living thing. We tell our kids to make sure they talk to your canoe, make sure you love your canoe. It'll take care of you when you're in the water. And to see them in the water and to keep the tradition of a koa canoe is a must in the state of Hawaii. It's a must. In paddling culture, you learn you don't stand on it, you don't walk over it. You take care of that. It's a living thing to us. It came from the forest. It's a log that to us is still a living thing. I still take a lei every race to my canoes. We all kiss our canoes and we love our canoes. You malama your canoe. That's the whole thing and what it's all about. You know, the word ohana is not enough for the people of paddling. Paddling has got the biggest heart. They've got the biggest heart here, and it brings people in. It's the kids, it's the camaraderie, it's the families, it's everybody here. The competition, yeah, will always be there, but it's just a big, huge community now of paddling, and then not only in the 6-man, but in the 1-man, the 2-man, the 4-man stand-up paddling. It's a community, and it's phenomenal, and it's great. It's just. When I'm dead and gone, I want it to go for another 100 years, you know? This is our legacy right here. It's the legacy of paddling, and I can't say enough that how happy I am to be a part of it, and to have been 7 years old and start paddling, and to be 17 now and still be paddling, you know? I wish that was true, but it just keeps going, and you see the same people from generations to generations. You see their kids, you see grandchildren. It's just amazing how much it all stays within a family, and it's great. I think the best way to recommend this sport to anybody is to have us as coaches, as clubs, to really show people. Maybe we should do clinics. Maybe we should go down and have a fun day with invite the community and invite high schools, invite elementaries, so people can come and experience and tell them the history behind the canoe paddling and why we want to keep it alive in our islands. I'm not going to be here forever, and I want it to be here forever.
What a great man. And he said it there. He said, I'm not going to be here forever, but I want it to be here forever. He was well aware of his own limited lifespan, but that in that limited lifespan, he could make a mark, a lasting mark on others' lifespan. And really, that's what we're seeing here this week is Uncle Bo's mark left on not only the fact that he was very instrumental in bringing this race here at this time, but the effect that he had on those that are actually pulling it off, like yourself, like Dana, like the rest of our crew from HCRA, like the folks from the IVF, the mark that he left on them who are executing not only his dream, but infected by his dream, and now it's theirs as well.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you just watch that video, you just, you miss him, but then you realize.
What a good man.
You realize once this is over for the IVF, this event, we've got the Queen's race coming right up, and we get to honor him and race, and that you'll feel his presence in Kona, and you feel it here and through all the people that are around and stuff. So
really behalf on everybody here, all the racers that whether they knew Uncle Bo or not, big mahalos to him, and we remember you and your spirit, Uncle Bo, and what a great way to close out day one. Fantastic day of racing, great event, and I'm really stoked on seeing the rest of this weekend, what it has to put up. We're going to have a great weekend of racing, and it's going to continue all through next week. And so, Mike, I hope you're going to be sharing as much of your time as you can with us. It's always great to have you here and seeing your passion and your expertise in the sport. And so, any takeaways for you for today?
No, just a shout out to both my parents, David and Kim Kalama.
Right.
I mean, I wish they could be here. I know they got some things they got to take care of back at home. And shout out to my canoe club, Kaioni Canoe Club. They're holding it down. We got some of the women racing tomorrow for the distance. And then, of course, just the rudderless Hawaii Va'a, because it's all about V1 and rudderless. And they support a lot of the community, and a lot of the members that are here are going to be coming out and racing. So
awesome.
I'll see our girl Val coming over to race V1, so I'm excited.
Sounds good. Well, mahalo to you, Micah, and mahalo again to John Herbert, who is willing to share some time with us this morning. It's, if you got just me, it's okay, but when we bring somebody in, it makes it that much more fun. So mahalo to you, and a big mahalo to our team here at Ocean Paddler, from our drone pilots to the guys on the switchboard to all of our cameramen that are out there pounding up and down the beach and are making our graphics package. So mahalo to them. They really make it possible, and mahalo to all of you who tuned in with us, whether on the Ocean Paddler Facebook page, IVF, or the HCRA. Remember, we'll be back here tomorrow for the next several days. Join us, continuing coverage for the 2024 International Va'a Federation's World Sprints from beautiful Hilo Bay, Hawaii. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening, and ahui ho.
Yes, sir.
What's your martial arts? I wear headset. Roll it on the screen. Thank you, Bob. That was awesome. Very much.
The usual.